لطفا ایران رو اذیت نکنید، ایران رو پشیمون نکنید. بگید بهشون انگلیسیتون خوبه، بگید با دومین شیر بازی نکنید. شیر که بیدار زنده شه همه رو از بین میبره. ایران بوده، هست و خواهد بود.
Would you be saying don't play with the tail of the lion once you waken up the lion, but definitely not enormous lion? It's gonna.
Can you translate for us what he said?
He's saying don't play with the tail of the lion, because once you awake the lion,
Yeah.
it's gonna roar. But this is not enormous lion, guys.
Yeah.
If you play with a normal lion, he'll do something else.
No comment.
No.
No, what do you mean by that, Miss Surgeon?
Stop off.
Anyways, one of the mods, can you turn the chat off? We've got a rat infestation.
Who's that? He left.
Who that?
Is he gone?
Who that?
Yeah. He's been
The old
sad.
bastard.
He's been sad for the last couple of days.
He has. You know what they were wishing for the Iranian people? It didn't actually come to fruition.
Flashback, motherfucker. Leave, bro. We don't want you.
The lion, the sick lion is back.
We'll get rid of him. Give me 1 moment. One of the... Ami, are you there?
He said he walks around like a puppy.
Oh, are you talking about this other dude?
No.
He walks.
Oh my god.
No, we don't visit your rooms. No. Go.
Are you modding? 1,000 people, Elnormo. Whoa.
We are so impressed.
Real American.
Who told you we're Americans anyway? Like, stop these
Yeah,
assumptions.
we're not Americans, bro. What the hell's...
Hold on. What are real Americans? Elnormo.
Fat, unemployed.
We're not Americans, my man. We're not.
That's real Americans.
You assume that all Palestinians are Americans, all Iranians live in Western countries, all Middle Easterns that speak English are not living in the Middle East. That's how stupid you are. Oh, so you're sitting with like 1,000 Native Americans? Is that what you're saying?
Real Americans is
They were
a melting pot. What is a real American, Elnormo?
I doubt that the natives wants to sit with you.
Exactly.
Unless they're natives, they're not real Americans.
They're
Go
from the
ahead.
Europeans.
Yeah.
European settlers, just like that.
I'm not, no, I'm from Poland, actually. Why are you inviting us to your room?
1,000 people.
Come to my room.
That's almost.
Why do you say that? Poland would not met you in? What the fuck does met you in mean?
Over 1,000, Elnormo. That's very impressive.
Oh, why would you say that? I'm not you, but normal, they wouldn't let me in. Can you tell us what happened to the population there? It was like the biggest populations. What happened to them? Did you corrupt that land as well?
Can you mod us and everything?
No. Are you ready to surrender?
What if we all come with your lion PTR, Elnormo, in support of you? Would you mod us?
I agree. I think that's a beautiful idea. We
I
should do that.
think we should. The time has come, guys, to support Normie.
Yeah, nobody likes terrorists, baby. Nobody likes Nazis too.
While you're in his room, sisters, pull the plug on his ventilator.
Oh. Why do you have to be so obvious, man, General?
I'm just giving you instructions. I had to make sure.
I'm pretty sure, Norma, you're the ones who are going to be wearing it like in a week. Why don't they let you out though? Why are you guys running in boats, like fleeing in boats? Why are you being used as human shields, man? Just leave. If you want to leave, just leave.
Like, someone tell him that not everyone here is Arab, first of all. Like, get some cold, I don't know, read a book. history. You know her?
He doesn't know how to read, that's the problem.
See, that's how you know that their
He
problem.
just runs his mouth all day.
Their problem is the Arabs and Muslims. That's what their problem is.
Crazy.
Oh well. They can't do anything about it.
You see that? Yeah.
2 billion and counting. Come and stop us.
No, it's 6 billion.
6 billion?
Yeah.
You mean 6 million?
No.
10 million?
No, shut up, don't get me to say that shit. 6 million is a lucky number.
200?
You know, when I actually buy my lottery tickets, seriously, all jokes aside, my favorite number is number 6. Not because of 6 million, just because, 6. Hint, hint.
نرگس میشه ترجمه کنی همزمان اینا هم چی میگن لطفا؟
چطوری
موجی میگن که ایران پیروز میشه و میگن که با ایران هستن اینا و هیچ وقت همیشه پشت ایران رو میکنن و بهترین کاری که ایران کرد همین کاری بود که کرد.
Very good, thanks.
I told
really ایران is powerful. بگو ایران بسیار قویه و این کارو میکنه و نمیمونه اینا رو که بخوان پروازی حل بیارن. ایران بوده هست و خواهد بوده میمونه.
Mujib is saying no one like El Normo can exist just trying to whatever be the way he is.
Yeah, he's dreaming about tearing Iran apart. But he's failed already.
Iran was, is, and will be. Mujib has repeated that a few times.
Of course.
So sad, but...
He seems to forget who Iran is. They're the Persians.
Look at
And remember what the Persians did to El Normo?
We had an empire, El Normo. Are you ready? Are you ready, El Normo? With your lion. With your little circus lion. I have been very inspired by El Normo's lion. Today I have decided to become vegan.
That's so cheap of you, Mom.
Slander. I don't cash in your pink ticket, Pepe, and join in the month. Okay, I'll join. Just joined. Yeah, no, I think you actually hold a very popular opinion. I'm far, when it comes to Iran, I'm extremely hawkish. I don't like war, but when you have a regime that all they do is sponsor terror, you got to do something about it. You just got to do something about it. I mean, I appreciate your opinion. In fact, if it was anybody other than Iran, I would probably agree with. Fair enough.
I think Trump was fooling them on that last meeting. He gave them 60 days. They hit him on day 61. And then he put out that thing on Truth Social saying that Israel had a lot of U.S. weapons, they knew how to use them, and they're going to get a lot more. So, I mean, I don't know what people thought, but Trump was asking for the regime to submit completely and give up their program so that they could dismantle it peacefully and safely from the inside, which the regime was never going to accept, but at least he tried. And Levin was upset because it seemed like they were going to allow the Islamic Republic to continue enrichment. But again, you'd have to be, I think they were Levin was kind of listening to the basically fake news coming from the fake opposition, saying that Trump was going to act weak and appease the regime. I don't think Trump ever had a plan to appease the regime. And him and J.D. Vance said that they didn't want American troops fighting other people's wars, but they would support the regional powers fully. So J.D. Vance said specifically they would support Israel, and he said that they would support the Europeans in Ukraine, but he just didn't want the tip of the spear to be American troops. I think they've been true to that.
Oh, did anybody see the 30 Pegasus and the Shadow tankers heading towards Italy?
Yeah.
Track tankers, you mean the flying gas stations?
Yep.
Yeah, KC 135. Or, no, KC 153?
Interestingly enough,
135Rs, yeah, KC 135Rs is Strata tankers, and the KC 46A Pegasus.
They've been flying in it because they have to, like, once they go into certain areas, they have, so when it comes to turning on, like, their, I don't know if it's a transponder, I'm not really hip on this shit, but yeah, I mean, there's people who just, like, for whatever, I guess autism, that's the reason why they just, like, follow.
Oh, they're on Flight Radar. It's a
Flight Radar, yeah.
Website, yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, we've seen, like, a lot of those. Obviously, you don't really see, for the most part, and I don't even know, I'm guessing, like, when they're operational, like, on a mission, like, I don't think they probably, you're not going to see them online. But we see that they're headed towards that direction of the world.
Unknown. Yeah, they landed in Spain. They landed in Ramstein, or Ramstein, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, Ramstein.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and so Iran has ramped up their threats, and so they're saying that anybody who helps stop the attack or the rockets going towards Israel by shooting them down they're going to face consequences. And so the British basically said, okay, well, fuck you, we're just going to go ahead and move a bunch of our jets and tankers to Cyprus, really close to Israel. Yeah, I mean,
Also,
at this point, they're just saying, like, you can go fuck yourselves.
Also, a bunch of fighter jets left out of Diego Garcia a couple hours ago. Then the USS George
H.W. as well.
Yeah, the USS George H.W. Just left out, I think, Virginia. And then Vincent's CSG is over by Diego Garcia. And there's a Nimitz class heading through the strait down there by, was it Malaysia or Indonesia? Yeah, Malaysia.
The Straits of Malacca.
Yeah, it's heading down there right
now. So Rich, you say all that to say what? America's getting involved?
Oh, yeah.
We're definitely getting involved.
There's also a WC-135, it's a nuke sniffer plane.
That was in the Midwest and Northwest.
No, it left out of Omaha.
United States.
Yeah, but
it only flew over our nuclear silos that exist primarily in the Midwest and Northwest.
Let me ask Rich. Rich, listen, I know you're a nerd about all this shit. Are you saying that America's going to get directly involved?
I mean, there's 30 air tankers heading. There's a Nimitz class heading to that area. There's the George H.W. Herbert Walker Bush heading there. There's a nuke sniffer, which was doing back and forth patterns, which is like test runs, testing for radioactive isotopes. But then they said that now it's heading east. So we'll find out where it's going to go. And there was a 2.6 magnitude earthquake 42 miles off of the nuclear facility in Iran that they don't know definitively. It was two earthquakes, like a 2.5 and a 2.6, but they don't know 100% if it was caused by like a nuclear test. So they do them like underground and shit. It causes seismic activity. So they might be going over there to sniff that out and see if there's any radioactive isotopes.
It's pretty safe to say that, like, the U.S. has already been involved. When it comes to So I don't know if it's Fordow. I forget the name of the mountain where it's about, I forget how many hundreds of meters it is underground.
It's a half a mile.
And so basically we have like a 30,000-pound bomb, which would need a bomber to drop it that Israel does not have.
Yeah,
we have it.
PGBU-28.
And so we would basically, which I think is going to happen. Just my opinion. I can't guarantee it, but when it comes to tankers and all that, I'm pretty sure we've been involved. I wouldn't be surprised if well, in fact, I know that there were both modern jets that were so the Gulf Arab states like Saudi Arabia, Jordan. They were involved with shooting down the projectiles heading towards Israel. And I'm pretty sure the British, they're not saying this out loud, but it seems like all of these countries from the West, as well as some of the Gulf Arab states, were involved when it came to shooting down rockets, basically.
Thank you.
JB.
Rich, let me ask you a question. What would Russia and China's response be if America gets directly involved, in your opinion?
I don't think they'll get involved as long as nobody's shooting ICBMs. But I mean, outside of that, if they're gonna go in a carpet bomb and hit some GBU-28s and bunker busters and shit, the penetrators bombs, if they're gonna do that, I think they'll stay out of it. But I think they're gonna do the same thing that the United States did in Ukraine, is just fund the war. So they'll just, I know they sent another 1,000, the Chinese did, ballistic missiles into Iran, or headed that way.
Did you see that on speaking of flight radar, you saw the planes that were going, the transponders were going out, but they're transport planes flying when every other airline was not allowed to fly into Iran. There was large.
Oh yeah, planes. That's what Bill just put. Yeah, 2 planes landed in China. I would guess that they're probably involved with this somewhat. So if this WC 135 or 153, whatever it is, the nuke snifter, if it gets over there and it starts going back and forth, and it picks up radioactive isotopes, it's gonna get fucking nasty. They're gonna start fucking just bombing the United States is gonna step in at that point, because there's no way we're going to allow.
Nobody thinks Iran has developed yet. They were on the verge of.
Yeah, but what if the intel's off a little bit, or what if they're?
I think that
what if they don't want to call for your?
Sure, but I think that what you're okay. First of all, when we're talking about the Mossad, okay, these fuckers.
Well, they're not going to shoot the rockets from Iran anyways. They're going to shoot them from the Houthis.
Yeah, the Houthis.
The Houthis already have the Fatah 1 hypersonic.
Yeah, I've heard that. If you look at it, so what a lot of people are not understanding is that when it comes to what Israel was doing in Israel, in Iran, they were doing car bombings, they were assembling drones and then deploying the drones from within the fucking country and attacking specific targets. This is not like if anything, the amount of intelligence and infiltration they have is actually rather inspiring or shocking. These people, I would say Israel, they absolutely I think have a lot of intelligence that, for good reason, we have no idea what they know. So I think they're kind of underestimating them.
For them sending over 30 Shadow tankers and the Pegasus over there, and then also you have planes leaving out of Diego Garcia, which would predominantly be 52s and B-2 bombers, is concerning. And also the WC-153 or 135, whatever it is. I'm dyslexic.
I get it. I have issues with them dragging America into any other conflict, which is one of my biggest pet peeves with Israel. But with that being said, I don't see this being a ground war. I don't see
No.
Okay, it's involving our Air Force. It's gonna, there's gonna be
if they
missiles and rockets lobbed from specific areas. Whether it's from a ship or from an airplane. I really see this as the extent of our involvement, and of course, it's going to be involved. It's going to involve giving Israel more money and weapons. That's about it.
So if this WC 135 heads over there, he sniffs it out and finds radioactive isotopes leaking out from the ground. They're going to come in with those B2s and B52s, and they're going to drop those penetrator bombs on every underground facility, and that's why they're telling people to get the fuck out of Tehran, because
nobody. No, where are they hiding? Where are these underground facilities in Tehran? And second of all, like they're doing it in the sides of fucking mountains, like where it's extremely hard to penetrate. Like they're not doing it in a major fucking city.
One thing I was going to mention is there's a lady who's like an expert on intercontinental ballistic missiles. She was on, can't remember the guy's name, but he's the guy that's a former Navy SEAL. And she was explaining that if North Korea were to get a nuke and they were just to send it to Guam, and that intercontinental ballistic missile made it to Guam and detonated, the United States automatic responses that they have set up is 82 nukes will hit North Korea. And at the very end of it, he asked her, he said, how many nukes would it take to take out North Korea? She said 82. So that's the point. Like, if they actually have a dirty bomb, I'm sorry, Shiraz. I'm sorry, the whole fucking rest of the country.
No, that's not. No, that's not quite how it works. Okay, so when you're dealing with a situation in which nukes were already launched, okay, I believe it is 6 minutes, depending on which country. And so you have basically pre-programmed, like a protocol. You have a protocol for which, okay, we detected that Russia has launched these nukes or China has launched these nukes, and then you end up, within 6 minutes, the president has to say, like, yep, go ahead, send it. And they literally, the amount of nukes is going to depend on the country. But they don't have time to think this out. It's something.
Yeah, that's why they're pre-categorized. Like for North Korea's 82 nukes.
Yes.
That obliterates the entire country. There's nobody left.
Sure.
Except for underground people.
Sure. But with Iran, I mean, I haven't heard anything. Of course, I don't work in intelligence. I don't have access to any information. But I have not heard anybody say that they've already acquired nuclear capability from the Israelis, the U.S., anybody.
For Iran?
Yeah, no, I haven't
They
heard
were
that.
estimated within the next 6 to 12 months to have it.
Yes, in other words, they're about to. Yeah,
but what if those numbers are off? What if they actually do have some refined uranium to 60%?
Oh my god, this is so fucking retarded. The Israelis have penetrated them so deep in their fucking rectum that they know when every one of them are fucking farting and shitting and at what time of day. Like, this is stupid.
No, they evacuated Tehran because Iran is trying to move their missile batteries inside the city. They want the people to get hit and use the people as a shield. So Trump did a good thing. As far as the difficulty that Israel has is that they're far away, and refueling slows down their process. And the more successful Iran is, the worse it's going to be for them. Iran, by Iran, I mean the Islamic Republic. So Trump is actually helping everyone. Honestly, he's allowing Israel to speed up what they're doing. And speed up the whole process by helping them refuel. I think it's a win-win. Hell, it'll help the regime lose quicker, which is another way.
No, I get that, but I'm guessing you're of Persian descent.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have been hearing the reports. I guess there were a couple of prisons that I don't know whether it was through. Projectiles, car bombs, I don't know what it was, but that were damaged, that were known for having dissenters, basically, political prisoners. to be detained, and they've gotten out. I saw, which I actually thought was a very beautiful attack. I really appreciated this because when they bombed the state-run television and it happened on air, I know that they're telling Iranians that they cannot share foreign media posts about what is happening. Otherwise, they'll go to jail. So they kind of shut off the access to the internet to the outside world. But when they have their state-run TV, and all of a sudden this woman is speaking, and all of a sudden just like kaboom. Where the Iranian people that's obviously good. It's going to spread. I feel like they are, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I do think that this is heavily pushing for regime change, and they want the population to revolt, which I do think the Persian people are beautiful people that are very oppressed, horribly oppressed by these people. Do you think that I'm wrong there, or?
No, of course you're right, and this has been the plan the whole time. And when they hit the television, it was a great show that the regime's propaganda is bullshit, and that helps, the psychological warfare of basically harming your enemy and giving energy to the resistance. And there are people who support the regime who have been listening to all these lies. Even people who are against the regime are afraid or thought, the West won't do anything because Iran has so much power and stuff. So this helps crumble all that. So I think it was a brilliant move, and it is about I don't know, regime change. It's revenge for all the things that the Islamic Republic has done. And that's one thing that they haven't talked about publicly. Like Trump said it when he signed the executive order. He wrote it in there that they were responsible for October 7th. He said things are going to happen in Iran and all you guys are going to be watching. But, he's been very diplomatic to trick the regime in a way to keep their guard down. And they set up that 5th or 6th meeting for the Sunday, and they caught everyone off guard. They hit all these people who were sleeping in their homes, all these regime people. So, Trump is a genius, and so with a few degrees of separation in our opinions, I think I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying.
So I just want to ask one last question. So I don't want to hog the mic, but I do know that they've hung people just for protesting. If you have any kind of influence, they're going to make an example out of you. They're going to hang you. But I have heard from Persian Americans, which I honestly have not looked this up. Is it true? And I know they detain you, but is it true that they actually rape? The IRGC rapes people and rapes family members? That sounds so bizarre and extreme, but I have no way of knowing.
They will torture your family members right in front of you. So they'll rape your sister, they'll rape your kids, they'll. One story was they took a guy's leg, his foot, and turned it all the way around in front of his family. What they would do, young girls who were, teenagers who had joined certain, revolutionary, after the revolution, there were different groups, and they would round these girls up. They'd round everybody up, but they'd separate the girls, and then based on their belief in certain Islamic law, if a virgin dies, they go to heaven. So they would rape all the girls, and then they would hang them, so they go to hell. In a recent protest, they used rubber bullets and took out hundreds of people's eyes. They would rape people and throw them off roofs. These people are evil, and So everything Trump and Bibi are doing, I fully support, and a lot of other people support. Unfortunately, there, even for people who are against the regime, there is a lot of propaganda and psychological warfare where they think, oh, Trump is going to appease them, or Israel's going to attack and kill people indiscriminately. And so there's a lot of that sort of fear, and so we have to help them out and let them know that no, we're not going to. These people aren't going to be abandoned. There's a short-term and long-term plan. Israel's not going to go after innocent people. They're not trying to destroy the country as a whole. What Trump is doing, which is obvious. What Bibi's doing, which is obvious. I mean, Bibi's like, I'm Trump's right-hand man, so they're doing it together. And people are like, oh, Bibi sabotaged Trump's plans for an agreement, and he should punish Bibi and all this bullshit. Like, Trump was, what did he do? So they are taking out all the leadership and the surrounding people, and they're hitting a lot of the facilities, including like their CIA facility, not CIA, but their own Ministry of Intelligence and Cybersecurity. So all these buildings will be used, if there's like a revolution, will be used to spy on the people, to identify people, to locate them. So they're hitting all these facilities that house technology and devices for cyber surveillance and to kill the people. So I believe once they take care of the nuclear issue and minimize the missiles they have available, and take care of the other shit, all the people on the inside who have been helping Israel are going to turn their focus into helping the people overthrow the regime. And that involves, people gather in a square or march, and so they're going to have regime people, use 50 calibers and snipers to mow people down. So now, ideally, you would have a group of clandestine commandos or something shooting back at those evil people, or using their drones to, when they gather to attack the people in their offices or in their in the police yard or whatever. If those guys can be taken out, then the people will win. And so, man, there's a lot of stuff going on, and hopefully it'll all work out really well. And then there is an opposition who will come in and be an interim government and move on from there.
Well, Godspeed. I hope your people, regain your freedom.
Thank you, and we appreciate that. And so I've been watching. I was talking to other people. There's, we have a fake opposition in the West. They, previously infiltrated the Democrats. I saw the guy Scott Horton, who's head of that libertarian group. Whoa.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me tell you about Scott Horton. So, Scott Horton is the reason I left the Libertarian Party. Scott Horton positions himself as being anti-war. He's just anti-West. He hates the U.S. He hates Israel. He hates NATO. He's a total fucking piece of shit. And Dave Smith, who's actually a fairly intelligent guy, lousy comedian, he got so enamored because Scott Horton had the libertarians under his spell that he just started reciting everything that Scott Horton would say. And so now Dave Smith, even though he holds a lot of really good positions when it comes to economics and other issues, he's just completely compromised. And so the Libertarian Party in general is compromised. So go ahead though. Tell me more about your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so there's the fake opposition. There's a group that was, they got caught in court. They tried to sue the people who were saying that they were fake opposition, but for defamation. And then the court, in the guy's defense, the guy who was basically defending himself from the defamation from this fake lobby group. He basically exposed them indirectly as actually being a lobby group. So they kind of fucked themselves by actually bringing the defamation case. And so this group would met with Obama dozens of times and would basically support the regime sort of narrative. Don't sanction us. It's okay. Just have trade. And if we have trade and the people become more prosperous, then that will lead to freedom. Like China, like Russia. so all that bullshit that the Democrats were running. Well, Scott Horton the other day was debating an Iranian Israeli guy, and swear to God, he said that the leader of this fake lobby group said that was his good friend. He said, treat a Parsi, my very good friend, and basically used that asshole's book as a reference in his debate with this guy. Scott Horton and exposed himself as, being a mouthpiece for our enemy. So when I was talking about fake opposition and stuff, that's what I'm talking about. These guys are infiltrating the right and wearing the colors of America first, but they're just appeasing our enemies. So I'm glad you guys have seen this stuff too. There's a guy on X, James Lindsay or whatever. He's kind of figured it out, and I really appreciate Laura Loomer. She's kind of figured it out and stuff. So really,
Laura Loomer's a lunatic, but she happens to be right on a few things. Yeah, she's a fucking lunatic. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think James Lindsay is a little over the top, but I get there is what's really disgusted me about the I would consider myself right wing. I'm not a conservative, but the amount of people that were pro Russia, the amount of I just see a lot of, and I can't help but think a lot of this is you have a lot of paid actors that are trying to influence the right to believe that it's not just Israel, but anything that would have been traditionally considered the best interest of the Westerners, like the Ukraine war, they just attack us, and I don't know. It's really weird how information is being disseminated now, and most people are getting their information online as opposed to traditional media, as opposed to a decade ago. Which I don't even know how this plays out. It's a fascinating experiment.
I agree with you. Did you? It's fake opposition, man. They're infiltrating, and my friends who were, MAGA and stuff, and they're luckily the QAnon website had actually outlined the whole Islamic Republic's fake lobby group. So he knew about that, and one day I was like, "Oh, look, your guy Scott Horton is quoting that guy who is the Islamic Republic's lobby group in the U.S." See, I told you. I said it was really telling when they started supporting Putin and stuff and saying he had a right to take Ukraine. I mean, the Russians have took a lot of land from Iran. They had they had political parties. They, after World War II, they tried to take northern Iran. So we know. Oh, and Putin is was buddy with the Ayatollahs. So when my American, right wing MAGA friends were like, "Oh, Putin is this and that," and I was like, "Dude, he's not any of those things. He's a piece of shit." And if anything, he was using the globalists. He was bribing all those fuckers through Burisma, and that was all. That money was between Putin, Ukraine, and the Democrats, and they were all against Trump. So I don't understand how they. I do understand they try to twist it and say, "Oh, it's Ukraine, but it was Ukraine by way of Putin. It was Putin by way of Ukraine to the Democrats. So I fuck all these.
That's interesting, because I would talk to Richard Spencer quite a bit, and then it's he's come out more and more about this. Since the start of the war, he's been pro-Ukraine, but to make matters clear, he was married to a Russian woman, and he said, as weird as this is, out of spite of his ex-wife, he was not really pro-Russia, but he's kind of opened up quite a bit about how the Russians were definitely funding the people on the dissident right, and those a lot of the people even today. And he's been calling this out more recently. The people that are taking positions that we think are rather foreign to our belief system, and it is. And to be fair, it seems to be somewhat of an effective strategy, because you are seeing so many people today that are quote unquote right wing that have these extreme positions where they would have been considered pro-communist 30 years ago. But if you look into it, I mean, it's not a secret on when it comes to dissident right wingers that there is so much foreign influence that is malevolent. I guess you can say, and people fought for it. But I think when you give these influencers that, I guess you could say, a good chunk of money, they're willing to say whatever, and they do it in lockstep. And
like Tim Pool taking money from RT.
Yes, I think he's a great example, and I do think that a lot of people. Here's the one thing, I'm rather libertarian when it comes to my values. I don't care about what you do in your private life and all of that stuff, but where the fuck was I going with this? When it comes to...
You said you don't want black people to move into your neighborhood.
No, I didn't say that. But anyways, it's...
I think a more likely scenario would be him moving out of his neighborhood to be around people he prefers.
Yeah. I forget my point.
I hear what you're saying, and what I'm realizing is that we need to. It kind of got to the point where we're like, fuck everybody. We're not going to reach across the aisle. All of the Democrats or whatever, they're all pieces of shit. And now it's like, if something happens where the right is being manipulated and doing extreme things, and listening to these guys like Scott Horton and stuff, we will need to reach across the aisle, because those guys will actually sabotage us, which is their goal. And Tim Pool was being sabotaged. They didn't ask him to change his content, but a few weeks before the election, all of a sudden it was exposed, and then the left-wing media was like, look, Trump supporters are getting money from Russia and all this stuff. That mistake on their part basically resurrected the whole Russian collusion thing, and it was a huge, it could have been a huge blow. So that was suspicious. I think they paid those guys, and then they self-snitched so that they could have that bad press and stuff. And the Lauren Chen, I was saying it earlier, Lauren Chen and all those people were not supporting Trump. They were sabotaging Trump. So yeah, we gotta. I think the lesson is that we need to reach out across the aisle and find more allies and be more proactive.
Well, the other thing that I would caution you is believing that people like Scott Horton have a loud voice. He influences a party that can get somewhere between 0.5% to 3%. in a national election. So, and he's got influence over maybe 60% of those folks. And so he's not the boogeyman that we have to worry about. He's definitely a fucking piece of shit, but he just doesn't have the power. What we have to worry about is if that messaging crosses over into people that actually have charisma or get platformed in a way where that messaging could grow. I definitely think that there's some subversive elements that we have to keep an eye on, but I wouldn't give guys like Scott Horton more credit than they deserve.
Agreed.
Can we all agree that this is a wonderful development? That the fact that the IRGC's days are numbered, that this is a great development for all of humankind. Like, is anybody in disagreement with that?
No, I agree.
I disagree.
Okay, great. Okay, look. Everyone, stay on mute. Let's hear the disagreeable position. This is what happens when you enter the muff. You're free. You're free to speak your mind in the muff. So go ahead, Wayfan. Tell us why you just.
So I really want to take as a step back, and I hope that in the MOF we can have the courage to listen to this. So as an ex-Iranian, we have to see why this whole situation started in the first place. The father of this Prince of Iran, which is planned to be the next freedom for Iranian people, was a dictator which killed so many people. And there was a revolution against him. And Carter was the one, President Carter in the United States, which is one of the most liberal presidents in US history, supported that revolution. So up to that time, American people were so much in favor of that revolution. What happened is that this guy, this dictator, this pussy, ran away and came to United States and hid it in the United States. And
I believe he went to Canada.
No, he came to the United States first. And please let me finish, land my point, because this is very sensitive. And at that time, Iranian historically were suspicious of US because of what happened like in the civil movement which happened 20-30 years before, and CIA overthrown the government in Iran. So they were very suspicious. And they take hostages the US embassy and requested the return of this pussy, which if he hadn't ran away, if he had stayed and faced the consequences of his action, none of this would happen. I would say even revolution will stop. Because the reason that he ran away caused many people ran away after him. Like, for example, many rich people, our king ran away, we should run away also. So that guy, by running away, he caused a turmoil in the whole world. They took the hostage, the American diplomats in Iran, and the shit hit the fan, and we are paying the price up to now. This IRGC formed in the first place because this guy ran away. Because they were not sure that the revolution will survive. They thought that United States is gonna do a regime change. United States was saying we don't want to do regime change by day one. But the Iranian people did not believe it. And they formed this force which is called Revolution Guard. The idea of forming a force to guard the revolution is because this guy ran away. And now we are at the point that we want to bring his son back into power by overthrowing the Revolutionary Guard. Now, the reason that I say this is such a bad idea, and it's not really time to do that, because the more you kill Iranian people, the more people are tending to go over supporting IRGC. Right now, I'm talking to my family inside Iran. Don't listen to this Iranian outside Iran. They are in an echo chamber creating these stories that IRGC is cutting hand, cutting leg, killing people. I go to Iran 3 times last year. It's not true. It's literally not true. And people who are in Iran, they are inside Iran. They are seeing with their own eye. These are not nice people. They are very rough religious people. But they are not cutting hands. And when they see, like in a state, attack and kill Iranian, they are supporting the IRGC more and more. The life of IRGC is not like reduced by this action. It's exponentially increased. They had lost most of their support during the last couple of years because of a lot of Iranian people movements. But right now, they're so happy because people are gathering behind them. These things, these actions that Israel had started is having complete opposite effect. The IRGC loves it. This is what they were waiting for. The whole Iranian society is uniting behind them.
Wait a minute. Time out. Listen, first of all, what you just said, that last part, is patently false. I was allowing you to continue talking just so you could say stupid, indefensible things like you just said. I can't tell you the exact percentage of people that want IRGC out, but it's a fucking lot. And the fact that you're here on Clubhouse to try to make your fucking arguments to defend the fucking regime. Listen, man, I'm just gonna say it like it is. I fucking hope that people that hold your ideology go to the fucking battlefield. The fucking bombs are coming. The planes are coming, the rockets are coming in. If you're fucking so about it, if you want to defend the fucking regime, why don't you go put yourself on the fucking battlefield? How about this? You don't have to, because you know what? Fucking Israel is so smart. When they hear motherfuckers like you know what they do? They fucking light up your pager. They light up your fucking pager. I hope you get a fucking page in the middle of the fucking night.
Again, Mo, you didn't get my point.
No, we got your point. You think that they're getting stronger. I think I saw you at the Pakistani room.
Someone, let me respond to Mo.
Go ahead.
Mo, you didn't get I'm not supporting the regime. I don't need the pager here. You don't get...
Then say that you denounced them.
I denounced them.
No, it doesn't matter. They are trained. They are trained to denounce the regime, call Khamenei names, complain about the IRGC. They will do anything to save themselves.
Don't create the echo chamber that you have been in the last.
No. You are spreading the regime propaganda. You go to the country 3 times a year, because you're one of them.
How long you have been there? When was the last time you went there?
My family's there right now. My friends are there right now. I don't go because I'm a political dissident. I don't go because I'll get arrested and thrown in jail and tortured.
So is it a possibility that you are living in echo chamber, a world that you
can't? No, because absolutely not. I was supportive of the Islamic Republic, or what I thought was a nationalistic endeavor when I was a kid. But just like you said, how long did it take for us to figure out that the Democrats, like Jimmy Carter, support this regime? Everything you said about the Shah was a lie. You called him, you want him to come back so he's murdered by the regime. That was their plan, because they knew that if they killed him and his whole family, that there would be no threat of them returning, and they would always have an Islamic Republic. So of course he's not going to come back. Why would he come back? And that's no excuse for creating the IRGC. They created the IRGC because the military was somewhat loyal to Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. And so right now they've infiltrated it, but at the time they didn't kill everyone in the other military, so they created a separate military that would be loyal to them. And they needed that because they were fighting in Iraq, and they needed the Shah's military to survive. The IRGC is nothing but, you know who the leaders of the IRGC are, people? They're not like experts in military strategy and like people who did military service. They're the people who tortured innocent people. They were like in their 20s when the revolution happened. They drug innocent people in the streets, lit them on fire, tortured and raped people. And those are the people who are the leaders of the IRGC. They're not military experts. The guy Salami took the Shah's maid and beat her. They threw her on her back. They drug her in the street. They beat her, and then they lit her on fire. That's the Salami guy, one of the IRGC people who Israel killed. You know, I don't know what he's talking about. Iran had a constitutional democracy. Let me tell you how much they lie about the Shah. They said that he had a bear that would rape prisoners. This is the nonsense that they spread. When the Islamic Republic came, they said that the Ayatollah's face was on the moon. They said that there were truckloads of fingernails that were cut off the dissidents. This is all untrue. What they had was, and then he said that there was a coup in '53 with Mossadegh, and he's obviously, you know, this is all the regime's nonsense. There was no coup. Because Mossadegh was the one who was actually doing the coup. Mossadegh was appointed by the Shah to be prime minister legally according to the 1906 Constitution. And so the Shah was, his father was the only king, the only Shah who was elected by a majlis and was appointed according to constitutional law. That was the first time in history. His father was removed by the British to save, basically, they wanted to create a republic after World War II by the British, but they only took the Shah, sent him in exile, and kept his son. And so his son was anti-British. His son was the guy who was raising the price of petroleum, causing the 1970s oil crisis. So it's actually the West who removed the Shah, and the Shah was actually a really great person. They had political groups that would go out and ask for his assassination and overthrow. These were the same political groups that took over, and we saw what happened when they took over. They, you know, everything he's saying is basically regime propaganda, and that's what they do. They don't come out. There's different groups. There are people who say the regime is great. That's one way of propaganda, the psychological warfare that they fight. But there's another way, fake opposition. They have people who say, "Oh, I'm not with the regime. But I go there 3 times last year, and it's not that bad because among the elites within the regime, they have all the rights. Like their kids can violate hijab law. They can wear shorts. There's a video where this guy, Shamkhani, who's Khamenei's right-hand man, his apartment was hit. And his son is seen walking up to his apartment on the street crying. And his son is wearing shorts and a T-shirt, which is against the law. You know, they get to violate the law. They can have parties. They can drink alcohol. They can live a Western life. But then they torture regular people who want to have that same life because obviously it's a mafia dictatorship. So
well, let me ask you this. Like, this is a weird, like the Persians that tend to live. I live in Arizona. Most of the Persians I have met, personally at least, have been Baha'i. My Amir, my first, he was my dorm mate my freshman year in college. He was a Muslim Persian. would say, if I had to guess, Persian Americans are on average they do better than white Christian Americans or Christians of European descent, and I would say fairly well-educated population here. We see what they have to say about what's happening in Iran. What I find weird is that people will just out of a sleight of hand they'll say oh well yeah these people aren't there anymore so they don't deserve to say anything, but I would say when you have a group of people, the same ethnic group that is rather prosperous and successful here in the United States, where they're granted the freedoms to I guess you could say pursue their goals to the best of their potential, and I just see this weird the pushback I get from the pro IRGC crowd is I can't make sense of it. To me, and a lot of us have seen how they hang these protesters, and it's just but I would also say just the insane rhetoric that comes from it. How am I supposed to take Iran seriously? I can't.
This gentleman,
He said in regards to the bombing, I said it was a beautiful attack, and he basically agreed. But when it came to him bombing, the live state television interview where all of the Iranians could see it is they cut off internet access to the rest of the world and said you can't post anything else from the outside world, otherwise you'll get thrown in jail. To me that was a genius move. It might have been Israel. To be fair, it might have been a Mossad thing and not Trump, but it was genius.
I mean, Donald Trump is a lot of things. A genius, it's not. I mean, we can argue that he has equals. He surrounded himself with people who kind of understand foreign relations a lot better. But
I don't think any of us are calling him a genius, personally.
Pepe, see, this is what I'm trying to say. Right now, if you go to Europe, most of people in Europe we look at Donald Trump and would say, oh, most Americans don't support Donald Trump. This is not representative of United States. This is not United States. This is the exact same thing, but I'm telling you, if you go in, you don't listen to Iranians which are in United States. They are not a good representative of Iranian population.
No, I will admit that the people that would have defected from Iran, yes, obviously they're going to be anti-Iran. But what I would say is, why is it that the Iranians that ended up coming here so happen to do very well? They're not facing ethnic, racial. Hold on a second. They're not facing ethnic, racial, or even religious persecution. They're getting locked up and committing crimes at a lower rate. They are earning more money. They have higher levels of education. In other words, they are prospering here, even more so than the native population. And so, I would have to say, I mean, are these? Why would you discredit them when they ended up moving to another country and they're doing better than us on average? I mean, I would say maybe there's some credence to their argument.
No, Pepe, if you look at Koreans and if you look at Japanese, they do better than Iranian here as a minority. So when you have a group of people which have migrated over two continents and one ocean, definitely they are very, very cannot compare them, for example, with
No,
anybody.
I agree. Like,
I can compare them. I can compare them.
So
Here's why. Let me say why. After you finish.
Okay. So I want to point this out. Like, go to Afghanistan. Let's forget Iraq. In Afghanistan, United States went there, toppled the regime by boot on the ground. I really think the only way to change a regime in that area is boot on the ground. You cannot change it from there. The United States did change a regime in Afghanistan, and Ashraf Ghani came into the power. However, the people of that country, in an election, voted for Abdullah, which is pro-Iranian government. They voted for Abdullah, and we had to intervene and put Ashraf Ghani in power, which led to all the chaos, and then we had to leave. So you have to see what people actually feel. The people of that area, we like it or not, they are pro-Islamic group. They are pro-religious. And the more we intervene and hurt them, I hate these people that Israel killed. I hate them. I'm happy they killed them. But the more we do it, the more we are pushing people toward religious rights. That's my point.
Okay. Thank you. That was an interesting point. I want to first start on the why other groups are more successful. They have unity among the diaspora. So even though there are a lot of problems, the Korean community sticks together. The Indian community, which I work with a lot, there's a lot of unity there. But among our community, there isn't, because the people who, a lot of the people who fled right around the time of the revolution, they are different from the people who get to leave now. Now, if you are in Iran and you do something, like you get caught for a hijab violation, or you drink, or you do something against Islamic law, or anything against the government, let's say you have a disagreement with your professors, they will create a file for you such that they won't allow you to leave. But who do they let leave? They let the people leave who are loyalists to the regime. They come out west, they infiltrate the universities, and they run propaganda for the regime. They money launder for them. They get paid to do propaganda. When we moved to the community where I grew up, nobody was wearing hijab in our neighborhood. Everybody came from the era of the Shah, and you could wear a hijab, you could not wear a hijab, but most people, once they came out west, they weren't wearing hijab. But now if I go to that same community, the Middle Eastern people who are moving there, they're walking down the street in 100-degree weather while wearing full hijab.
Hey, pause. Hey, I just read something in the chat. So, Othello, you like to talk shit to women? Is that your get down?
I know what you think you're doing, but she has no proof, and that was a lie. And most of the people were in that room that are in here right now. So continue on.
No, hold on. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I just want to make sure that we just don't have people in here threatening women.
No way. I was just in JB's room earlier, and everything was fine. Most of the people in here right now were in there. This lady is a compulsive liar, and we've already exposed that. I would never disrespect women.
Hey, people know me here for longer than they know you. I don't know if anybody knows you or not. I've never seen you till yesterday that you came to that room. When I said IRGC is animals, I was lashed. You and that dude, the other guy, you guys told me maybe you did something wrong that you were lashed. Okay? So shut your fucking mouth.
Again,
Don't call me a liar.
That is what you said. That is what you said, Othello. That is what you said, Othello. And I find you to be a very spineless piece of shit to come in here and ping Edmund into the room, please. Ping Edmund into the room, please, because it was definitely recorded, Othello. It was definitely recorded.
You said that.
No one
You
believes
said
that
you left
in any room that he
IRGC.
goes to.
anything smart to say to that? I didn't think so, bitch. Let me just get to the fucking point here. If you guys want to have an honest discussion, we can have an honest discussion. It is a fucking red flag on this fucking app, though, when people say, oh, where's your evidence? I will tell you this. There is fucking evidence of a lot of shit that's on here. And Darko, don't even unmute. You know what? I'm going to send your dumb ass to the fucking audience. You could talk your shit in the fucking chat. You're not going to be on the stage. Here's a question for you, Othello. Because it just doesn't check out when you say you don't have any evidence. The way that you would defend yourself if you were telling the truth wouldn't be asking for somebody to prove the evidence. That's what guilty people say. Just say.
Okay, well, you can't tell me how to defend myself.
I have evidence on.
Wait, she's
I
speaking
have
over
evidence,
you,
Roger.
Can we,
I was
can we,
defending.
Hold on. Let's get to the evidence. Let's get to the evidence.
I was defending. This was an Iran versus Israel room. I was defending Israel.
Yeah, here it is.
I was trashing Islam, and I was blaming all of this on Islam and IRGC. And then this dude comes and writes in the chat after he told me all that anti-Semitic stuff. He said, Dr. Sarah Love won't be a doctor for too long after these recording and screenshots released.
that's the only thing
Now-
that's true. That's the
Now,
only thing
listen.
that's true.
Hey, shut up.
There's no
You know what
evidence,
he
Roger.
claimed?
There's
He
no evidence.
claimed I was being racist.
Oh, hold on,
It's
Sarah.
not about race.
Sarah, hold on.
Someone-
Sarah,
wait,
hold on. So, Othello, what did you mean when you said that she wouldn't be a doctor for too long?
That I was going to report her to the California Medical Board for holding racist rooms.
They don't care.
No, but the room wasn't about race. The room was about Iran versus Israel. And someone can tell you guys, I'm pretty sure he knows. Look, when you're Muslim, like even Iranian, if you travel to Israel, they will hang you if you go back to Iran. You're not even supposed to travel to Israel, let alone like be in a room, be a mod, and defend Israel for 10 hours straight. When he says recording and screenshots being released, do you guys see that Wei fan, the agent putting thumbs down? When he says released, that's how they talk. They can't tell you, oh, once I give this to the Pakistani friends, they're gonna come cut your throat off. And I honestly don't think he was gonna do it, but that's intimidation. That's
Okay,
how
can
he
I speak
tries to
now?
like shut people up.
Roger, can I just say on the basis of...
Hold on, real quick. So, look, we've got some accusations. It sounds like what Sarah said was that what was posted in the chat was that you're not going to be a doctor for too long. She received that as a threat, and then you clarified that, yes, you wrote that, but what you were referring to is that you were going to snitch on her to some organization because you thought that was a good tactic. And so my question then to you, Othello, what did she do that was racist?
So I have the screenshots, right? And one of the things that she said in the chat was, go focus on your black reparations instead of worrying about Iran.
That's the
Hold
only
on,
thing
I'm talking.
I said, and that was after you
I'm talking,
threatened my
William.
life, you piece of
I'm
shit
talking,
lying.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's
Show
get to.
me one more
Hold on,
screenshot that you have.
Sarah, hold on. So, if you have the screenshot, you can post it as a PTR. But I don't even know if we necessarily need that. And I'll tell you why. Because saying to somebody to focus on reparations, which is a very popular topic on this app, there's nothing inherently racist about saying that. There's nothing inherently racist about that at all.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
But I
Okay,
said that after. Can you put one
She's obviously
screenshot?
off the rails. I mean,
Othello, can you show one
obviously off
screenshot?
the rails.
Hold on. Sarah, hold on. Let's have a.
Roger, can you ask him to show one screenshot of
let's just hear what he has to say.
Two things. We're gonna, if he's got something racist, he can put it in his PTR. He can tell people, look at my PTR. But so far, what he shared, which I believe that's something that's in the wheelhouse of a lot of people on this stage to write in the chat or to say out loud. My question would be, like, how is that racist?
I think that is racist because if you're talking about an issue and somebody tells you go focus
throwing something.
Oh wait, are you Othello?
No, I'm not.
No. Okay. I think Roger was asking Othello.
Okay, give me a second.
Well, and respectfully, Sunan, you're not Othello either, so you're.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, so well,
Can you
so-
please ask him to show a screenshot?
yeah, two things.
Look, I sent the reflection
Hold
after.
on. Listen.
He doesn't
Hey,
have any
hold
witness.
on. Here's what it sounds like to me. I wasn't even there. This is what it sounds like to me, and let's see if we can get through this without recordings or screenshots or whatever. It sounds like that you guys had a disagreement on this topic, and then you took what he said as threatening, which listen, it's a bitch move to try to snitch on somebody. That's a bitch
It
move.
wasn't a snitch. He
Oh,
meant
hey,
he's gonna get his
Sarah,
killed. That's what he meant.
Sarah, hold
Don't
on.
downplay it, please.
Hold on,
Roger.
I'm not downplaying anything. I'm telling you what it sounds like to me. The man is acknowledging that he wrote what he wrote. Now, maybe he's lying. That's possible. That's a possibility. It's also a possibility that he meant that he wanted to snitch on you, which I also think is ridiculous. Like, if we can't, as adults, have a conversation, say things to each other that might be slightly offensive, and by the way, offense is received. It's not really given. You know, you can say all kinds of things, and if you don't believe this, just hang out with friends. You know, in your friend group, you'll say all kinds of heinous shit. You're not going to go and call their boss or try to turn them in or try to get them fired, because we understand that language it's all up to how you want to receive it. And so if you're so fragile that you receive something that somebody says on a social media app, that offends you, and then you want to harm them by trying to get them in trouble, I personally, this is my opinion, I think that's a bitch move. I think that that's the kind of thing that on the streets wouldn't sit well with people, and it's evidence to me that people aren't really from the streets, because if they were from the streets, they don't go around threatening to snitch on people. That being said, to Sarah's point, it could have been a threat. I don't know, but to me, what it sounds like is there was a disagreement, and you said something to her that she interpreted one way. You're saying she should, you meant it another way. I think both things. If threatening a woman would be ridiculous, threatening to snitch on somebody, in my opinion, that's almost as bad. I mean, it's bitch move territory. Like, if that was happening live in person, that's the kind of shit people get slapped over, threatening to snitch on people. So that's not something to brag on. And then the other thing is that the thing that offended you isn't even inherently racist. So it's just weird. The whole thing's weird.
I think it's psychotic. And I'm going to take it one step further, Roger. The fact that the context, given the fact that he's going after a woman like this, I feel like it's very predatory. It is.
Roger.
He's really this pressed about this shit that he's keeping a little file to go around and harass this woman on the fucking internet. How many women who have pissed you off from the internet do you have tied up in your closet? How many missing women do you have in your closet?
Roger, I only want to see Othello get kicked because he's a vegan.
I don't want him to get kicked. I want him to show.
No, just because he's a vegan.
Soon
That should be enough.
Please stop. Please. You guys find this funny?
No, I don't like it.
Because Roger, that screenshot that he has, he is telling the truth. I did tell him go deal with reparation instead of threatening people's lives. I said that after he made this comment. In this comment, he said once your screenshots and recording is released, he does have screenshots, but nothing racist. It's all about me. Shut up!
What does that have to do
It's
with
all
the
about
Muslim
me
caliphate?
defending Israel. That was a threat on my life, and
no.
Giving him the benefit of that.
Hey,
I'm wrong. I was
hold
the
on. Hey, hold on. We're bringing him back up. Don't do that. Listen, he might be a piece of shit. I don't fucking know. But I want to get to Sunan's point. About being a vegan, because there are certain things that I am very intolerant about. Vegans is one of them. Communists is the other. Othello, do you identify as either communist or vegan?
Man, the veganism I strive, it's never perfect, but I strive to eat vegan.
When's the last time you had a bacon sandwich, a BLT?
Oh my goodness, maybe 2008.
Get this communist out of here.
2009.
Jesus Christ. You know what I think would bring peace to the world is if we brought everyone together for a bunch of BLT sandwiches. I think if we just all got together and ate BLTs, the world would be a better place. But driver, I haven't heard from you on this.
I don't have a problem with Othello, but I mean.
No. I want to ask you a question. I want to get you into this conversation. Maybe this is kind of like a soft reset, if you will. What is your thought about telling the people of Tehran that they should evacuate? Do you think that a major attack is imminent?
I think there's a lot of manipulation going on, but yeah, I do think that the Iranian regime is desperate, and so if they can do what they can to throw humans in the way and then create propaganda around that, saying that they've done an exemplary job, that'll happen. Not unlike Hamas. Right?
Yeah. So there's some interesting things in the chat. Kermit says how Iranians having nuclear weapons is problem, and Pakistan nuclear bomb is not a problem. Pakistan is out loud jihadi country. Followed by Darko Vibes, not the smartest person in the world. He says, who said Iran's cannot have nuclear weapons? Fucking English people, please go to the adult school in your local community and go back to school and learn how to fucking communicate. It's giving me a goddamn aneurysm just reading the shit that you guys are writing. But here's the reason why certain people shouldn't have nukes. You take a country like Iran, who supports terrorism and has terror cells in multiple nations, and the proliferation of any of their weaponry that's used to target innocent civilians, specifically women and children, it's such a disgusting thing. And to allow a regime like that to have nuclear weapons is just beyond the pale. As far as Pakistan having them, there's a part of me that doesn't mind them having them, and I'll tell you why. If they ever use them, and this is the kind of mutually assured destruction thing, but India, if Pakistan used them on anybody, Pakistan sets off a nuke anywhere in the world, India will wipe Pakistan off the map. Pakistan will no longer exist. We'll go back to like early 1940s borders, and Pakistan will cease to exist.
Well, I think that's true, but it's interesting. I was reading this book about Pakistan. Long story, but the Chinese backing the Pakistanis and the Russians. Well, the Chinese backing the Pakistanis is, I think, a bit more problematic, right? Like, China will now use, I think, Pakistan for leverage if they can't use Iran. So I do wonder about that, but I could be wrong, and you may be 100% right.
Well,
Is mutually assured destruction not the only reason why anyone has nukes in the first place?
Well, hold on. Mutually assured destruction was really a concept surrounding the people that had a lot of them. If when the buildup was happening, if Russia decided to nuke us, we were gonna fucking wipe them out. But they had enough that they could have fired back. The good news is since then we've developed better rockets and we've got precision weapons. I'm not saying it wouldn't get messy, generals are stupid, and their soldiers are big giant pussies. I think Russia is the biggest paper tiger in the history of mankind. Just a bunch of overrated soldiers that are I mean they're getting fucking destroyed. They're getting fucking destroyed. I don't know if you guys want me to go through the statistics of just how many people that they fucking lost.
Yeah, can I ask you how they're being destroyed with the territory?
Yeah, do you know how many Russian soldiers are dead?
Human
I believe it to be about 100,000 somewhere in that area.
100,000? Yeah. Why don't you get out your fucking calculator and multiply that by 11?
We're talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Russians.
The Russians.
I don't know.
Minimum 1.1 million soldiers dead. Removed from planet Earth.
Russian soldiers dead. There's 11 million Ukrainians now.
Yeah. Well,
Whatever the
again,
number is,
I
it's gonna
wouldn't expect a guy with a towel over his head to be able to understand math. So listen, I get it. You're just flat out fucking incorrect.
He is BHI in his defense, Roger.
But I asked a specific question.
Wait, are you BHI?
Oh yeah, he is.
Wait, hold on. No, hold on. He ain't BHI. Are you BHI?
Yeah, he's Yar Israel.
No. I didn't fucking ask you, student. He's a grown ass man. Let him speak for himself.
What is BHI?
I want you to tell me what BHI is.
I don't know what that is.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Black
Yeah,
Hebrew Israel?
absolutely.
Oh, you are? Okay, excellent. And I'm glad I've got some people here that speak Hebrew. Can you speak to us in Hebrew?
No.
Okay, got it. So you're not fucking Hebrew. All right, I'm moving you down for being a liar. Listen, anybody that tells you that they're BHI, Black Hebrew Israelite, they are lying to you. They don't speak Hebrew. The first question you should ask any of them before you allow them to get another fucking word out of their stupid ass mouth is, do you speak Hebrew? And if they can't speak fucking Hebrew, you tell them to shut the fuck up and go home.
Oh, Roger, there was actually a rabbi that did that, debating Hebrew Israelites. He's like, yeah, start from Genesis. And he starts reading in English, and he's like, no, read it. And he's like, what do you mean I'm reading it? He's like, in Hebrew. He's like, he just got bad fucking crashed.
Is there any more BHI in this fucking room? Anybody? I mean, dude, I thought the fucking Hare Krishnas were fucking weird, and like, I said this earlier, but I sincerely believe it. I think BHI is like Scientology of the hood. I think it's the same thing. It's just like this fucking weird Ponzi scheme, fucking pseudo religion, weird thing. But it can only exist in the hood. What they do is they look for people that have like a third grade education, and they go, "Hey, I got good news for you." All right, Gildas is back. Sarah, did you get everything? Out of your system?
No,
there?
I did not, Roger.
Okay, all right, cool.
I
Okay,
asked
go
for
ahead, Sarah.
one-
Oh, it's on Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah.
I asked for one comment that he screenshotted, other than the one he showed. In that one, I clearly say go get reparation instead of threatening people's life. Meaning that comment was after he threatened me. So I want to see one of those screenshots that he's claiming were race related before he threatened me to like cancel culture me. I'm telling you, this is Pakistani radical Islamic style. We dealt with this last year. We had to go to FBI counterterrorism. We had this shit last year. This is not the first time. And
This
if you
woman
ask
is
someone,
clearly
they'll
off
tell
of
you
her rocker.
there are people who get killed. They're not necessarily Iranian, but people who were Muslim and they leave Islam. When you defend Israel, when you talk bad about Islam, you're playing with your life. Someone can tell you if this is true.
Sarah, how many glasses of wine have you had today?
Wait, Othello, are you a Muslim?
He said 0.
Wait, hold on.
Allowed Roger to talk to me like that.
Hold on.
Interrupt me
Hold
and
on.
mock me for how many glasses of wine I had.
No, hold on.
Piece of shit. I don't drink.
Hold on. Well, come on, that's not true. But listen, Sarah, I appreciate your passion, and I don't know how we're gonna mend this fence, but I wanted to just take a quick little second here, say hi to my friend David. David, me sending you a private message. I don't know if you're going to be around on Wednesday, but if you are, just look for the private message.
Thank you. Good evening. Great room. Just got here.
Yeah. We're having a great room. We got all the hitters here. We've got Gildas in the house. We've got Marshall, in case any kind of, we need any fact checks on history. We got Dr. Adams, so we know that the fat women won't be coming to the stage tonight. We got Pepe behaving himself. We got Sunan. I don't know if you guys knew this, but like I used to fucking throw Sunan out of it. Like he goes by a different name, or at least he used to. I used to throw his ass out of the room. But since I've come back, like it's weird. It's like it's recalibrated my taste and tolerance for people. And I'm not gonna say that I've acquired a taste for his gibberish, but at least I have not yet felt the need to throw him down. So whatever's happening is happening. I haven't even thrown Pepe out, but I will say I did leave a room yesterday that I was made moderator of. Shout out to my homeboy Matt Cool. Pepe started going off on one of the old school Pepe rants, and I just couldn't do it. And out of respect for Matt, it was his room. I just decided to leave the room rather than moderate it the way I would have. But Pepe went into some old school Pepe-ish. Yeah.
I left.
Wait, did he yell chimps?
I could.
No, that was me. Pepe was just yelling the N-word and got me in trouble. Thank you.
He was worse than that. But that's...
Yeah, look, it was a reminder that. No, I'm just gonna ask Pepe directly. Pepe, you're a guy that's well read. You're not a stupid guy, and I know that you've got a dark sense of humor. But like, at what point do you think that the the intentional provocation of using the N-word in mixed company, like why do you do that? I'm just curious why you do that.
He fell asleep.
No, I don't think it's the same. Anyways, here's the fucking shame of it all, right? If you get Pepe on the right topic and you keep him like, it's like, I don't know if you've ever went bowling. You don't have to be able to bowl well if you put the bumpers up, because it'll just kind of keep the ball like on the lane, and it will definitely take out some pins. That's kind of the way that you've got to take Pepe on this app. If you let the bumpers go, it's gutter ball after gutter ball after gutter ball. And what I've learned is like that side of him, I just have very little like tolerance for it, and so it just doesn't work for me. And that's crazy because I'm the guy that will throw out faggot and retard, and so it's not like I'm overly sensitive. I just think that racial provocations with strangers is a really fucking bad idea. That's my opinion.
Oh, Roger, I was just gonna mention. You see, Narayan is. I think he wants to be like moderator. He said he knows how to run the room better than you, so we should get back on the topic.
Oh, well, thank you, Narayan Rizzle. Rizzle, I'll invite you up.
Yes.
You will audition.
Oh, he's on stage.
He is? He is?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. I'm right here. I've been here.
Perfect. I didn't notice you because you're fucking underwhelming. But I got a question for you. And it's, how you answer determine a lot of things. You wanted to go back to the topic. Which topic did you want to go back to? Did you want to go back to the argument about, the death threats and the accusations of racism, or did you want to get back to the topic of the room?
The topic of the room.
Okay, cool. Bring us back.
Yes. Yeah. No, I just have a point. There's an open question, right? So the topic says Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. My thought on this is that as technology grows, it's not going to be only with Iran. It's going to be a lot of other countries that we think that have a nuclear weapon. So I think it should be more of like a proliferation where, I think the Iran nuclear deal was a very good one. So I like to
hear myself talk. I want to get back to just listening and helping. And thank you, actually, for getting us back on topic. Does anybody want to respond to what Narian said about maybe a differing opinion about why the strikes are necessary and will ultimately prove to be beneficial? Does anybody want to take that position?
Well, I just want to say that those quote unquote God-forsaken mullahs have no business with a nuke. And however close they are to one, if they have one buried somewhere in one of their mountains and they're trying to test it or whatever they're doing, they need to be eradicated. The entire program needs to be vaporized off the planet Earth, and the people need to be liberated. And if that means a quote-unquote preemptive strike, knowing that since 1979, them motherfuckers have been antagonizing the planet, at least the free part of the planet, get rid of them. Get them out of here as soon as possible. That's the justifiable cause, or the justified cause, I should say. Afghanistan might have been the wrong route. Iraq might have been the wrong route. Okay, but this is what we should be doing as freedom-loving and freedom-enjoying people, is getting rid of people. I mean, goddamn, did you see that woman's face when they bombed the TV studio? Did you see how indoctrinated and brainwashed she looked? I mean, damn, free them people, man. Get rid of them goddamn mullahs. Fuck them mullahs.
Okay. Well, look here's the thing. I think what is more helpful in these conversations is because I could agree, fuck the mullahs, but explaining the why, right? Because people will come in here and they'll flip that around and they'll say fuck Israel, they'll say fuck the Jews, and then when you ask them for substance, they don't have anything. And so, Gildas, I know you to be a man of substance, so give me the substance behind the argument of why they've got to go.
Yeah, well, because epistemologically, they believe that they are in tune with Allah, and their people can't hear the justification for why they get to rule and why America is the big Satan. But they know they have a secret telephone relationship with Allah, and He's telling them who's evil and who's not, who should be executed or raped or tortured. They can't gain access to it. And because they have an illogical epistemology, because they have an irrational way about trying to be leaders, they don't believe in real democracy. They don't believe in individual rights. They believe they have all the rights. And what's the other term they use? Infallibility? The Ayatollah is infallible? I'm trying to maintain composure here. But because they have an irrational way of trying to lead a country, they don't deserve to be in positions of power.
I have a counter argument to that.
Well, let's hear it.
So, what I would say is Iran has not acted like that, even though, let's say action talks louder than words, right? So, Iran has not actually given their capability, have not really taken this kind of strikes. And let's say, let's talk about democracy. It's like, what is the democracy? It's like, democracy can be wrong. It's only means 51%. If everybody in the Iran is kind of okay with this, then it should be okay with it. They are the nations. Leave them alone. And they want to be kind of left alone, doing what they want to do. But it shouldn't be the moral high ground that America should be taking while supporting Israel on this. This is kind of like my point. Israel should be able to defend itself and is capable of defending itself. But Iran should also be a nation that should do whatever the fuck it wants, given what it's doing and not bothering anybody in a way
far as their fucking mantra is death to America.
I mean that is a funny thing they say, but actually what they have done is cause America harm.
I don't think it's funny at all. Now, yeah,
Funny to
I'd be
them.
hard pressed to pinch my phone right now and find the exact connection to Iran and 9/11. I've admitted that before with Roger. I don't know if that kind of thing is even published, but insofar as they support a Hamas and they support a Hezbollah and they support these different regimes, but not regimes, but terrorist cells and groups.
It's like we also have known to support terrorist groups.
No, let me give you some fact killers. So when the United States attacked,
like all the terrorist group that you're blaming supporting Israel, we have supported them at some times. Not today, 30 years, 40 years. We might have won some. We might have.
This is such a dumbass fucking argument.
US doesn't support them.
They're on. You're a fucking Taliban supporter. I don't know what your fucking Pashtuni asses up here complain about. Also, Wayfon, yeah, we know they were Saudi nationalists, but they're ratified fucking Muslims. That's all they are. The reality is that Israel is our closest fucking ally in that region. We are supporting them. The ideal that we're not going to support them. The Iron Dome missiles come from fucking Arkansas. They can't create their own munitions there. It's a country the size of fucking New Jersey. They don't have the fucking minerals. They don't have the fucking material to make their own fucking rockets. They're our closest fucking ally, and we are going to support them. And if Iran wants to fuck around, they can find out. And they're finding out right now.
How did they get there?
What do you mean?
Right.
Who got what? What dumbass question are you asking? Go ahead. Iran.
No. Go back. How did they get there? Okay.
Wait, you want to go back to 48, 67? You want to go back to 70 AD, 130 AD? Where do you want to go?
Wait, hold on, pause.
Your argument.
Pause. I want to acknowledge the people in the chat that are retarded. The idea that having people on the stage that have differing opinions being a bad thing, okay, if you don't like it, go start your own fucking room. The purpose of these rooms typically is to be able to have a discussion. And if you have differing opinions, you can have that conversation. And maybe you guys prefer an echo chamber. If you want the echo chamber, go to the echo chamber. Listen, I think the IRGC is one of the most disgusting regimes in human history, and I can't wait for them to go. That being said, those that want to come in here and defend them, we're going to hear them out. Because I believe that part of the free speech thing is allowing stupid people to say their
Agreed.
So
where were you wanting to go back to? 70 AD, 130 AD, 1948, 67? Where were we going to...
So Gildes, let me give you two facts while Neran is finding the time. So IRGC, like when 9/11 happened and US attacked Taliban, IRGC gave them exact location where to hit. That's why the mission was successful there. And the other one was when ISIS was in Mosul. IRGC was fighting on the ground, collaborating with the US Air Force to bring down ISIS. So this is two examples of how IRGC actually collaborates with the United States.
I want you to get I want to jump in.
I know you do. I see it.
For like 5 minutes they helped them. And what was the IRGC was actually in Syria massacring humans. They helped the Syrian government use chemical weapons, and I think they killed around 400,000 people. And that was one of the stupid mistakes of the Obama administration to, um, to allow Qasem Soleimani was the leader of the IRGC, and they bragged about it in Western media that Obama was so smart that he was, working with the IRGC to fight ISIS. And we saw what happened when Trump came. He said, "No, we're not going to use these terrorist organizations against each other. We're going to handle ISIS ourselves." And that's part of the problem, how we got in this situation, is that the West thought, hey, we'll use these Islamist organizations to fight the Russians, okay? But ultimately what happened is there was after the 80s, there was an alliance between the Russians and the Islamists against the West. That's what we see today. That's why they have so many Iranians who say, oh, I hate the regime, but I also hate the Shah and the monarch. Why? Because they were part of the left, the anti-Western, the narrative of colonialism. They're part of the left that fought the Shah, and when the Islamists won, they went and threw a bunch of these socialist communists in prison, kicked them out of the country, and killed a bunch of them. So these people were actually aligned with the Islamists. They thought they could take advantage of it, and they lost. They had a fight. One of the famous guys, Gokzadeh, the foreign minister that was Wayfan was talking about it earlier, how they wanted the U.S. to arrest the Shah and bring him back so that they could hang him. They asked the IRGC, they asked Iran. It wasn't the IRGC at that time. They asked Iran, what evidence do you have that the Shah has committed crimes? And Iran didn't have any evidence. But anyway, this guy, this foreign minister, Gokzadeh, he got into an argument with Khomeini when he realized that he had lost power. And he basically yelled at Khomeini and said, we gave you this revolution, and then he was hung. So the Europeans and the West thought that they could control this regime. And I had a lot of socialist teachers from that era when I was in high school. A lot of my very liberal socialist teachers were like, "Oh, the Khomeini is bad because he killed such and such leftist guy." And back then, I didn't realize who the hell she was talking about. But these Europeans and these Westerners said that they overthrew the Shah, and these leftists that they had supported didn't end up winning. And that's one of the problems that we have. We were talking about Afghanistan earlier. When one of the things that they wanted to do to Afghanistan was to bring back Zahir Shah, who was the king of Afghanistan, and but the British vetoed it. But the U.S. were actually going to bring a cultural figure that would have had loyalty among the Afghan people. That's one of the issues is when they did regime change in Afghanistan and Iraq, they made a lot of mistakes. These countries were not ready for systematic advancement. In Afghanistan, you have one major city, Kabul. In Baghdad, you have like two big cities. In Iran, you have a dozen big cities. You have Tehran, Tabriz, Shiraz, Esfahan, Kerman. You have all these major metropolitan cities. So, you know what? If they're going to vote for Islamists, that's fine. But what we should have is we should have a free country, and we should have the ability to vote, and we see what happens from there. The thing that Iran has that these other countries don't have is that Iran is the oldest nation in. They have a long history before Islam, and all those things are important when you're trying to create a new nation, and you have a bunch of Islamists. You need to have other cultural phenomena, other cultural historical values, and things that you can reach to, so that there's something to compete against the Islamists, and Iran has that.
So do you think Cyrus the Great is what will also be thrown out? as an example of what could be?
Absolutely. Cyrus the Great, in fact, they have all these fake opposition channels on YouTube and stuff. And what they do is they say, they go, because they know, we talk about, what do you call it, a collective consciousness, right? So the people themselves went towards Cyrus the Great and used the symbol of Cyrus the Great as sort of like a cultural symbol to fight the Islamists. And the regime realized that, so they also create. They have their own channels where Islam is great, blah blah blah. You have your own channels where they're leftists who are communists and they hate the Shah and they hate the regime. But they also had anti-regime, fake anti-regime websites who use Cyrus the Great as this great symbol. Ironically, though, they are still anti-Israel. Why is it ironic? Because Cyrus is the great, not because of the big, just because of the big empire he had, but because he freed the Jews from Babylon. He declared ethnic freedoms, religious freedoms, and all these freedoms that were documented in Xenophon's book, Cyropedia, which the Greeks used, which we see we think of the West as sort of following that tradition of Cyrus. So definitely, we're going to go back to that, and we're going to have something that is culturally Iranian that we can use. Just the other day, on the news channel that our friend Yildiz was talking about, how they attacked that channel. What's funny is, just recently, the national television news channel that they have is called Sadai Simam. They actually use Cyrus the Great motifs in their background just recently because they realize they're losing and they're trying to tap into this nationalism. What Wayfan is saying, that the attacks are going to create people to be more with the regime. That's the hope. That's the game that the regime is trying to play, but it's not going to work. People have seen this game play out. They're just biding their time to overthrow the regime. There's no way that these guys are going to be able to tap into nationalism. In fact, there's a video of Khomeini, the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yeah. Hey, hold on a second. In order for us to have a conversation, let's try to like make just like one or two points and then just kind of keep going. I want to just cut in here. Narian Rizzle said in the chat, my question is, at what cost we going to change the regime in Iran? And I've got a question for you, Noranian. At what cost would we allow them to stay in power? What are we willing to risk leaving them in?
That's a very good question, right? I do not know. But it just feels like very deep inside that this is going to cause a lot of, it's just a lot of chaos. I just feel like if the regime change is what we're going for, then technology and everything, we should penetrate into the people, like have them, develop a civil war or encourage people. There are so many Iranians, like the fellow that was talking, that says that actually want to see this regime change. Empower these people. Find a way to empower these people. Like if you can find a way to drop a motherfucking missiles on it, you should be able to penetrate through this. And that's, I know it's going to be costly to us, but ultimately it's going to be the less cost if we actually, given we think that, that these people are brainwashed, then we should unbrainwash, not kill them.
Disagree. Hard disagree. And here's why. When you have a regime that sponsors terrorism, that around the globe is targeting innocent women and children, they got to go. And
Yes.
this regime and Islamists in general have this bad habit of, they'll go target innocent women and children, and then they'll go hide behind their own women and children. And then when the incoming bombs come, then they say that their opposition is the bad guy. And so, yeah, that's the big problem. Is there's going to be photographs that'll come out that'll look very bad, war as hell. And so my sincere hope is that as this regime change takes place, that it happens swiftly, and that the people in Iran get involved to help have a say, a huge say in what kind of government they're going to have moving forward. Because that's the one thing that Israel nor the U.S. is going to be able to do, is determine that for the Iranian people. They're going to have to determine that for themselves.
Roger. So,
okay, one. Okay, I just want to make one point. Given that what you just said, right, the regime change, and we should use the CIA, Mossad, all the intelligence capability that we have, and just top it, just kill the guy, and see what happens. Wait one week, you can already create a chaos like this, right? Just if you're going for the regime change, kill the top and see what happens.
Yeah. Roger, you want a regime change with the air. So let's say you demolish Tehran, and the plan is actually this. They will instantly divide their command center to 11 command center. They have planned. It's all planned. And then what? You will go after 11 command center around Iran? That's what you're saying.
Well, listen. If you're a terrorist or a terrorist sympathizing piece of shit, you could divide up into 1,000 command centers, and we should hope for a swift death to every one of them.
So basically, you're saying that bomb the whole country.
And what price is that going to come?
There's more
Like
countries
sweeping
in the
up
USA that are backing up Israel too. Like, let's not be stupid.
Yes, no, yes, they are. But it's like, what is the point? What I'm trying to, my point is that at what cost, right? Okay. We want the government to be tough. We have understand that the people have been brainwashed. So we have to unbrainwash. We should have had a lot of people, like the missionaries, find a way to go into Iran and tell them, hey, like, sort of like creating a civil war in Iran would be a better choice than this.
Well, hold on. First of all, like, we're free to talk about this stuff, but with all due respect, like, I mean, what is your qualification to say what the best course of action? I can have my favorite course of action, but the idea that you think that you've got this all figured out, we've been dealing with this for fucking decades now. But what you're suggesting is that what the experts should have done is consulted with you, so we could have got the plan together. That's what you're saying, right?
If I was an expert, like, no. It's my opinion. No, not an expert.
So here's my opinion.
Yeah.
I'll make it very clear. Clear.
Yes.
If you have an ideology, whether it's a religion or whether it's some other worldview that leads you to believe that it is okay to target civilians, to target women and children. Now, women and children may die in a war. Civilians may die in a war. That's collateral damage. That happens. But if your choice is to target them and then hide behind them, this is the type of regime that we're talking about. And all of their proxies operate the exact same way. I have no sympathy, none, not a single drop of sympathy for anyone that supports that shit. And I don't think that look, if you told me that 1 billion people on the planet support that, then I would say that I support killing 1 billion people. Because anyone that supports that must die.
Yes. You see how democracy operates, right? Democracy is majority. So you're just saying.
Wait, what did you say?
That
Did you say
is
democracy is the majority? Is that what you said?
Yeah. in it. It's 51%.
Like as far as like the entire.
Wait, hold on. First of all, can you tell me which country you believe has a democracy?
Right.
I think America has democracy.
No, America intentionally avoided a direct democracy.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. No. You can't say something and then when I disagree with you, you say, yeah, you agree with me. No, I'm disagreeing with you. Okay? I'm telling you that when the U.S. was created, it was founded. It was with the idea that with the expressed idea that direct democracy is a terrible idea, and they wanted to avoid that because it's a bad idea. And so what they did was they set up a representative democracy, which is different. And you could say, oh yeah, but it's still democracy. No. It's not majority rules. And in fact, majority rules, if we would have set up our country with the majority ruling, slavery would have lasted at least another 100 years. So be very careful what you would.
I don't know how to pronounce your name, sir, but where are you from?
Try saying like no to Ryan.
Wait, what? Say it again.
Like try saying no to Ryan. How would you say no to Ryan?
Okay, we're not gonna fucking play this goddamn game of fucking like who knows how to pronounce.
No, Ryan.
Hey, hold on. I don't give a shit if you guys mispronounce names. You know what? Fuck it. If you mispronounce, yeah, I don't care. I don't care. No, hold. What? Why are you speaking? Can I just say hi to my friend fucking Rolo for a second? Can I just say Rolo? It's good to see you.
I just want to know where he's from.
There we go.
Rolo, do you have a problem with my new moniker?
Fuck is going on?
It's better than the old one.
You know, all it means is that I make the kitty wet.
Hello?
Meow.
Look, see, everything was not sexual at all until Roman got here. Look at this.
That's what happens.
Exactly.
When he brings his, actually,
No, actually, it's Dr. Jordan that did it.
Actually, Rohan's not here. Rolo's here, but thanks for detonating people.
Bang. Thanks, Ann. Appreciate
Sorry.
it. What's going on, Mojo? This is not like, it's good to see you.
No, it's really.
I'm gonna have to change my name, man. Y'all got different names, but I recognize all the voices.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. No problem at all.
Yeah, perfect. So, DEI is optional. I don't know what that was all about. Let's see. So, it's been very interesting coming back, Rolo, to this app. I came back and Anne was in the middle of a controversy. I think we worked through that, though. I think she's back. I think she's back to the new and improved Anne, not the throwback Anne.
Controversy in the same sentence.
She had like this. She had this throwback moment. We don't have to discuss the details. In fact, I'm forbidden from talking about the details. But it was a throwback moment. And so, nope. I'm forbidden to talk about it. I'm
You're
forbidden to talk
such
about
a
it.
douchebag.
I'm serious about it now. And why don't you look? I mean, just come out. You've always like spoken your piece and been true to yourself. So why don't you tell us?
Well, first, I need you to give me a reliable source, and then we can talk about it.
Okay, so let's move back to the topic. Rolo, do you have any thoughts on the prospects of taking out the IRGC?
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes and have to share my thoughts.
Okay, perfect. You take your 5 minutes. I think we got Loquacious, who had indicated in the chat that he wanted to come up. We brought him up. Loquacious, what do you want to add to this conversation?
Hello, guys. Hi. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yes, but with this fucking accent, it better be good.
Yeah, zero problem.
Yeah. So, yeah, my point is very clear. I mentioned in the chat. It is it's a war between two countries right now. It's between Israel and Iran. So why these two countries are fighting with each other? What's the reason? Because Israel is trying to stop them. They can't make the nuclear weapons, but they have a right because Israel do have a nuclear weapons. The country who have.
Well, hold on, Loquacious, hold on. You can't just skip over 70 years of history. Listen, if you didn't have a regime that hated Jews, we would probably not be having this conversation. It's when you have people that have a worldview that Jews don't have the right to exist on planet Earth, that's a problem. And we could go back to the creation of the state of Israel in 1948. We could have that conversation. We could go back further and have a historical conversation. I know that once upon a time the glorious Persian Empire, had rolled through there, but so would every other empire. So I don't know why you want to start this conflict on the day that bombs dropped in Tehran, because this conflict is long-standing. And by the way, one of the sides, and it's not Iran, actually desires peace.
Can I just ask one simple question? Is it for anybody else? Is there something just inherently, just something that pisses you off and you can't stand people that eat fucking horse meat? Like, I don't know what it is. Every time I meet somebody that eats fucking horse meat, it just drives me nuts. Go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about the history, yeah, we can talk about the history. Right now, what's happening? If the Iran is retaliating, like Israeli people, they are killing some civilians. So we all are against them. Like at the end, like I think in the war, the first casualty is innocent people. It's happening on the both sides, from the Iran side, from the Israel side. So it's not good, like the way they are killing the innocent people in the crossfire.
Did somebody move him? That was weird. I didn't move him. He's welcome to come back up, despite my disagreement with what he was saying. Shameen, my cowboy brother, it's been a while since I've seen you. Nuha, I don't think I know you, but what's up? Moose is back in the building. Let's have a conversation here. And you seem to be probably the most, I think, conflicted and in the middle of this argument out of anybody. Like, everybody else seems to be pretty definitive one way or the other about what they'd like to see happen. And you're kind of like middle of the road. How did you come to this position of like straddling them?
Well, so in the Bible, like we are supposed to just pray and not intervene in God's plan. And avoid conflict and just pray for our neighbors. So we aren't supposed to take sides. This isn't about us. This is beyond us. So essentially, we are supposed to turn the other cheek. Essentially, pray for our neighbors and pray for peace.
And
so when you say straddle the middle,
yeah.
And I know you don't, and I know that you had written something and sent it about fence sitters. You can call it fence sitting if you think that Christians are fence sitters. But to me,
I think this is different. I think that there's if there's people that are genuinely praying for peace, I don't think that's fence sitting. I think the fence sitting is when people do they have the passionate opinion that that there's some that both sides are in the wrong.
Oh yeah.
Like that whole shit.
I
Yeah.
do think I think definitely one innocent life being taken is one too many. So when the news is reporting like the number of deaths, and then people are then making rooms about like, oh, we're winning, we have more dead bodies than you do. Like, to me that's like sick. And I don't appreciate that kind of talk at all.
But what about enemy combatants? I mean, the Bible does talk about there is a time to fight, and
Right.
So
So as
in
disciples, we aren't called to do that. So like, the Jews have a certain, like God calls them to serve a certain purpose, and He also has a certain purpose for us disciples. And so we know what we're supposed to do when this happens, and we're supposed to stay out of it and pray for peace. Now, however, like, I see what's going on, but I do. I think that one innocent life is one too many. And as a woman, I don't like to see war. I don't think we're cut out to, like, be that, like, it's not good for women. Like, so essentially, I don't want war. I don't like seeing it, but that's just me. I don't want to, like, see people dying, but that just comes for, like, men. You guys are, like, the protectors, so, like, to you guys, like, you want to protect, defend, and your family and your homeland, which is respectable. But just women talking about it can get, like, we get more, we're out of body experience. It's just not.
No, that's fair. But and when it comes to innocent lives being taken, I'm very sympathetic to that. I do think my position on this is pretty consistent. That I don't want to see innocent people harmed. So if people have it, let's say if two people had a problem with each other and wanted to fight, right? If you were in a bar and two people were, like, I'm gonna kick your ass, no, I'm gonna kick your ass. If they mutually decided we want to fight, I don't really have a problem with that. I would still probably try to be a peacemaker, to be honest. But if they wanted to engage with each other, I would say have at it. The problem that I've always had with these conflicts, and the people that hate Israel and the people, let's be more specific, that hate Jews, the thing that they do that really is problematic to me is the fact that they're not honorable in the way that they want to fight. If you had people that had beef with Israel or had beef with the Jews and said, okay, hey, at 3 o'clock behind the backstop, we're gonna duke it out. Whether it's dueling, dueling pistols or sword fights or what we have now with with tanks and bombs and the armaments that we have today. To me, it's all about are these two sides like willing combatants? And the problem that I see is that one side wants to target the enemy combatants, the other side wants to target the women and children, and then when the women and children get harmed, the side that wants to defend their women and children goes after enemy combatants, and those enemy combatants, like cowards, are now hiding behind their own women and children. And that's the problem that I have. I think that there's something just very, at its core, so dishonorable about these terrorists. That's what they are.
I'm gonna give, I don't even necessarily know if it's pushback, but hear me out. So when Hamas was hiding in the tunnels underneath the children's hospital and the school, and then they had threatened that they were going to essentially come and kill all Israelis in Israel. Right before that, that was a threat, and then Israel chose to bomb that hospital and that school. And the next thing on the news, the Hamas was using their children as human shields. And to me, that's very, very clever, manipulative, though, to say that, because essentially I thought that Hamas set Israel up, and now, like, that looks bad to me. It looks bad on Israel's part. It was a threat. You should take threats seriously, but, like, they hid underneath that, and Israel chose to go ahead and bomb because they said they knew Hamas was underneath in the tunnels. And to me, that didn't, just because someone threatens something, it's like they took the bait, essentially.
So after World War II, there was some established norms around the rules of war, and one of those, and this Lee Roman 2 guy probably won't have the courage of his conviction to come up on the stage and talk about it, but the facts are, if you're hiding behind civilians, the term that we've come up with for that is human shields, and that is a war crime. And the reason it's a war crime is because you can't expect somebody whose civilians are being attacked, and their soldiers being attacked, a country being invaded, you cannot expect them to not fire back because some coward is hiding behind women and children. And so, yes, sad but true. If you've got rocket launchers in a school, those rockets can be used to kill innocent people, and you have an obligation to save your women and children. So you would then take out that rocket. And if those sons of bitches hid that fucking rocket where children and women are at, that death, while very unfortunate, especially for children, right? While unfortunate, that blood's down on the hands of the people that launched that response. That is that. So, and you're free to disagree with me on this. The way that I see it though is that every single death in Gaza, every single one, every drop of blood is on the hands of Hamas and the people that are at the head of the snake funding it, which is in Iran as well as Qatar.
But at what point was it when they declared that it was a war zone, or that declared war? Because I know that essentially it wasn't considered a war until I don't even know when. When did
Well,
at
what time?
I'm not being cute. I'm just
no, but at what point does the definition of a declared war matter? If somebody's
rules of war, like when that actually comes into play, to me, it started on October 11th. Like that's when it started for me. But, like,
sure.
In my eyes, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm just saying, like I didn't know if that took I guess the rules of war who plays by the rules.
Yeah. Well, look. Here's the long history made short.
Okay.
When the British Mandate came along and Israel was offered statehood by Britain, who had most recently owned the land, controlled the land. They also offered a statehood to the Arabs, and they declined. And so the state of Palestine was not created because the Arabs decided not to accept it. And what happened the day, so Israel becomes a country, the following day, Arab nations decided to go to war with Israel. And so since its inception, in its latest incarnation in the 40s, they've been at a constant state of threat. And that threat comes from their neighbors, and it comes because of their identity. And it's pretty diabolical. And I have to say that anyone that follows this stuff closely, if you compare it to any other conflict that you could see around the world, in human history, really, their ability to focus on killing enemy combatants rather than civilians, yes, civilian casualties happen. And this is considering that that collateral damage is happening because of where the enemies positioned themselves. Israel is going above and beyond what any country in the history of warfare has ever done to avoid killing civilians. And if people want to argue about that, they're happy to have this argument, but I'm going to hold you accountable to bring facts to the table, because I will bring the facts.
Roger.
Yeah, so let me know when I can say something here.
I just want to respond and then Robert can do whatever. So so I again, like I am supposed to pray for peace. However, there's just a different level of um, crimes against humanity when it comes to one of the two people in the fight. When I see that women and children are being brutally raped and things like that, like this is disgusting and like it's like inhumane. It's inhumane. So and like really it tears me up because I just don't even know how like anybody in their right mind could do that. And I haven't now, mind you, I haven't seen everything, but I haven't seen any Israelis raping women or children. And I could be wrong. Correct me if I am wrong. But to me, it just brings a different level of war. That's just like demonic.
So I'm just.
No, well, I definitely want to hear from Becca.
So I was gonna say something.
Hold on. No, you're not going to interrupt. There.
Okay, so add me in.
Move you to the audience, and I'll bring you back up when it's time for you to speak. I'm just going to say this very briefly. In war, there's going to be people that are fallible that can do bad things. That can happen. The other thing that I'm really impressed with Israel is that when things happen that are outside of protocol, people are held accountable. I mean, the honor in which they approach war is pretty impressive. But Doctor,
I was just gonna say to Ann that I put a link at the top on John's theory, and I think this might explain or offer you some insight into the ethical conundrum. What's that?
No, I just said okay. I'm gonna say that.
I mean, I'm not saying it's just a different perspective. And I hope you'll record that I did not sexualize the room tonight. My partner in crime did. I didn't say a goddamn word about it.
It's documented. I'll write that down. I'll date it. And thank you for that. I just saved it.
I want to let Shamim pop in here. And Austin, don't fucking try my patience tonight. It'll be a short time if you do. Shamim, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Roger, long time man. Hope everyone's well. If sorry if my voice is kind of messed up.
Shamim, it's Mojo.
Yeah.
It's Mojo. You can call me Mojo.
I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness, Your Royal Mojo-ness. The thing is Roger, is people, something that was created some 40 some years ago in Iran, my land of birth, is the same issue we have today in a lot of these kind of, I don't know, George Soros kind of funded schools like Harvard and Princeton and Yale and pretty much 90% of the Ivy League. I don't want to say the entire Ivy League. And there are some people that have at least 2 brain cells to rub together in these schools. The sad reality of the situation, Roger, and I say this with all due love and respect to my fellow Americans, that a lot of Americans that were born and raised in this land of ours, this beautiful country that I happen to be a naturalized citizen of for over 20 years now, coming here as a religious refugee from Iran at the age of 7. And the thing, Roger, that a lot of people, a lot of these like Ivy League schools in particular fail to understand is that when you don't know your history and you don't know another country's history and you fail to read history books and you fail to read history books from a broad range of perspectives and are just willingly I don't know if I want to say ignorant, brainwashed, because like if someone is brainwashed, how do they even know they're brainwashed? They're brainwashed after all. The point I'm getting to, Roger, is that unfortunately, people like this, and there's thousands upon millions of these types of people in the world. I don't want to say they sadly exist because I'm not advocating for their extermination. We live in a world of duality, so if stupid didn't exist, smart wouldn't exist. Same thing with light, saw last 2-3 years, where these kids with 75 different colors of the rainbow in their hair are screaming at the top of their lungs, free a nation state that never existed and probably will never exist, for better or for worse, just like Kurdistan. And I feel bad for all these kids in Gaza and all over the Arab world that are getting their shit handed to them because a bunch of terrorists don't want to give it up. And if you remember Yasser Arafat, and I forgot the prime minister at the time, if somebody could help me, the gentleman with the big spot in the middle of his head or something. I'm getting him and probably Gorbachev mixed up. That was Russia. But anyway, the point is, in the 90s, if you remember, with Clinton, and they shook hands, and Arafat, who, by the way, was not Palestinian, he was Egyptian by birth, and they swore to have peace. And then, if I remember correctly, not even 6 or 7 years later, they had another intifada, and were throwing rocks at Israeli IDF tanks. The funny thing is that, speaking of the IDF, I'll say this real quick, Roger. The IDF, and I lived in Israel for a year and a half, by the way, and I have no affiliation with the Israeli government. I was just there studying abroad and serving at the Baha'i World Center in Haifa as a security guard, because I'm a member of the Baha'i faith on a voluntary basis. And that's what I was doing there for a year and a half. And ironically, Roger, every interaction I had with every Arab, every Jew, every atheist, every gay person, every straight person, whatever skin color and tone of shade under the sun, I never had an issue with anybody. And the ironic thing is because nobody had an issue with me, because I always led with kindness. And that's one thing we've kind of gotten away with, or gotten away from. And I remember IDF soldiers coming into the Baha'i Gardens, which is a holy place for us Baha'is. We believe that all the religions belong in Israel because it's the Holy Land. And it's the land of I don't know how many prophets, Old Testament, New Testament, what have you, spanning thousands of years. And that's a fact, that's not an opinion. And so it belongs to everybody. But you have one group of people whose entire existence is being questioned because of a bunch of prejudice, because a bunch of clergy find themselves to be superior by what logical basis God only knows. I don't even think God wants anything to do with these people. But you have an entire army, Roger. I'll say this real quick and I'll end shortly. I don't want to get on my soapbox. My throat is hurting from all the allergies here. The IDF is the only standing army in the entire world. And it doesn't even compare to the military might of the U.S. Army, may I add. The U.S. military is by far the greatest, if you want to call it, war machine that has ever, even greater than the Roman army, and you can go on and how amazing the U.S. military is. Good for us, I guess. But the IDF is the only standing army in the whole world that in its very name and by its very nature is defensive. It's defensive in nature. It's called the Israeli Defense Forces. And as far as I understand, in every single one of these wars, by the way, you were talking about a bunch of nations stood up against it in 48 when it declared its, freedom, independence, whatever.
Yeah, it was 67.
Well, that too. But even in 48, a bunch of nations stood against it. And if I'm not mistaken...
wait, hold on a second. Who came off mic?
Oh, me.
Why would you correct him on something that he was 100% correct on?
Oh, no, he was looking for the number. It seemed like he was, like, trying to...
Well, he was correct, though. 1948 was the first one.
Well, yeah, but when Gaza and the West Bank became part of Israel, it was 67 after the 6-8.
Okay, hold on. If you're going to offer a correction, just be correct.
Was.
No, he had mentioned that in 48, the day after statehood was declared, they were attacked, and you interrupted as if you were offering a value by mentioning something that everybody else on the stage is very well aware of, is that that wasn't the only war. So if you're gonna interrupt to offer a correction, just make sure that your correction is correct, which it was. wasn't. Shamim.
No, I'll wrap it up, man. I don't want to be because the Iranians would like to go on these diatribes. The point is, Roger, is in '48, one of many wars, which
No, I'm gonna pause you there. Hold on. Listen, because you are dude a little rambling, and you know I like you. You know you're my homie. But here's what I want to say. Let's not make this about Iranians babbling, because I have a lot of Iranian friends. This is not about being Iranian. There's a lot of good fucking Iranians. A lot of them. And so my hope in this is that an opportunity is created where those really good Iranians are going to rise up and they're going to take their country back. That's what I hope for.
Right, so I'll bring it full circle. So the 47 years of, I call it occupation, by this mafioso called it, in Farsi the word is Sepah, and it's short for Sepah Pastaran, which means the ones that protect they're the guards of the revolution. These guys are still having, part of my friends, there's ladies on the stage, but these guys are still getting off and orgasming to something that happened some 40-some years ago. Oh my God, we overthrew the Shah and blah blah blah. That's another point for another day entirely. But what I'm trying to say is that people that willingly either one refuse to read their history or refuse to read different authors from different perspectives of history are not only doomed to repeat history, but they're doomed to, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, so I'll just say it how I usually say it. They're doomed to walk this desert of desolation and disillusionment, living, I don't even want to understand what kind of life they live because it's a semblance of reality. The term like Seven Nation Army, if you know that song by the White Stripes. The Seven Nation Army, that comes from, if I'm not mistaken, either 48 or 67. It doesn't matter, but multiple armies raised up against the nation of Israel multiple times in ancient times. Hundreds of years before Christ ever walked this earth in physical form. And things like that. So what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't fuck with the nation. And I'm not even saying this because they're God's chosen people. It has nothing.
Well, can we wrap this up before Jesus returns?
Right. Well, he already did 150 years ago in Iran. But the point is that most people, Roger, I don't really know if they have any single ounce of really clue what's going on. But if I may be so bold, we're basically living in the times of the Book of Revelation. Whether people believe in that or not, that's between them and there. But the people in Iran are obviously sick of all of this nonsense, and so this is all happening.
Wait, Shamim. So listen. Now we're going to the Book of Revelations. Listen, I like when people cherry pick the Bible. It's one of the things that keeps me away from church. The Bible also says that you won't know the time or the place. He'll come like a thief in the night. So the idea that you pinpoint that we're living in Revelations, like, it's actually anti-biblical to make that kind of commentary. If you believe what you read, you would know what I'm saying. And again, I don't want to criticize you because there's many things that you said that I actually agree with, and I actually welcome the fact that you were able to offer some insights that I think we're missing from this stage. But let's not make it a holy war, dude. Let's not make it a holy war. Let's just simplify it, right? I don't believe this is a spiritual war. I don't.
And war, those two things should never go together, but because people don't understand, they put them.
Well, and if you believe in the Bible, the good guys win and all that kind of jazz, right? Like Revelations isn't supposed to be scary, even though there's a monster. It's kind of like watching science fiction. The good guy wins. I mean, if you've read the whole fucking thing, spoiler alert, the good guys win. So there's that. I want to get this back to a conversation though, and I really jump back in. Even if you're gonna throw the hellfire brimstone and quote Revelations, all is fair game as long as we can get a conversation going. We've got Lee Roman up here who in the chat has just made an absolute fool of himself for the last 45 minutes. I want to see if he can replicate that in an audible form.
45 minutes? Was he talking that long? Oh my god.
So go ahead, and I'm gonna let you audibly make a fool of yourself. Go ahead.
Alright, so two things. The first thing you said was, Hamas is using human shields and they're hiding between civilians. I put two links in the chat. The first link is IDF soldiers in the shelters with the Israelis, the women and children and civilian men. The second video was, IDF anti-aircraft, not anti-aircraft, the anti-aircraft missiles that's used and launched at the missiles coming down. Those are actually placed in civilian areas. I put a video of that as well. So the same criticism that the Gazans are receiving for the last year and a half, the Israelis are doing the exact same thing. The only difference is when the Israelis do it, everybody gives them a pass, and when the Gazans do it or are accused of doing it, all the blame is put on Hamas, no matter how many children are killed. And then a third thing, the first day of this war between Israel and Iran, they did some pinpoint strikes from 3,000 miles away. They said they had some Mossad agents inside Iran or whatever it is, but there's a famous picture going around of them attacking one of the generals at his home, and there's a cutout of where the missile went through. So if they're able to make those kind of pinpoint strikes, why are they not able to do that in Gaza? For the last year and a half, where more than 500,000 homes has been destroyed, different houses and hospitals, all of these things have been destroyed. And I know, obviously, the convenient answer is going to be Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Hamas is doing this. They're using human shields. They're hiding in hospitals. They're hiding in there, hiding in this place. But if Israel has the weapons and has the know-how to pinpoint who they want in a whole building, I'm sure they're able to do that in Gaza, which is literally next door.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you taking the time to say what you think is true. It's interesting to me that that you predicted that what I would say is but Hamas. Well, it's hard to ignore the terrorist group that was responsible for the pain and suffering of the people in Gaza, and also responsible for invading Israel, killing women and children, raping them on October the 7th. And what's interesting to me is you talk about, you could post a link of a photograph where you're going to make some assertion that that Israel is using human shields, which is just fucking laughable. And then your point was that if they've got such precision weapons, why are they taking out hospitals and schools? But you kind of acknowledge the fact that Hamas does hide in these locations. And if you don't believe that, I'm happy to post numerous examples of where this is true. And so, well, first of all, hold on. Let's just get a couple things straight, okay? With the chat, I'm glitching a little bit, but let me get in the chat and see who this fucking retard is. So, this Saint Third Eye says, "Burn Israel, burn every person in Israel, burn Israeli kids." Okay, so I'm gonna leave this here, not because I like it, but it's gonna give an opportunity for all of you in the room that have any sense of civility to go ahead and copy this and report this. If everybody knows how to report, go ahead and report this. This type of stuff. I'm hoping, honestly, this is a young child that doesn't know what they're doing, and when the feds knock on their parents' door, they're able to say, "Hey, look, he's 11 years old. He doesn't know what he's doing." Because here's the reality: if you're an adult, when the feds come to your door, in jail. So please, everyone report that. Everyone report that. I'll tell you, I know some of the people in here that won't report it. And by the way, I'm watching you too.
Can I respond to the dullard named Lee? Or?
The only dullard is the guy that didn't wear a condom.
I think this is a perfect time for you to jump in.
Yay!
Well, before we do, can you
No, shut the fuck up.
We listened to you for half an hour.
Oh my god. Iron Dome specifically is put in densely populated areas because the way the fucking system works, you fucking dullard.
Oh my
You don't
god,
understand
dude.
that they are meant to intercept incoming missiles. Why the fuck would you put it 30 miles over this way when the missile's coming directly at you? The way this system works.
Hold on. Pause 1 second. I will let you go on your rant, and I appreciate it. But I just want to say to the chat, I am purposely letting this moron say what he is saying, as Clubhouse is currently doing what they're supposed to do. Sometimes they're a little heavy-handed and they block people like me from the app. But what they're going to do is they're going to report this bum's IP address to the feds. So everyone keep doing the reporting, the copy, the paste, all of this shit, and we'll make sure that people like Saint Third Eye will not be on this app anymore. And that's why I'm leaving this. So go ahead and yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Saint Third Eye's a Pashtuni fucking Pakistani piece of shit. Lee.
Well, I don't think we even need to make it personal. Like, let's listen, because if he's in Pakistan, then his words mean nothing, because fucking India's gonna fucking nuke them any day. But yeah, we'll just leave that one alone.
Yeah, so these systems are set up to intercept missiles that are incoming. So yeah, putting rocket defense systems in populated areas does not give you vilification to then send fucking rockets into a densely populated area to try and fucking knock them out and kill them. Because they're what? Defensive, right? They're not shooting fucking rockets into fucking Palestine, you fucking retard. They're flying them in with fucking F-35Js, and they're fucking hitting specific targets. And when you talk about, these 500,000 buildings that are wiped out, you know why? Because when the IDF goes into fucking Israel, when they go into same thing, fucking Gaza, when they go into fucking Reza and they go in there, all these buildings are fucking wired up with fucking explosives. So what does the IDF do? They go in and they blow the fucking buildings up. And then they go through the fucking buildings. So yeah, of course, they're blowing fucking buildings up because they're fucking booby-trapped, you retard.
Is booby trap? Last time they told me there was tunnels under it, so which one is it? Every time it's a new excuse. It's booby trap, there's
Blow
tunnels
the
under
buildings
it,
up
there's
so that
Hamas
you can
under
go
it.
in and get into the tunnels. You're not gonna walk into a building that's booby-trapped.
Yeah, it's booby trap, but there's literally videos of them going inside people's houses.
They blow the buildings
and
up.
putting explosives inside the house.
Yes.
If it was booby trapped, how can
they blow all the fucking buildings up,
the house?
and then they go through and they check the fucking
The
areas.
only person that's gonna believe your lies is yourself.
No, I mean the question is when U.S. Army went inside Afghanistan and Iraq, I'm sure Taliban.
Yeah, we did the same thing.
Terrorists, no, they did not.
Yeah, the fuck we did.
The number of people killed and the kids is much less. Is much less. We are a professional.
Wait, I forgot. Did 1 million Iraqis die during the war?
What was the population of Iraq?
What was how many Iraqis died?
Yeah, 1 million, not 40 million.
How densely packed is fucking Baghdad? In comparison with fucking
they died
Gaza.
because of suicide bombing of ISIS and those kinds of terrorists.
And then even when you fucking morons count fucking kids, you know how many of these kids are counted that are fucking 15, 16-year-olds run around with fucking M4 carbines and Kalashnikovs shooting at the fucking IDF?
Show me one
and then
video.
they shoot them?
Show me one video. Over $10,000 right now. Show me
Oh
one
my god,
video
you're fucking
of a
stupid.
15-year-old with a Kalashnikov.
Yeah, there's no 15-year-olds picking up fucking rifles and fighting.
Wait, hold on. How much money did you say?
$10,000 if you can.
Okay, so hold on.
You have to provide it.
Hold on. Couple points. Number one, I don't believe that you've ever fucking seen $10,000 in your life.
Yeah,
You probably don't.
probably don't earn $10,000 over a 6-month period.
Yeah, okay.
But let's say you did. Let's say I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you had $10,000. Let's do this. I'll pick somebody on the stage that's reliable. Go ahead and put the $10,000 in an escrow. You could just cash out $10,000 to someone, and then hold on before you say no. Before you say no to this, and here's what I will do. Here's what I will do. That to that same person, I will put $10,000 of my money. I actually have it. I'll put $10,000 up, and then if we can produce a video showing teenage children with Kalashnikovs in Gaza fighting against the IDF. Hold on.
No, I said M4 carbine or Kalashnikov.
Correct. Hold on. Do you accept the challenge for me and you to both put $10,000 cash into an escrow account? Okay, now, there's only one person that I trust with this stuff. Dr. Jordan, would you allow us, both me and Lee, to cash out you $10,000 right now, or Venmo you, whatever? Would you allow us to do that right now, Dr. Jordan?
Of course.
Okay. So Lee, will you do that? Will you send?
Provide the proof.
No. You don't understand how bets work. You don't understand how bets work.
That's not my friend.
Okay. Who's somebody on the stage that you trust?
I don't know any of these guys.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course?
So,
you want me to say I know somebody I don't know? Like, what's up?
Well, here's the problem. I'm willing to put $10,000 up.
Okay, provide the video.
Well, hold on. If you put $10,000 up, and I'll put $10,000 up. And by the way, if we were to just take your money, that would be a federal offense. We would go to jail for that.
Yeah,
so you have no
to
fear.
hire a lawyer with a $5,000 escrow to get my money. Why the hell would I do that?
Okay, so you don't have $10,000. Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
Provide the proof. I can send you my crypto wallet and show you the money in it.
I'm happy. If the money is in escrow, how about this? Why don't we meet up in person? You bring the cash, I'll bring the cash, and then we'll.
Colorado, I don't know. Where are you?
I'm actually right near Seattle. When do you want to go? How about this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we agree? I will come to you. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to bring people because if you don't have the $10,000, we're going to beat that shit out of you. But if you have to,
Mr. Federal Crime is making a threat.
Well, if you defraud me of $10,000, yeah, I would risk going to jail over that. Yeah, that's a pretty serious crime to take $10,000 from. But let's. I would go too soon if I were you too, because this is where people get themselves in trouble. They say that they will pay $10,000 if somebody can produce something, but you can't even produce the $10,000 to make the wager.
Listen. I know you wanna what is it called? Do a dick measuring contest, and I can give you a screenshot or whatever it is. You're gonna say it's doctored and edited and all that shit. The money's there. What is not there is the proof that 15-year-olds are running around with Kalashnikovs in Gaza. That's what I'm sure.
Hey, Roger, can you click my PTR?
I'm going to interrupt too and say we can get rid of this guy now. We've all reported him. State third.
Roger, did you click on the PTR?
Will you send that money? If they find the proof? For real?
Oh, are you talking to me?
No. Oh, you guys kicked him?
Oh, not me. What did you say, Sunan? You and me?
No, Lee's here. Hey, David, my shit's glitching. I'm gonna mod you if you could do the removal.
Hey, Dr. Jordan, what is my picture of in my PTR?
It's the porn star Jenna Jameson.
No.
That's what it looks like to me. Hold on, let me look.
You gotta click on it.
Go get the proof. I think he's gonna send you guys.
I've already got the fucking proof. That was the whole point. PTR. Kalashnikovs. Yeah.
All right, fork it over, brother.
Yeah, when was that? Was that in the last year and a half?
I mean, it's a recent photo.
Lee, how about hold on, Lee. How about this? Hold on. He just produced the proof, but I want to be a gentleman. I am known on this app for being the most fair person. Now, while you did offer $10,000, can we just do this and soon, and hopefully you don't mind me negotiating on your behalf. But I don't think you're going to get the 10,000. But how about this? Why don't you just send him $100 and an apology note that says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." $100 and say you were sorry, you were wrong, and we'll let you off the hook. You're saving $9,900. What do you think?
Okay, VTO.
Excellent. Then send the man his money.
Whose money?
Sunan.
Is
Sunan,
that,
go ahead.
That's not from the last year and a half. Does he have it? Is that
Oh, what were we talking about? I thought you guys.
I said
I was looking at the thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of photos of Palestinians with AKs.
Fighting the IDF, right? Last year and a half. Show me.
You said I couldn't even. No. Be specific. You said I couldn't even provide a photo of a fucking 15, 16-year-old kid holding a fucking AK. That's what she said. You fucking lying sack of shit.
Listen. I said
oh my god.
video of a 15-year-old
kids rapping through the street in Gaza.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. For those of you on the stage and in the audience, did Lee say that he would pay $10,000 if a photo could be produced of teenage kids with machine guns in their hands? Did he say that?
Running around. How can you have a photo of somebody running around? I said video.
This is where people lose their. They lose their credibility. They lose
You have
their
replays
honor.
on? You have replays on?
With,
You can replay it.
You just looked up and you know that I don't put replays on.
How did
Which
I
is
look
why
at what you're talking about? I'm driving.
Yeah. What do you do? A fucking Uber driver? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm an Uber driver transferring $2,000 a day. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that well makes sense. I mean, considering who you support, you probably have a lot of money coming in and out of your fucking pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
Terror simps get their hands on money sometimes. But what I do know is that you're not transferring the $10,000 that you're supposed to transfer. That you did. You lost the bet. From now on, you can hold any position. You can be right, wrong. I might agree with you or whatever. But in my mind, you're the guy that welched on a bet.
It literally says, here's the video title: Inside the Gaza summer camps, training children to be next generation of terrorists. They're all home Kalashnikovs. It's like hundreds of them.
2 points, right? First point, I said year and a half. The last
Now you want to add caveats afterwards.
Hold on. No, it was always
No, you just added
I know you
year and
don't
a half,
listen. I know you
bitch.
don't listen well, right? Look, I'm speaking. You're still talking. That's why you're not listening well.
Wait, hold on.
Second point.
Hold on, Lee. I got a question for you. So you're putting this caveat of a year and a half all of a sudden. Let me ask you this: if a year and 9 months ago a video was captured, does that make your point stronger?
My point is, or the point he made is that 15-year-olds are running in Gaza during this war. That's why I said year and a half.
It's literally a video of Gazan teenage kids, like 10 to 16 years old.
Yeah, in summer camp. Because there's no kids in America that fired
training how to become Gaza fighters. And now he wants to add the last year and a half. Yeah, I guess they didn't have training camps.
You don't listen. That's the whole issue.
No, you didn't say year and a half until just now, you fucking retard, in the last like few minutes.
Yes, I know you don't listen. It's okay.
Okay, Lee, can you at least acknowledge? We know your broke ass ain't gonna pay the bet, but can you at least acknowledge?
I screenshotted mine. Go ahead and show yours.
can you at least acknowledge that that you've been provided photo and video evidence that children in Gaza carry machine?
Yeah, and I can show the exact same video in the U.S. and any country that has guns. What his point
In a
is
terrorist
that
training
these kids are
camp?
fighting. Just one second. Your point is these kids are fighting against the IDF. That's why they're legitimate targets.
Wait, I wonder
Kids
why
in
they had a
summer
training camp.
Hold on. Look, you keep talking. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Kids in a training camp does not make people legitimate targets.
In a terrorist training camp?
Okay. Hold on. This bitch is gonna send some money now. I was gonna let it go, leave it alone. I got 1.96 million in my fucking bank. I could pay the 10 grand, but I was gonna let it go. But this bitch wants to be personal. It's in the chat. You fucking cup. It's in the last year. The video. No, you wanted a video.
Let's see your
You wanted a video. You fucking
Hold
piece of
on,
shit.
let's all look at the video that was provided in the chat. Let's see if this satisfies. Let's see what Lee's excuse will be.
Here's the title: Israeli-Palestinian War. Hamas commanders are training children to defend Gaza. It's got a bunch of kids sitting around in fucking black outfits with fucking rifles.
Lee, your comment on that video?
What is his exact statement that all started this? He said there's 15-year-olds running with M4 carbines and Kalashnikovs.
I said
running around Gaza
Kalashnikov.
fighting the IDF. Isn't that what you said?
This is fascinating. I haven't seen somebody welch on a bet like this since Isaiah did it.
Oh, dude, it's
presidential.
amazing.
Dude, little kids posing with a gun, that's nothing, dude. I posed with my little 3-year-old kid with a gun. Like, what does that mean? He's training.
Posted 2 videos. These motherfuckers are
There's
running around.
thousands of photos too on Google.
Yeah, the thing wasn't a lot of photos, it was a video. So you have to be specific in a bet, right? But you want to make it where you win no matter what. I was very specific with what I said.
You said in the last year and a half. That's 1 year ago, you dummy.
Yeah, last year and a half, running around in Gaza. This is what you said. Running around in Gaza fighting the IDF. This is exactly
October 16, 2023, this video.
Okay, are they running around fighting IDF?
Can't split hairs, man. You gotta admit that you lost this one.
The
He's
point
a
is,
Hollywood supporter. He's not going to.
So,
the point is
Lee,
that this thing was so obvious. You would see it, right? You would see it on drone video.
Oh, there's like channels that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Lee, we knew from the start that you wouldn't pay up. It's fucking Clubhouse. Like, by the way, I made some bets on the presidential election. I made that bet with the same bet with 3 people. Told them that Trump would win in a landslide. 3 people bet me, and all 3 of them paid up because the people that I wagered with were, even though they were dummies, they were honorable enough to pay up. I'm not going to shame you anymore into paying up because I don't think it's going to happen. I think that you would rather hide yourself behind women and children like your heroes in Gaza than you would to pay up the money. But can you at least fucking admit? Can you at least admit that the point was proven and you were incorrect?
Hell no.
You got double the fuck down. Watch. He said Doug Biden. Exactly.
Next time, I'll make a bet because I know you guys are gonna, bend it however you want. I'll write down the terms. That way, there's no arguments.
I will say this.
Listen, I'll make a different bet. If you want to make a different bet,
Hold
give me
on.
2 names
No.
of Israeli women raped on October 7th.
Hold on. Here's what I want to say. Nobody is ever going to make a bet with you ever again because the first bet that you made in public, you tried to change the terms of, and even when you changed the terms, you were shown evidence that you were incorrect, and now you want to waffle.
A picture of kids at a training camp. That happens in America every day.
Lee, let me just say this. Everyone in this room just saw you embarrass yourself the same way you had been embarrassing yourself in chat. When I first invited you up to speak, I said, hey, you're on the stage, Let's see if you can embarrass yourself as much as you did when you were in the chat. Congratulations, you've outdone your.
In the black rooms, we say you got cooked.
What do we call that in the white rooms, Gildas?
I'm not quite sure yet, but I know cooking is a cooking. You got filleted, grilled, flambéed, all kind of shit. That's what I witnessed.
Oh, I just want to mention that you got cooked by a Jew too. Just so you know. Yep.
Did get cooked, brother.
Maybe the white people say you're up shit's creek, but no pal.
Yeah, maybe something like
I'm just saying, this is why these muzzies shouldn't fuck with the Jews. They always lose.
Yeah, you got cooked, dog.
I have to tell you, it's been a while since I've seen this kind of a fucking, like, just a complete assassination on this fucking app. Well done, Sid.
That's a massacre.
Oh, sorry, I'm downloading the Funker FUNKER 530 app, which has like actual go.
Yeah, so Sir, are you gonna show us your account with 1.93 million?
I don't have to prove anything. You can double check on a recruiting agency. I own a recruiting agency, and for the last 7 years, I've been a crane operator in the fucking oil field, making $225,000. So suck a dick. So if anybody's interested, download FUNKER 530. Like I said, they have all the videos from GoPros and all this kind of shit, from everything from Ukraine to Israel. So we can find a bunch of videos. And there are actually people getting blown up and shit.
Man, I got cooked one time back in 2021, because I didn't have my facts ready. It happens to the best of us, man, but you gotta admit when you're cooked.
Dude, just training camp videos before October 7th. It's not kids running around during the wartime. It's militia does. You guys want him to win. You guys want him to win. Dude, I know you love cursing because you don't have the vocabulary. You don't have the vocabulary to get in an argument with him.
Actually, that's been disproven about the lack of vocabulary and lack of intellect.
Ain't about that.
I'm actually a Mensa member with a 141 IQ, and there's 6 Mensa members in my family. Father's 134, aunt's 136, cousin's 138, grandfather was 139, I'm 141, my brother's 160.
Soon, I wouldn't brag about this Mensa shit.
No.
I like Mensa.
121 is not Mensa.
No, I said 141. Threshold's 131.5, 199 percentile, top 1% of IQs globally.
This now I remember why I found you annoying. These are the kind of things that nobody gives a shit about. People bragging about Mensa, oh god, never mind.
Oh, you got pay up, Lee?
Are you actually gonna provide?
I don't even want the money. You can either give it to Roger.
How about this? Why don't you give $10,000 to United Hatzalah? It's a nice little charity that would help the people of Israel. Would you do that?
I don't support genociders.
I mean, he could give it to Sarah to pay her bar tab.
Hey, that's not even funny.
That's not
That's
enough.
That's not even funny.
It's strangely funny.
I have a question for Dr. Jordan. Dr. Jordan, probably the most highly educated man on this app, definitely in this room. What do you think when you hear about people bragging about men?
I mean, I turned down Mensa because they wanted me to send them a fee. I'm joking. I mean, Mensa. The funny thing about Mensa is that they're not in America. We're more interested in I guess high performance people who are quote unquote successful in certain areas. Mensa is kind of passe because necessarily highly ambitious, but score well on those exams. So it's kind of an interesting dichotomy.
All intellect but no productivity.
Well, look, I don't want to completely shit on Mensa. I just personally, anyone that I've ever heard mention it, and I think Rich has been pretty loud tonight, but especially his takedown of Lee. But overall, when people brag about their IQ, it's about as weird as bragging about penis size or money.
Well, Mojo, you know I published a book recently.
Well, congratulations.
Wait, hold up. Gildas, I'm gonna send you a private message, but
Okay.
So congratulations, Gildas. But what I want to say about the Mensa thing is that it's like if you brag about how well endowed you are, then you hope that you're using it well, right? Like you're getting a lot of action, right? It's the same thing with intelligence. Like if you're a Mensa member, but you're not a huge success, it's almost not worth mentioning the Mensa part because people might be like, wow, what an underachiever, right? So I'm not saying Rich falls into this category, but my point is you just want to be careful what you say when you say you're a Mensa member because the expectation is that, so you should be a superstar. What's wrong with you?
I'm still interested if Lee's gonna pay.
no, he's not gonna pay. He ain't got no money.
Like I said, he can send the money to you, Roger.
He's got no money. But also soon the one reason why I think it was the weirdest to bring up Mensa in this context, you just fucking ate this guy alive, and like it would have been a better flex to be like, yeah, I've got a 75 IQ. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you burned the guy fucking
Yeah, I should have
completely
Austin
down.
it. I should have Austin it. No, Austin says he got all the questions right. He got 100.
Lee, how are you gonna overcome this? Like, this public humiliation of
I know all of
making
you
a way.
guys are Zionists and I'm on his side, but let him provide what I asked for. A video of 15 to 16-year-olds running around Gaza.
Wait, hold on. Othello, you're not a Zionist, right? Othello?
So are you a Zionist or are you anti-Semitic? Which one?
Sorry about that. No, I'm not a Zionist.
Okay, and can you vouch that Lee lost the bet there?
Yeah, I think he lost it. I'm sorry, Lee.
Othello, can you restate the terms of the bet?
There we go.
You wanted him to show you a video of, I guess it was 15 teenagers in Hamas that are running around and participating in the war in Palestine right now.
Okay, so did he provide a video? Once again, you guys claimed there was a picture. Othello just confirmed there was a video. That's number one. Number two, running around in the war within the last year and a half. So they still haven't provided that. They showed pictures and they showed a video of a training camp before.
Lee, let me ask you a question. How long?
He didn't share a
Hey,
video
Lee.
of a teenager in the current war after October 7th.
Oh, Lee, let me ask you a question. How long has Palestine been at war with Israel?
Well, how long has Palestine been
I said in the last year and a half.
Don't claim all the way back to 48.
I said in the last year and a half. So that's what I'm saying. You keep changing the terms.
You added the caveat of a year and a half afterwards. After you had already lost.
You're a retard. I know you don't have the memory to remember what somebody said.
Wait, Roger, I got a question. Did he say year and a half at the beginning when he made this, or did he add that?
Yeah, I hope Moose is here because Moose has been keeping track. Moose up left. Okay. I think what Moose said was that he did. Well, let me go back in the chat and see exactly what Moose had said, because Moose was listening. He said he distinctly said video, not photo. So Moose confirmed that part, but then he said he didn't recall him saying a year and a half.
I always said year and a half. That's the funny part. This guy, Sunan, is claiming to have a super high IQ, but he can't remember.
God, you're such a liar.
Lee, did you know that they were training teenagers before October 7th? Did you know that they had those camps?
I've seen it in passing, but that's not the reason I made the argument. The reason I made the argument is because he's claiming these kids are fighting the IDF and they're legitimate targets, right? There's kids in America that go to a training camp and shoot guns. There's even Israeli kids.
Wait, hold on, Lee. If you're in a terrorist camp, you don't think that you're a target?
It's a separate question than what the original argument was.
Are those kids fighting right now, Sunan?
Oh, what was your question?
Are there kids right now fighting IDF soldiers?
So, I mean, this video proves it. So, this video is from October 16th, 2023. What year did the war start?
It's
October
a
7th,
video
2023.
with still pictures. It's not a video.
October, the video that I posted in the chat, the last video I posted was from October, make sure October 16th, 2023. Simple Google search. What year did October 7th happen?
It's a video
October 7th, 2023.
Hold on, guys.
That's after the war started.
Hold on. I just want to catch everyone up. Manthan and Joby. Joby, why are you not a fucking member of in the muff? I don't understand that. Manthan, you've got an excuse. You're new here, but I want to just catch you guys up. So Lee had made a wager. He said, you know the kind of clubhouse wager where they say a number that they don't have in their bank account, and they say, I'll pay you, and in this case it was $10,000 if you can show me, and then he laid out his conditions, kept changing his conditions, and every time he changed his condition, Sunan would meet him first with a photo, then with a video, then with a newer video. Anyways, he met these conditions to win the wager, and then Lee, and then Lee is backtracked. So basically, this is the biggest fucking takedown since Kitty took down Anne in season 1 of Clubhouse. It's the biggest takedown since then.
So let's read through this. Israel formally declared war on Hamas October 8th, 2023. That's when the war officially started. This video is from October 16th, 2023. Hey Roger, I got a question. Is October 16th, is that after October 7th? Or October?
Within the same year, yes.
Yeah, it's 8 days later, right? 8 days after the 8 days. Hold on, Lee. Shut the fuck up, you stupid retard. You said since the war started. You fucking
it's more than a week after.
Yeah, 8 days.
Okay, listen. Are you ready to hear the criticism? This video you provided is from YON News number whatever.
Oh guys, Israeli.
This video was put out after October 7th. Like I said, I need a video of kids running around fighting the IDF. You still haven't
This is
provided
a video which you said there's no fucking 16-year-olds running around with Kalashnikovs. You said this video. No. Your exact comment was there's no fucking pictures or videos of fucking 16-year-olds running around with Kalashnikovs. And then I said, oh well, Kalashnikovs or M4s.
Okay, so where's the
And
video?
you said, oh,
Where's the video of them running around?
give me one from the war. Because I threw out a 3-year-old video and you complained about that. And now I provided a video that's after the beginning of the war.
Year and a half. I said the
Bro,
last
you meant year and a half because you meant at the beginning of the fucking war. You meant after the war when you added that caveat. When you said year and a half, you're just loosely saying, Well, after fucking October 7th.
Alright, hey guys, we're gonna move on from this.
You're a bitch, Lee.
Soon, that was classic. We're probably not gonna forget this anytime soon. You dismantled this man. You basically took whatever manhood was left in this human being and you stripped it from him.
Stripped him down, naked. I'm sad I wasn't here for the question.
It was good. It was good stuff. Joe B, welcome. Question mark. I don't know. You've got 46 friends. You got a weird name. You got a weird picture. You're probably going to be weird. Manthan entered the chat saying, "Hi, I'm from India." This is going to get weird. But look, we've got pink tickets in the room. So whoever wants to speak, go ahead, speak.
Sure, I'm happy to speak. Thank you for allowing me onto the stage. I just want to share my perspective. I have a lot of friends actually who are familiar with the conflicts.
You have 46 on Clubhouse, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, but like in the real world, who are familiar with the conflict, and some of them actually serving in the IDF right now as well. And I have other friends who have a different perspective as well. And I think the major reason why all of this began is, of course, October 7th, and what happened that day was pretty much sponsored by Iran, because Iran was very nervous that Israel and Saudi Arabia would reconcile their differences and they'd become diplomatic. They would establish diplomatic relations. And what's really concerning to Iran from their perspective is that if you look at the Middle East, you have really three main indigenous powers: the Persian Shias, the Arab Sunnis led by Saudi Arabia, and then the Jewish Israelis. And of course, maybe you consider the Ottoman Turks as well, as a major player in the area. But to Iran, it seemed like an existential crisis that two of their major enemies, the Arab Sunnis and the Jewish Zionists, or they would call them Zionists, or Israelis, would join forces, and they had to do something big and major, and I think even they didn't anticipate how bad October 7th could turn out. And at that time, I think the Israeli establishment really understood that ultimately they had to dismantle Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, the three H proxies, right? The triple H proxies that Iran used as leverage against Israel, and once Israel was able to successfully do that, they realized that, okay, they could actually go for the head of the snake. Yeah, that's basically what I think actually transpired over the past 1.5 years.
So hey, I would like to speak on the topic that why Iran could not have a nuclear power or a nuclear weapon. So firstly, Israel had attacked Iran on the same means on this topic only, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. So why does Iran should not have a nuclear weapon? Because I think if Iran have a nuclear weapon, so it will be not stable. That region will not be stable in Middle East. If Iran have a nuclear weapon, then many powers in Middle East like Saudi Arabia, Turkey would also try to have a nuclear weapon for their own safety. So this could lead to a more dangerous conflict. Also, Iran supports many militant groups, so that these nuclear weapons can go in the wrong hands, and we can't trust these militant groups. They can attack any country on their will. Like Israel also now, Iran-Israel war. In this, if Iran and Israel both goes to the very last extent, if the nuclear weapons are only options, then it could be very hazardous. So Iran should not have nuclear weapon because Iran supports many terrorist groups too. Iran supports many militants. So this weapons could go in wrong hand, and this world cannot afford that terrorists have nuclear weapons. There is a best example, if I would like to give, is the best example is Pakistan. Pakistan have nuclear weapons. It also supports terrorism. Now and then,
Why,
Pakistan
why, why,
youngsters are threatening.
why don't you guys take them out?
Why do, who to whom you're asking?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So I thought you're from India, correct?
yeah, I'm from India.
Why don't you guys take out the Pakis?
It's not an easy thing to take out a country. It's a sovereign nation which is recognized by UN. We are not same as Pakistan that we would attack common people. We also want peace.
No, it's
But
not about.
Pakistan,
No, I get that. Look, you're not gonna get an enemy from me, dude. Look, I love me some lamb vindaloo. I think garlic naan is amazing. So therefore, I'm very pro India when it comes to Indian food, which makes me sympathetic that if the two countries were to get into it, I would support you guys. Simply by virtue of which cuisine I like best. But more importantly, you said it yourself. Pakistan supports terrorism, and so don't you think it's dangerous to? So don't you think it's dangerous to allow them to have nuclear weapons?
that's what I'm telling. We had proposed so many, what you can say, ideas in United Nations Security Council that Pakistan's nuclear weapons should be taken by United Nations, but China had not agreed to this. So it's not our fault. We had done our work. China has not agreed on this. So it's not our fault, isn't it?
Well, I mean, look. I think that when we have terrorist regimes, we should deal with them. I used to be much more. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't like the term dove because that sounds soft. But I was definitely not very hawkish about war. But what I've come to realize is there are some regimes that are so fucking evil that you have to deal with them. And so,
Of course, we have that.
it,
Didn't you saw what happened on 7th May?
do I get to finish? Jesus Christ! Like, let me just finish. I think that this is an opportunity for the world, the civilized world, which includes India, to say, you know what? There's a lot of dangerous hombres around here, and maybe if we're going to take out the IRGC, perhaps Pakistan should also be denuclearized, and I think no better country to do it than India.
We had tried several times, but I'm telling you, Pakistan means whenever it tries to do, China comes in between. Pakistan comes in between. Means whenever we now see on 7th May, what happened? You know, we all guys saw that we attacked terrorist camps, only terrorist camps. But still, Pakistan claims that we attacked their civilians, and it was a fake claim, which was proved by our army. We only attacked terrorist camps. And that was escalated by Pakistan. Pakistan attacked our civilian areas, our cities. We didn't attack their cities. Whenever we try to attack terrorists, Pakistan comes in between. So it's not our fault. You can't say that why India is not doing that. India is doing its everything that it could do. But Pakistan should support India to eliminate terrorism. But Pakistan does not support India. Pakistan, when we attacked terrorist camps, Pakistan attacked our civilians and said that we attacked their civilians. Of course not. We didn't attack their civilians because we know
No,
we are.
listen, I don't think you have to make that argument here because I don't think that, well, maybe Lee would disagree with you, but he's just weird and he's wrong about everything. I agree with you. I'm on your side. In that conflict, for sure, I'm on your side. For sure. But let me pulse check of the room. We got Man Raj up on the damn stage. He's probably gonna say some dumb things. Typically, it's the people with the pink tickets. But Mantha, you were cool. Question mark, you were cool. I like my Indian brothers. They're cool. But Rolo, are you with us? Are you back with us? Have you taken care of your whatever you were taking care of?
I just had an amazing meeting online, and I'm just finished off, so I'm here for a bit.
Okay. Well, look, I'm probably only here for another 30 minutes, and then I gotta hit the hay. But I'd love to hear your take on things. It's been a long time since I've heard your voice, so well, give us your thoughts on what's going on.
All right. Interesting times over there. Don't know how it's gonna play out, but if we would have had a conversation going back a year ago saying that the IRGC is going to be under threat and Israel's actually going to do it, it would have been a hope more than a possibility than anything else. So where things are at the moment, I think is absolutely brilliant. The world needs the IRGC to be dealt with. Iranians have been calling for this for years, for somebody, right, and some entity to be able to come in and help them out. And the timing is perfect. They've been weakened. It's October of last year. Israel came in and took out their air defense systems. They are literally open. And if there's any opportunity for the Iranian people to be able to stand up, fight for what they want, and 80% of the population in in Iran do not want the IRGC. It's a fucking brilliant time for them to be able to stand up. And look, I'll say this being very crude. If that was to happen, there would be lives that would be lost. But for the lives to be lost, there'd be approximately what is about 80 million people who would actually be living in a much more ideal type of position than what they are at this point. I think for Israel to have done what they've done in this period of time has been a mastermind that comes down to the beavers in Lebanon with Hezbollah, to the attack in Iran, where the tacticians of war will be looking at these examples and just wondering how the fuck did this all occur. Mossad's been reportedly inside Iran for over 8 months, and the planning has been in there for quite a substantial period of time from what I've been able to fathom. At the same time, Israel are taking hits, no question about it. A number of people have died as a result of the hits from Iran. Some of the ballistic and the hypersonic missiles did get through, and that's nothing new for the Iron Dome or David's Sling, because that's part of what it is. It's an imperfect system, but hell, for what it's been, I think the accuracy rate is leading towards the 90 to 95% rockets actually being stopped. Some of the technology that I've heard of that's been used, such as the drones that have been addressing some of the ballistic and hypersonic missiles that have been set up, actually using jamming technology within the drones to help push some ballistic missiles to different areas and away from civilian targets is basically technology that hasn't been seen anywhere else in the world. I'm just wondering what else Israel might have up its sleeve. I think there's a psychological toll at the same time that's happening in Israel, despite people being very strong and resilient, and as a result of them having needed to be that way after years and years of rockets being fired at them. There's also a continuous feeling that I'm getting from people I'm speaking inside Israel. Rockets coming in at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sirens are going off, and people have literally about 30 seconds to be able to get up and to be able to run to shelters. And that's taking its toll. It is taking its toll. It should take its toll. And advice to people who I know over there has been just, hey, look, just keep into account. You are going through a type of trauma at the moment. Address it, don't suppress it, and just stay strong at the same time whilst inspiring other people. Look, there's a whole lot more I can say, but I'll stop there for the time being. Good quick.
stuff. Let me ask you this: do you anticipate after Trump's comments that the U.S. is going to chime in here?
The US has already started chiming in. So has the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria. They've all chimed in one way, shape, or form to be able to set up some type of signaling to say, hey, look, we're not on your side, Iran. We're going to help Israel, and even if it's been Syria that's been allowing Israel to refuel, that's one thing. Same thing for Jordan, shooting down missiles and rockets coming in over their airspace. That's them standing up to Iran saying, yeah, we're not going to take this shit. We're not on your side. Turkey's been relatively quiet. So is Russia as well. But the UAE and also Saudi Arabia, from what I understand, have also chimed in, which is, I guess, was to be expected to a degree, but it's also really refreshing to be able to make sure they actually have stood up. Yeah, but that's where it is. But I think America has already chimed in. They've sent a couple of carrier ships out there. They're not, as I understand, the latest carrier ships, so they're there to be able to make a statement as opposed to impose military force. But it's still, I think, probably enough for Iran to be able to say, we've got to be pretty careful about what we do here, and these guys are really quite serious. So what do you think? Should America get involved anymore?
Here's my thought. The reign of terror needs to end. If Israel, this would be my take if I were Trump, if Israel says, can you help, whether it's with some of the stuff we're doing now, like shooting down missiles, or if there's intelligence, which I'm sure that's like a constant support mechanism. But if they were to ask, hey, can you drop some of those bunker busters, and we've got the exact locations, you've got some pretty heavy artillery there, do you think you lend us a hand? Short of boots on the ground, yeah, I would commit quite a bit. But at the request of Israel. I wouldn't butt in. I wouldn't tell Israel how to do it. I wouldn't say, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that. But if Israel asks for the support, like I said, short of boots on the ground, I'd be all over it.
So I have a question. What is the deal with taking out the Ayatollah or not taking out the Ayatollah? What are all the implications?
My feeling about it is that there is something in play, and that it could have been done at this point in time, but I think there's possibly been a waiting game. If they've been able to locate and isolate very strategic hits against some of the scientists, the scientists at the top of the nuclear program, as well as some of the commanders of the IRGC, they would have for certain had an opportunity to be able to focus on the Ayatollah. So for some, they haven't pulled the trigger on that at this point of time. Maybe it's because of the optics. I'm certain they've had the opportunity to be able to do that. Again, I'm not a military strategist or geopolitical expert. I've just been following this pretty intently for the reasons. But look, having the Ayatollah taken out maybe too early could have preempted an attack, a visceral attack from, I guess, neighbouring allies, including Pakistan, which is obviously a nuclear powerhouse. I think, from what I understand, Pakistan's got one of the biggest caches of nuclear payloads in the region, and if not around the world. So that could have been a possibility as well. There may have been a buffer that could be put in there to be able to do a deal between America and Pakistan. But look, ultimately, cutting the head off the octopus, which that's what the IRGC is, would be an ideal end game for everybody concerned. It brings stability within the region. Obviously, that it would cut off resources to Hamas Hamas, Hezbollah, and also Houthis as well. And would bring about possibly a new era within the Middle East where the Abraham Accords could be widespread without fear of reprise, and it would finally and potentially focus on a life of peace and working together. So it has all sorts of potential possibilities. Leaving the cancer in there would not be a good idea. It might be the only thing that comes from this, though. But let's wait and see.
Yo, Rollo. Hey, did you see? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
No, I was just going to say that it seems to me that there's something very significant about having the Ayatollah in that role at this point. Like, if they take him out, then that destabilizes. Like, maybe there's something about the replacements for the military leadership. If they took him out, then that could change the dynamics in a certain way that would shift the whole nature of the war. So
that's exactly it. And look, I mean, have a look at Assad. Nobody is sort of looking out for Assad, and he's most certainly in Russia. At this point in time, maybe there's a chance the child might go to Russia, and that might be part of the solution in itself. Yeah, who was asking a question?
Oh, I was gonna ask Rollo. There's a link down in the chat if you want to click on the YouTube video. It's 2 hours ago. I guess the Iranian state-run television channel. There in Tehran, the lady sitting there, and she's like running her mouth. I guess all you hear is like Yahudis, Yahudis, and like just running her mouth. And they bomb the building, and then everything starts falling from the ceiling, and they start running, and they're all like Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
I've seen that going back hours ago. It was absolutely priceless. It looks like a skit from some type of comedy.
Yeah, I seen it. I was like, nah, it's not real. And then I clicked on. I was like, oh, it's on CBS.
It's actually real. 100%. That is real.
No, I know. I seen it on CBS and all that. That's why I was like, okay, it is.
Yeah, 100%. But apparently, what she was saying at the time, I can't remember exactly what the words were, but it was effectively, we all are one. We're all going to stand together, and she's screaming at the top of her voice. That's just how she always talks apparently. But it's pretty fucking funny.
Hey, Roller. Hold on one second. Is it possible that we see that guy that was at the beginning of the war in Gaza that was everywhere? Is there any way that he can make a return?
Yeah, without question. I bet he's also maybe in Russia learning Russian right now, so to speak as well. He was fucking hysterical.
And were you trying to jump in? Is that not it?
Dan's always trying to jump in.
It was me though.
Oh, okay. Sarah, I apologize. I typically can tell your two voices apart. One sounds like a white girl and one sounds like a Persian. Anyways, let's actually you both claim to be Middle Eastern though, right?
Yeah.
One's a little.
I don't know about him.
Yeah. Look, yeah.
Okay, I was gonna ask Ro what he thinks about Trump tonight, because I have a feeling he wants to have Iran sign a peace deal now, which I'm pretty sure that's not what Israel wants. And I don't believe that's gonna bring peace. We've been through this circle so many times. It's just like you said, the head of the octopus. What do you think about that?
The thing about Trump, I'm beginning to appreciate in some ways, is that regardless of what he says, you don't know how much of it is actually going to be true. And I think that he's playing maybe a game. My gut feeling tells me that he's trying to draw it out and play with the optics more than anything else. He'd be foolish to think that it'd be better for world peace. And I think part of what his objective is to be able to walk away from his term and say, I brought peace to the Middle East. Okay? And for him to get a Nobel Prize. So for, potentially for him to be able to lead an entire
Rollo, let me ask you this. This is gonna sound like a long shot, but if Israel takes out the IRGC, is it possible that maybe could get the Nobel Peace Prize?
Ew, come on. No. Ew.
That's a beautiful twist. Yeah, look, I think we're going to see all the media be pro-Israel before that happens. Mojo,
I
what do
mean,
you think?
would that not drive
Yes.
Donald Trump crazy though? I mean, if BB got the, I mean, Trump wants it so fucking badly.
John, that would be a hell of a turnaround. That would make me laugh to no end. I promise you. Look, obviously we don't know. We can just sort of speculate on this, but I doubt that Trump would actually want to keep the Ayatollah in there at all. He's probably playing to the optics, and probably also playing to not just have public seats, but also politically actually land for not just America, which you'd be thinking about first, but also for Israel as well.
I hope so. I really hope so. But from what's happening in Tehran, so since Trump had sent that message out, Tehran was a ceasefire, not like official one, but the noise was killing them like all night before that. I have videos of what people were like taping from the windows, like from their home windows, and like they attacked a lot of infrastructure places in the west of Tehran, and then right when that message was sent till like now, which is morning now, but like that was like still was in the middle of the night for them, but it was dark. But they said it's been very very quiet since then. That's why I'm like a little concerned, and the other thing is that the part that's kind of concerning me. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Is because look, yesterday, maybe like Israel, they attacked all the detention centers in Tehran. That's where they take people to torture them. Every time that there's an uprising or something. And then today they hit the broadcasting news. Like the really really terrible political broadcasting news channel. So we all thought in the next couple of days we're going to see people, flooding in the street. But then Trump saying leave the city. Who's gonna protest? Like how it doesn't make any sense. I'm just hoping that I'm wrong, but I feel like Trump unilaterally wants to make a deal, and he did this. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I hope I'm wrong.
Well, hold on. If Trump did say, okay, hey, handcuffs come off, go ahead, now's the time. Is that really such a bad thing? I mean, like don't we want the IRGC gone?
No. If Trump says signs a deal, he signed a deal with IRGC, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna have peace, and here we're not.
That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
The deal piece is supposed to be signed with IRGC. What are you talking about?
No, but I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Well, his office said it though. 1 hour after this tweet, his office, who's that guy, Pete, whatever, he said that the deal. He talked to one of the Fox News channel guys an hour after he said that thing on social media, and he said that Trump is trying to send a message to Iran, and then they asked him, is the peace deal still on the table? He said yes. So if Iran bows down to whatever they want.
Right. Jesus. How do you know who Trump would be negotiating with? The idea that, first of all, Trump's got a personal vendetta here too. Like, I know some of you don't want to hear this, but Iran tried to kill Donald Trump. Period.
Twice.
And so if you're trying to kill the president, he's got a vested interest in taking these guys out. I think that the bigger question is, how does it play out best for for the next regime in Iran. And that's the thing that they really need to measure is they need to make sure that the devil that comes up in place of the IRGC, because in a place like Iran, you cannot have a weak government. You just can't. You're gonna have to have somebody that can fucking fight off the marauders, and it's very difficult. We've learned this in the Middle East for many decades. It's very difficult to know what you're going to get when you displace somebody. You can know that displacing the IRGC is a good thing, but there's no guarantee that what fills that vacuum is going to be a good thing. The only thing that it does for you, really, the only thing it assures you of, is it slows their roll a little bit. If they've got a weapons program and you take out that regime and you cause some disorganization, it slows them down and it gives you a little bit of breathing room. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if Bibi and Trump are talking to multiple factions within Iran to say, what is it going to look like when the bombs stop dropping? And I think it would be crazy to not.
But doctors, if there is a peace agreement signed, whether you want to say there are different people in the government or not, that is still with IRGC. And until the day that IRGC is in control of Iran, it doesn't matter who become like in charge tomorrow. It's gonna grow back, and we're going in a circle. They're gonna build shit. They're gonna build Hamas and fund Hezbollah and all that kind of stuff, and we're gonna have this war. The IRGC, those people, they have ideology that they're fighting for. They don't even care about Iranians. Right now they're desperate. They'll sign anything you tell them. It doesn't mean they've changed. Trust me, that is not even. We'll just wait and see. We'll just wait and see. But look at it. They've been like killing Israelis one way or another in the last 4 to 6 years. They've been like funding all these terrorists. Look at these rooms. Do you see, like, other than like couple Persians, we don't see Iranians come and defend them. All these people defending it, they're Pakistanis, Indians, Arabs. They're not even Iranians. They're not. IRGC is the leader of Shia in the world. They're not even really the leader of Iran. They're pretty much occupying Iran. But we'll see.
Can we go back to the point about Bibi though? I heard somebody say you, and I'm gonna say that after October 7th and the response that Bibi's given, showing the backbone that he's shown, I think we have to go back on a global stage to Churchill to find somebody that's stood his ground the way that Bibi has. I actually like Bibi.
I love him. I don't know why people think he tried to stay in power. In reality, I do believe he really cares about Israelis and Israelians and Israel, because if he had stepped down, who knows who would have been in charge right now? What if somebody woke was in charge and was paying reparations to the Hamas people? Like, you have to understand, like, until this war is over, I understand a lot of people say no, but he loves killing people. It's again goes back to IRGC, and I want you to know, like, I will never move back to Iran. I'm American. My life is here. I'm done. It won't really change anything in my life. But if you want peace in that side of the world, if you want Israelis to be able to breathe, IRGC has to go.
So,
and unfortunately,
how many Persians do you think would move back to Iran?
honestly, I think most of them won't, unless they left like in the last few years. It's not easy though. Migrating is not easy. Like, it took me a long time to.
I mean, I imagine Donald Trump is already negotiating with landlords and saying he wants to build a new shopping center, a couple shopping centers in Toronto.
I think now you're talking. I think that what he should be working on is that when a new Persian country arises out of the ashes of the IRGC, I think they should rename Tehran Trumpistan. I think and we should have big, beautiful hotel casinos.
Well, he may very well say that he should be given the co-title of Shah of Iran. Like, I mean, it's just like him to say, hey, if we can't have Greenland, we're going to take Iran. I was talking to a Danish person the other day who said the Danes are really still pissed that Donald Trump wants to take Greenland. They're still talking about it.
I don't think they're that pissed. I think they fucking love it, dude. Like, honestly, like, this is my new opinion about Donald Trump. Hold on, somebody in the chat says, "You guys are MAGA." Like, first of all, I'm not MAGA, but I will say this: I am loving what he's been doing lately. Ever since the Iranians took a shot at him and tried to kill the king, he's been on fire. Like if he helps aiding the Israel in getting the IRGC out, I think he should win a Nobel Peace Prize. I think that maybe we should amend the Constitution for a third term. Maybe even just get rid of representative democracy altogether and just get him a crown, make him the king, and as long as he lives, just have a temporary period of monarchy where he becomes king until he passes on.
I mean, I can only imagine.
Bibi get a Nobel Prize.
I can only imagine the things that. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
I'll say it quick. I said I want to see Bibi get a Nobel Prize if after this IRGC is gone, and then once there's stability, he steps down and he retires. I do want to see that because I don't know. I believe that man loved his country and his people.
Wait, hold on, Dr. Drake, before you go. Human being, probably not his Christian name. He's the one that asked, "You guys are MAGA?" ? He then said, "Can't speak right now," and then he says, "So you're not MAGA, you're just Israel supporters." Listen, anyone that loves civilization is an Israel supporter. Like, in order to not support Israel, you have to want death and destruction of civilians. I mean, Israel is the last fucking breath of hope for the world to see peace. Israel is the most benevolent country in the history of the world.
Yeah, this is the funny part. Like, this shows you how uninformed people are or how anti-Semitic they are. This is the marker. If you equate what the Israelis did in Gaza to what the Israelis are doing now, you're anti-Semitic because you absolutely missed the point. This is something that is Iran wants to destroy America and Israel, and if you have such a hard-on against Israelis, and you're willing to sacrifice your own preservation as an American, assuming this person's American, it's just unbelievable. It just shows how much hate there is for Israelis.
And you know what's amazing, Dr. Jordan?
I don't think it's just about hate. There's a huge amount of ignorance that's out there. There's a huge amount of brainwashing that's being put in place for many people. And people have formed, a decision, like a position within their mind, and they're going to find it difficult to be able to shift. And especially at the moment, because a lot of people have been demonizing, and for that matter, not just people, institutions, industries, the media, have been demonizing Israel because it feels like the right thing to do. Not because it is right, because it feels like it. A lot of people are virtue signaling. A lot of organizations, media companies are just saying, well, we have to go, and also politicians for that matter. Also, leaning in the direction we have to back, what is popular. Otherwise, we will be unpopular. So it's not quite as simplistic as, well, you hate Jews if you don't back Israel right now. There's a whole lot of other things that come to play.
Right. Ron, you might like, so tomorrow, in fact, I've been reading while I've been listening here. Tomorrow I have on my podcast talking about she just got inducted, or she just joined Harvard's alumni council, which I guess is a pretty distinguished post as an alumnus to join that particular group. Anyways, her focus has been on helping colleges better address anti-Semitism, and so we're talking tomorrow. We've already had several great correspondences, but it'll be very interesting to share. The conversation is very nuanced among Jewish people in the United States, but yet the rest of the world thinks that we're either, that we all are sit in like two categories or something, when in fact there's such a nuanced perspective. Anyways,
let me speak to some of the people that are in the chat that have got here recently.
You're gonna go for that part who's just got brought up on stage. You'll have fun with this one.
Well, yeah, let me just have a little bit of fun reading some of these comments in the chat. Let's see. So Catalyst VC says MAGA is radically anti-blackness, which I don't even know what the term anti-blackness means. Strongly dislike. Let's see. Human Being says, well, I'm not an enemy of Israel or Jews. In fact, I think they have the right to live in their own country at peace. But assuming Israel is innocent is insane. Okay. Well, I guess if somebody attacked your country, you would probably do something different than defend your own land. I mean, this whole thing is just so fucking bizarre. Why don't we do this? Catalyst, you've come to the stage. You've got some really weird thoughts in the chat. Give me your. You've heard a lot of shit. Give me your top 3 things that you disagree with that you've heard so far.
Well, I just came into the room and I heard people praising Trump. I figured they're delusional or on drugs. He's the most radically anti-black president since Nixon. And I grew up in the United States, and I'm a military vet and a business owner. He is radically anti-black in his policies. The first week he gets into office, he overturns Lyndon Baines Johnson's executive order of 1968, getting rid of affirmative action. The very things that my mother fought for in the 60s, and I was taught in the 70s. He's done so many anti-black things to push black people.
Wait, hold on. Can I? All right, let's start with the affirmative action thing. So you think that the only reason that somebody would oppose affirmative action is because they don't like black people?
So I don't know how old you are, but if you,
I'm probably older than you.
Well, so I know. Well, if you're 60, maybe you're older than 60. You may be older than me. I remember Trump in New York City, what he did and his family did. He is radically anti-black people.
So my question for you though was, but you brought up affirmative action. My question is there any reason why somebody would oppose affirmative action outside of hating black people?
I can't speak of other people. I'm only focused on me, on my group of people. Like, every other group focuses on their group of people. I'm focused on my group of people. And the things that he has done since before he was president in New York City.
No, but I want to isolate into this issue that you said about affirmative action. But I want to talk about affirmative action.
I'm being very clear as far as.
I know, but I want to get specific. I feel like you're not being specific enough. So I'm asking. Okay, so let me ask you. Let me ask you the question again. Do you believe that that there are reasons why somebody could oppose affirmative action that have nothing to do with hating black people?
I am talking. I've made my point. You can extrapolate wherever you want to go. I've been very clear.
Okay. Well, let me just say it. Let me just say it this way. I oppose affirmative action. I think affirmative action is extremely racist, and the fact is, that, like, anytime you're trying to grant a leg up to any group based on gender, based on race, what you're doing is you're actively participating in discrimination. And by the way, why would you design a plan that helped more white women than it did black?
So maybe you're not really aware of U.S. history. Maybe you missed that part. You know what? I'm not attacking. There are some people who didn't understand or get a great history or 11th grade history, or maybe they go to college and study America. This place called America, from 1619 to 1776.
Yeah, look. Hey, listen, little fella. Listen, little fella. All right, listen. You're not gonna talk. You're certainly not gonna talk over me. Listen,
boy.
Yeah, little fella. That's what I said. You're being very passive aggressive, and I'm just simply. No, you are. That's my observation. Affirmative action. I wanted to speak about that, and then you went from affirmative action to Donald Trump's time as in real estate to now you want to go to 1619. Look, I get it. Like racial grievances, there's a whole industry around that, but I want to talk specifically about affirmative action. What do you think affirmative action has done to help people?
Well, I know exactly what it did for my parents and my relatives from the '60s by level setting a lot of the injustices pre 1964, from the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, the affirmative action. Lyndon Baines Johnson did '68. Many things that allowed Black Americans post '64 to actually become a part of this economic system, to actually grow and thrive in the form of federal contracts, municipal contracts, hiring practices, several things. And you may not be aware, but
And this is where you do the personal attack. Maybe you're not aware. I want to have a conversation about the issue, and I know that your approach to this conversation is to make it sound like you're the only person that's ever read a book. You're the only person that's ever studied any issue. Let's just assume that clearly you have a very slanted view on these things, and you're not even willing to argue in good faith. You prefer to make you're not saying facts, because what you've done is you've continued to change the subject. Do you not want to talk about affirmative action, the topic that you brought up?
When I came in this room, there were individuals that were extolling MAGA, or excuse me, Trump, and then talking about Israel.
Yeah, look, he's won 2 elections. There's a lot of people that like Donald Trump. I know that comes in as a shock to you, but there's a lot of people that like it. I'm going to make a statement. I want to see if you. I'm going to. Well, there's. Yeah. I want to make this very, very clear to. I want to make this very, very clear to you, okay? Kamala Harris ran a terrible campaign, and she lost because more Americans wanted Donald Trump as their president than Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris ran for 100 days campaign that was absolutely horrible. Campaign was horrible.
Oh, so it sounds like you agreed with me. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, she had 100 days of running when Trump started running, and he lost.
Do you think if she would have ran longer, then she would have been more popular? Because the more exposure people get to her, the less they like her.
I don't have
Well, she had one job, and it was to be the border czar. That was the job she took on. She did not go to the border, not one time under Biden's presidency. And let me tell you, when she was running around, having a different accent depending on whichever state she was in, that was when the hurricanes happened and left everybody else in devastation, did not get any help or any funds to help these people. She was too busy running around making a fool of herself.
Is that the same thing?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, real quick. I want to make a statement, and I want to see if the room agrees or disagrees with me. I'm going to make the position, and I know this will be unpopular with at least one person on the stage, but I'm going to make a statement. I genuinely believe this. In 2025, I believe that the United States of America with our laws in this country in 2025 is the least racist country on planet Earth.
The least what?
The least racist country on planet Earth.
Oh.
I think that every country on this planet in 2025 is more racist than the United States.
Oh, me too.
So,
What race are you talking about?
just to add something, I don't think that anyone was. Well, I certainly wasn't endorsing Donald Trump. I am no fan of Donald Trump. I don't know that when you came in the room, maybe something was taken out of context, but I even think that Donald Trump is fairly anti-Semitic despite having Jewish friends because he's incentivized by the Jewish friends that he has that can keep him sustain his wealth. So I don't think that Donald Trump is remotely pro-Jewish other than the collateral benefits that he gets out of it. As a Jew, I say that. So
Do you vote for Kamala?
I did, yes.
Are you kidding me? Okay.
Do you
So, yeah.
you know Stephen Miller's Jewish and his own rabbi repudiated him, right?
Yes. And Stephen Miller's own family is repudiated.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Wait,
This is my
Wait,
ignorance.
can you wait 1 second? Kiddos? That's Jordan. So, did you do just a protest vote because you didn't like Donald Trump, so you voted for Kamala, or did you really enjoy her? Like, in your eyes, what made her qualified?
I don't think she's as bad. I don't think she's as bad as some people say, but I certainly don't think she's great. I mean, she was a protest vote for me. I mean, I cannot stand Donald Trump. That being said, when you're an agent of chaos, you're bound to make some things happen that somebody's gonna like, including me. There's some things that he's done that I've liked that may be totally based on happenstance. There's no strategy behind what he's done, and it just he's a divide. He thrives on chaos. In fact, I think that part of the reason that he will not, he doesn't want too much change in the Middle East, and I could be wrong, is unless he can monetize it somehow, he needs chaos all over the world to distract us as Americans from some of the mistakes that he's making here at home. So that's my particular take. People don't have to agree with it, but he needs chaos to survive. It's like humans who need oxygen to mammals who need oxygen to breathe, right? Like, so this is part of his.
But okay,
his
but
shit.
do you see under Biden's administration, the border and how dangerous and how how dangerous
100%. Biden is
right,
turned out.
100%. And whose job was it to take care of that?
Well,
The
yeah.
president, not the vice president.
Yeah, I mean, Biden turned out to be such a disappointment.
Wait, no, this is not about Biden. The border, Kamala took this on as she was the border czar, that this was what she was going to work on for while Biden, she was under Biden.
There's no official name, government position at borders on it. Can you stop with that, please?
What?
Look at California, where she was the attorney general.
What do you mean stop with that?
It's a media-created event, okay?
First of all, Kamala, there's many videos, and you can look them up. They'll pop right up. Where she says that she identifies herself as the border czar. So I'm sorry, David, that maybe I adopted something that she said, and also the media said. So you cannot stop.
There's no role called border czar under the Biden administration. So as far as she did more things when she was the AG of California as far as the border and what was going on.
Are we
Because she
denied of that?
but she had the power.
This is her job.
What we are going to agree on is that that the vice president, the former vice president of the United States,
Okay.
was a law-abiding attorney
California for many, many years, and was exposed to that wretched, horrible, whore of a woman, Kamala Harris. She's terrible. As a prosecutor, she ignored evidence that allowed innocent people to remain in prison. Anyone that would defend that woman is completely fucking immoral. Just morally bankrupt.
So I'm not morally bankrupt as the person who was born and raised, worked in California, and particularly lived in San Francisco when she was there. Just your facts are. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, hold on.
There's good and bad.
When she first started her career, she was a deputy district attorney in Alameda County, practiced out of the Hayward courthouse, and then she went and sucked Willie Brown's dick, and then got another job. So I know her history very fucking well. So if you want to talk about it, we can.
I know Willie Brown. My father and he were good friends. I remember when they were dating. I was around during that period of time. Anyway, I wanted to ask Jordan a question because he mentioned Trump being anti-Semitic and Stephen Miller. And my question
I actually want to interrupt you, Carlos. I want to tell Roger something. So look at the chat though. Like these pro IRGC people, the people that they work for IRGC or like they literally come to the rooms together. Look, now this one says
Sarah, they can come to this room and they can say stupid shit. And I'll just say this because they're too stupid. They'll just continue to do it anyways. I like when they say their shit because what happens. This is what they don't know. I'm going to say a secret out loud because they're not all here. There's only a few of them. But Clubhouse allows the feds to monitor these chats. And I promise you that there's multiple people from this app that are already in jail for the things that they've done on Clubhouse, the things that they've advocated for, and the investigations that they've seen. We've already seen this happen. Like if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go look it up. I love having them here, and all I would just request of you, Sarah, is when you see people writing shit that's fucking highly questionable, just report it to Clubhouse and allow the investigations to take place and allow these imbeciles to fuck themselves. That's what I would ask you to do.
I just wanted to ask Jordan that question. He was talking about anti-Semitic, and my question, Jordan, I don't know if you're still here, is can a person of Jewish descent or of the religion be anti-Semitic in 2025? That's my question.
I mean, yes. I mean, I've been called self-loathing at times, but I just have strong convictions about, my own tribe and community, and so some things may not resonate with people the way they had hoped, but I think I try to come at things pretty honestly and call people out, including myself, when I make mistakes. So, for example, I don't if you show so much hate, if you show more hate for the enemy than you have love for your own people and you're Jewish, then you're not holding space for your faith. The same is true for any faith, quite frankly. But so I don't like hypocritical behavior. Like if you're like, I see sometimes on Facebook where some people will say what they want to do to some community that harmed them, and it sounds far more vile than what the other person or other individuals did. And so I try to think, well, what's the whole point of being part of a faith that really promotes kindness, love, and peace, by and large, regardless of what any government and agency does. So, yeah, I mean, you can be, there are people who are self-loathing, and some of them are so, I mean, they've absolutely denounced their faith, right? I don't denounce my faith, but there's some things that I may not like. That's just my personal, preference.
So, by your definition, can a person be a Jew but not Jewish in the faith?
Yes, because you can be, well, not be. Well, I would say you're Jewish, but you're not religious. I wouldn't say that you're not Jewish. I would say you're Jewish, but you're not religious.
Nice done. Thank you. Look, what's worth? Judaism is not a religion. It's an ethno-religion. Christianity is a religion. Islam is a religion. But you can be to get really to the point. You can be Jewish and not even believe in God. You're just from the nation of people who are Jewish and you've been born into it. Interesting. All right. Thank you.
And that does that mean that like if your dad is Jewish, but your mom is not, then you are Jewish?
No, it's the other way around. It's matrilinear.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. So like if your dad was Jewish, but your mom was not, you would not be born a Jew.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay.
I was just reading about Sarah Jessica Parker, whose father is Jewish, and he's using an example. Sarah Jessica Parker says that she's raised Jewish, but she's not. I don't think she's really sure what she is, but her father is Jewish, so she doesn't follow a matrilineal rationale, but or model rather. But and there are a lot of celebrities who are not who are.
Dr. Jordan, with that nose, we'll give her a pass.
Goldie Hawn is another one. Her father is Jewish, but her mother is not. So I'm not really sure if her kids think that they're Jewish or not. It's just so confusing. That's all.
Well, in Los Angeles, particularly in the Hollywood industry, there is a clear demarcations as far as even down to what group of or tribe one may be associated with will determine the amount of work or positions of power one ascertains. Okay. So that job by saying the Jews are in Hollywood, is that
Yeah, we run a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But we own all the banks as well, Jews.
Yeah. Media.
All the banks and also the media as well.
Jewelry stores.
Well, yeah, jewelry. Are you being sarcastic?
Well,
I don't think I don't think he meant it that way, but I think what he was saying was, and I don't know where you got this, but I don't see that like there are different castes or like different segments within Judaism that are. I'm not familiar with that, but I don't know. Rowan, you can.
Yeah, you lost us when you said down to the actual sect of where they came from in Israel. Yeah, that's really going on in Hollywood.
David, are you having a bad night?
No.
No, I feel like you're being combative with everyone. We're just.
No, I haven't said a word for 2 hours.
Listen, David.
I listened to your religious part, and it was hard.
Wait.
Hold up, and David doesn't argue with anybody and attack anybody unless we're talking about Tesla. That's the only topic that gets him under his.
Yeah, I'm allowed to know. I was.
What was so hard when I was talking about religion or Christianity?
I posted in the chat. I said if Jews followed that rule, there'd be no more Jews. They'd be done.
Dan, I have a question. Before you get married.
One second. So when you said, so are you talking about when I said as a Catholic, our job is to, when I was talking about that with Roger, I don't know at what point.
Yeah, that point.
When I'm talking on stage, I don't pay attention to
That point.
So
I don't denigrate what you believe. I know you believe it, and I think it's real. I just I don't know how it's applicable to the real world.
So Dan, what?
Ask a question mark. What were you writing in the chat? Sorry, Jordan.
No, go ahead.
This is 2 hours ago, though. I was being sarcastic when I was answering this Hollywood question.
Hang on, who's interrupting you?
You go.
Sorry, go on.
What? Who?
Question mark. Did you want to finish off what you were saying?
Wait, I didn't
didn't say anything. Wait,
No, you didn't. Me and David were talking.
But I'm happy to say something.
No, David, I want to know. You said it 2 hours ago, but you just brought it up right now.
I said in the chat I didn't comment. I held all my comments and my thoughts. That's what I'm saying.
So why would you
I just-
insert them now?
I'm saying you mentioned I've been combative all night, and I
Right.
said I've been listening for hours.
And
That
you
was
said that
my
it was hard to
response.
listen to by tape. Like,
I posted my thoughts in the chat, but it's okay. I don't really want to go back 2 hours.
You did.
We're not going to change any minds.
So, Ann, hold on. Let's move forward.
Oh,
Ann,
hold on.
so what if I take you to the rodeo, like, while you're engaged in the Catholic or Christian faith, like, are you allowed to go on a date with someone while you're engaged, like go to a rodeo or something like that, or how does that work in your Christian
I don't
faith?
think that has anything to do with Christianity. I think that. Are you serious?
Oh my God, no, I'm just having fun. Jesus Christ.
Not Jesus. Really? Then you go and say Jesus. This is making me big. Oh my gosh. You guys really do hate the.
No, he don't.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Look, nobody hates the Christians in this room. I don't think. Maybe there is a couple people that hate them, but even like the comments that are in the chat about fuck Islam, it's like that's not the kind of fucking conversation that's gonna get it. People are free to have whatever religious belief they want. What they're not free to do is use their religious belief for a justification to fucking go and kill innocent people. So, I don't know, man. Look, call me fucking weird or whatever, but I would prefer that we don't call out somebody's entire religion, especially when, like, you know, you've got like a quarter of the world that's Christian, a quarter of the world that's fucking Muslim. It just doesn't seem like a good idea to go down that road.
Roger, the rule is that you can actually trash talk any religion. You can't trash talk the people. If I say fuck all Muslims, it's different than saying fuck Islam.
So Sarah,
It is
Sarah,
protected by freedom of speech to say fuck Islam, especially if you're a Muslim who've been lashed because of Islamic rules, and you're seeing how they're killing people right now. There's literally 50 million people trying to run from a city because of Islam, because of all this war that IRGC has brought up. So, you know what? Don't have these double standards, Rogers. Please.
Okay. No, actually, I'm the only one that's applying a standard of any kind in this room. I'll just say this: if somebody would have wrote "fuck Judaism," you would have had several people that would have been offended, and then we would have a conversation about should we throw that person out of the room. All I'm saying, Sarah, is like you can have your belief system without fucking being an attack dog. It's actually it's not becoming of a woman. It's not becoming of a professor. Like you're better than this. When I wrote that you're better than this, come on. I believe you are better than this, and I'm saying, come on. But if you want to double down and go down this route, that you want to go and motherfuck, somebody's religion. Look, I don't agree with these things, and if we're gonna have a debate about religion, about why we disagree with it, and I can be inflammatory too. You guys know me. I can fucking talk my shit. I'm just suggesting that in an environment where we're trying to have a conversation about what's going on in Iran, I don't think that using words like fuck Islam is the way to have a productive conversation. That's all I'm fucking saying.
And David, like, I really want to know how you believe that Catholicism is not applicable in today's world.
I didn't say Catholicism in general. I listened to you, and I went back 2 hours ago. I just looked at my comment. My closest friend of 55 years is Catholic. His family has adopted me into that family, and I have no problem with Catholics. You just have to take my word for it.
Wait, hold on. I'll let you guys argue this with me in a second. But Sarah. First of all, you keep going back saying that this guy threatened to kill you. He actually did not. We talked this through.
He didn't provide a single screenshot that he was going to release.
Hold on. We talked this through. He was very. Listen, when people are being transparent, we should take them. Look, here's the thing.
Roger, you don't know what has happened since yesterday.
Sarah, I know you. I know you, and I know you overreact to shit. And I'm gonna tell you this. When you even say the words that he wrote, everybody with a fucking half a brain cell understands that that
You're
could be
not
the truth.
Muslim, so you don't understand.
Oh,
Did you
Jesus
see
fucking
Salman
Christ.
put 100%
Oh, you're the only one
on
that
the
knows
script?
anything. Yeah,
You
you're
saw
the
the
only one
other
that knows
Persian
anything.
guy put 100% on there. Do you know how many Iranians have been killed because they say something against Islam? I say I'm not Muslim and I walked away. Any Muslim has the right to kill me. Do you understand any of that?
Okay,
I get
then
it.
if you're worried about that,
I'm
hold
not
on.
doing this with you, Roger. You know
That's
what?
good.
Someone just called me a fascist in the chat. Why don't you attack that person?
Well, because I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to explain to you why. Because what you're doing right now is so fucking illogical, and I'm hoping that I can appeal to the little brain cells that are left here, Sarah. The bottom line is, you are bringing a lot of this shit on yourself. You can't pretend. You can't pretend. Hold on. Hold on.
You can remove me. You have the right to do that.
Well, I'm going to speak because it's fucking my room. If you'd like to leave, that's on you. You're free to do whatever you want.
If
You're
you
grown.
don't like me saying fuck Islam, remove me next time. But don't lecture me. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to give you my opinion on this. And here's the thing. If you're afraid that somebody's going to kill you because you left Islam, then you probably shouldn't be in a public place fucking announcing that you've done that. That's your fucking fear that you got to deal with. He didn't threaten you, you fucking retard. He didn't threaten you.
And that's your opinion.
Well, we talked about it earlier. You're the only person that fucking agrees in that interpretation. Let me just say it out loud what fucking happened, and you guys can tell me what you think.
Who do you want to tell you? The IRGC supporters that are all in the chat?
Jesus Christ, Sarah.
So who do you want to support? Look at the chat right now. Who do you want to have this conversation for? The people who are calling me fascist in the chat?
I want you to fucking, like, rein yourself in because you're acting crazy.
That's fine. Why? Because you don't like me saying fuck Islam and somebody else can call me fascist?
Well, you also claim that somebody threatened to kill you.
He did.
When he threatened. Actually, no. When he was here and he said exactly what you said what he had typed, and then he explained what he meant by that. He said he was going to report you for your racist comments, and he was going to. And I don't want to say who he was going to, but you remember what he said, who he said he was going to report you to, and that is highly that. First of all, it's a bitch move. I told him it's a bitch move to try to snitch on people. I told him that, right? He was still being a bitch, but he didn't do what you said he did. He didn't threaten you with violence. He threatened to snitch on you. And no, he didn't. He did not. And you're lying. And here's the thing. You're overreacting because you're mad at him. And you saying untrue things doesn't make you look good. It makes you look bad.
And you can think whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want.
Listen.
It wasn't just that one passage.
Well, here's the thing. You said something that was not racist. He claimed it was racist, and he overreacted and said that he was going to report you to a certain particular thing.
Which part of me saying that after he made that threat do you not understand? Which part of it?
He didn't make a threat.
After he told me that I won't be a doctor from tomorrow, after that.
Right, and his explanation for what that translated into, what he meant by that, made 1,000% more than you saying that it meant that anybody says anything to you. That's the double fucking standard here, sir.
No, Roger, you tell me, oh, that's low of you. Like, seriously, there are like 10 people attacking me in the chat. And you find that moment when I know when I say something like that, at least half of them are going to get the fuck out of my face. You take that moment to, like, give me a lecture of morality? Seriously?
Yes.
When these fucking thoughts, and I don't care, Roger, I don't want that. You know, right now, my friends, my family, they all are stuck, you know, at the middle of the war, and there are fucking people here who are, like, supporting the regime, the fucking terrorist
You
regime.
can't be the victim and the offender at the same time. You gotta pick one.
Pick one what?
You can either be the victim or the offender. You can only play one
I'm
role
never
at a time.
gonna be a victim. I'm not a victim. I'm just telling you. I don't want you to tell me what's right or wrong. If you don't like my comments in future, remove me. But when you come in, when I'm being attacked by 10 people in the chat, and then you come and say, oh, that's low of you, it looks like you're on their side. And I know you're not. I know you're telling you, Sarah, you're better than that. Why are you dragging yourself down to their level? I know that's what you're trying to tell me.
That is exactly what I'm telling you. That's what.
And I know that.
These guys are fucking retards, and they're getting you to act irrational. And I'm saying, as a friend, don't do that. Don't fall for. I know you know better than this.
Like, back to when I first came in here, you all were talking about the
We're just gonna skip over what I want.
that. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That when I came in here, it was talking about the back and forth between Israel and Iran. I think for those who study history, it is wise to protect yourself. If there are a group of people that are saying that they're going to eradicate you or have you not exist anymore, if you go back to 73 under Golden Air and you look at the Yom Kippur War, it was exactly her not being aware of what was going on and drag that into. So I think it's wise for any group that multiple entities are claiming that they're going to eradicate them, always protect yourself. I think that's intelligent. And I'm definitely not a Netanyahu supporter at all. But as a military vet, I think it's wise to always protect yourself by any means necessary.
Elijah, what is wrong with you? You reject God, why?
I just think that that specific. I'm not a religion person. That's all.
Well, you don't have to be a religion. Subscribe to a religion to believe in God.
This is true.
So, why were you
I'm not really trying to talk about it. That's all.
Well, you did though.
I'm here
That's why
to
bringing it up.
listen.
Well, you did though, because that's why I brought it up.
Well, how about?
I'm gonna be here to listen. That's all.
Okay.
Jesus. We're fighting over the weirdest shit tonight.
I'm like so over like this. Like people are so far from like people need to come to God, and that's the bottom line. You want peace? Come to God. That's seriously it. Nothing would be going on like this in the Middle East if the absence of faith. And I don't care what anybody has to say. If you disagree with me, go ahead. I don't give a shit. It's the absence of faith. That's it.
But faith in what?
Faith in God.
Whose understanding of God?
Where in any the Quran, the Bible, or the Torah does it say to do what's going on right now?
What? You mean war? I can point out plenty of scriptures that refer to war.
Yeah, there are several scriptures in the Old and New Testament
Okay.
that talk about, and this particular time that's going on is spoke about in the New Testament, in the Gospels, what was going to take place
several.
They also say that when it's that time, that we won't know when that time is. So for you to say that it's now is irrelevant.
This is true too. He's going to come like a thief in the night. But that's again, if you believe in that.
No, seriously. Like, I can actually laugh because you're just like, you're a dick, but I know you're like not a dick. But
I'm not being a dick. I'm actually agreeing with you. I'm supporting you. Listen, if you believe every word of the Bible to be true, then I would say the most important thing to focus on. Like if we're just going to talk about the Christian Bible for 1 second, if we were to talk about the Christian Bible, if we were to figure out like, okay, well, what's the most important lesson? Like if we were to slap the entire Bible into ChatGPT and go, okay, what am I really supposed to gain from this here? I think what would come out is when Jesus was asked, how to get to heaven, and he said that he wasn't here to replace the laws of Moses. So he said the law is still the law, right? But he said that if you love God and if you love people, that you'll fulfill the law. And so those are the two things that I think that, and I think that's one of the points that you make very consistently, and that I appreciate, is to have a reverence for God. The challenge that I have with that is that not everybody believes in your source of truth about the characteristics of God, who God is, and what God wants from us, and yada yada yada. But for those that do share that worldview that you have, I think that if you distill it down to the basics, it's just love God, love people. And honestly, I think you do a better job of that, at least in this season of Clubhouse, than most of the Christians that I run into. I think you're a good ambassador of loving God and loving people.
So, in Christianity, the monotheistic Christianity, not triune, pure Orthodox Christianity, Yeshua HaMashiach, or Jesus, especially after from Acts forward, the most important thing is found in Acts 2, which is talking about the new birth experience. He said, I didn't come to destroy the law, I came to fulfill it. That was earlier. But it's about the new birth and the rapture of the church. Whereas Israel has its own separate track that's going on, things that will take place. And it says, as we see a lot of these things that are taking place, wars are rumors of wars, look up for your redemption draw nigh.
Well, hold on 1 second. There's somebody in the chat that's trying to school us on the Bible, and I'm sure a nice person that's probably spent a couple Sundays in the church, maybe even read the Bible a time or two. But this reference to 10 commandments, there's 613 commandments, and I think that there's this very Western tradition of distilling things down to a top 10. If we're going to distill things down, again, I would say go down to the two greatest commandments. At least that's what Jesus said. But if we're going to talk about commandments and people skipping over them, I think people that are looking at 10 commandments are skipping over at least 603 commandments. Anyways, I did not log on here tonight to argue about the Bible, but here we are.
Does anyone see any hope for this war to end? One, the one with Iran and Israel, and then two, the other one with Ukraine and Russia. Any thoughts as far as the ending?
I think it's hard to predict. You can, but let me just say this: it's hard to predict how wars are going to end. One of the characteristics of war is that they can be very unpredictable, and as we try to predict what the ending would be, even if we got there, it would probably be a lot more complicated and messy than we would hope it to be. So, I mean, look, when words fail and when diplomacy doesn't work and people decide that dropping bombs is the way to go, the unfortunate truth is that people are going to die. People are going to die on both sides of this conflict. The question really comes down to is, do you have the right? Do you have the right to defend your people? I think the answer to that should be yes.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
The answer should be yes, and I believe that, and this is where we might disagree. I believe that the Jewish people have been under attack for quite some time. I do believe that the IRGC, not Iran, but the IRGC is the head of the snake. They're the ones that have, for decades, financed these terrorist organizations that have resulted in a lot of death and destruction to people in Israel, and most specifically to Jewish people. And I think fighting that fight is the righteous thing to do, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be negative externalities on both sides. War sucks. People are going to get hurt. This is a reality. But if you were to weigh the cost of doing nothing versus the cost of waging war, I'm leaning in the camp that it's pretty clear cut that the IRGC has to go.
Are these the same people that funded Hezbollah and Hamas?
Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis have all been supported financially by both the IRGC and by Qatar. I don't think anybody that studied this issue would.
Yeah, they have to go. If you just look at the landmass, you have a little small slither where Israel is right now compared to where it was historically, and then you have Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Egypt, all around them, trying to push them into the sea. No. That's a no-go. And so I was asked earlier today if you were called back up to go. I wouldn't too far move to go back. What are your thoughts on U.S. with boots on the ground? And I'm like, I don't know if it would come to that because there's so many munitions. U.S. Navy, and there's a big, huge base being built right now in Lebanon, a 5,000-person base being built in Lebanon. A huge Marine expeditionary force is going to be placed there. I don't think it's going to go very well for Iran or whoever this group that's trying to do some things.
Yeah, let me read something briefly from the chat. Ari is, boy, it's a little bit of a meltdown here. Yeah, well, Ari said there's got to be like a medication that can simmer this down. But she says war is not unpredictable. Gog is Russia. That's in the Bible. Russia will start World War III. So when that occurs, what will people say then? World War III will also start a one world order. The mark of the beast. The Pope is the devil. Let's see. No, he is not. I don't even know what that's in reference to. But yeah, this is this. I don't know if I should laugh at that or if I should genuinely. Anne, can you pray for that person?
Yeah, I already did. I did. That's why I didn't respond. She says, "Mark my words, girl. I don't know what Bible you think that you're reading, but you're not reading the same book that I am."
Yeah,
I guess you could be reading the same book, just having different teachers or instructions.
Well, hold on. Can we agree that if you read the Bible, like if you were to read the Christian Bible, and if you were to get to Revelations, where everybody thinks all the crazy zany stuff happens, there's monsters and this and that, and they talk about war and death and all this stuff. It does say this stuff, and it really does say this stuff. But if we were to read the entire book of Revelations, it's actually a happy ending. It's actually the good guys win. So I think some people just I personally think there's a correlation, not a causation, but a correlation with mental disease and people that use the Bible to fulfill some doomsday fantasies that they have. But the people that have filled their heart with joy, the joy of the Lord, right? They don't have these doomsdays finale, like these fantasies. In fact, the ones that are genuine believers, what they typically do is when somebody dies, they might have a quick little cry and say they're going to miss the person. But what they'll usually do is they'll come to the conclusion that, oh, they went to a better place. Well, how do you know that? Well, that's what the Bible says. And then they believe that. And it brings them comfort, brings them joy. It doesn't bring this fucking anxiety. If you read the Bible and it brought you anxiety, you either have a reading comprehension problem or a mental.
When people like focus on Revelations, like I actually like, obviously I've read Revelations, but I don't put that at the forefront because God says we won't know when those times are near. And I will concede the fact that I just naturally inherently don't like when it comes to war, it bothers me, just to see anybody dying. But I do know that we are called to do certain things, and I know what the Jews are called to do during times like this, and so I'm like conflicted because I know what they're called to do and they're doing the right thing, but like I don't know how to accept that.
I appreciate you saying that. I respect your opinion.
To accept it.
When you say something cool, Jews are expected to say or doing this one time. Sorry, David, I just want to ask that.
What did you ask me?
Hey, can I say something real quick? It's out here. First one's
Yeah, no, you're good. Hold on. Some people might not be hearing well. Joshua, we did hear you, but Rolo's gonna speak, and then you're gonna go next.
Thanks, Josh. And I'm sort of curious, what do you think the Jews should be doing right now? And what are you conflicted about? Two-part.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did walk away from my phone. What?
Question's two-part. What do you believe the Jews should be doing right now, and what are you conflicted about?
Well, essentially, what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing. That's all I want to say. As far as I want to get into it, I don't want to even state it. But they're taking care of me. Like it's good versus evil. To me, this is good versus evil, and we want to get rid of evil. We want evil gone.
So why are you conflicted about that?
Well, because as a Christian, we're just supposed to pray for peace, and just to see anybody, any innocent life taken, is just bothersome to watch. But I respect them. I respect them for doing what God has asked them to do and honoring that. It's just, that's it. It's hard to. Nobody wants to watch people die, like innocent children and things. And I know that comes with war, but I know people are called, so I respect it. But I'm just conflicted. That's it.
I think I understand what you're saying. One, that you're taught to be able to love everybody. At the same time, you know that there is good versus evil.
Yeah.
There is an evil element that is involved here, and there's a good element.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's nothing. I don't know why there was any need to be backwards about coming forward. That's what I'm curious.
Yeah, and so like I wanted to like say like that I can see to like the way that I was like responding to it earlier because I understand I'm conflicted, but understand also like what we're asked to do.
No, I hear you. Look, I mean, even when like there is a senior official of Hezbollah or the IRGC that is neutralized, I don't personally. I know that there is reason to be able to be relieved, but for me, like this element of me that wants to be able to celebrate, but also knows that it's not quite the right thing to do at all.
So something that I observed conversation where Anne caught a bunch of shit at one point, and I don't think what she had said or was representing was bad. There, if you recall, when there were some skirmishes that were going across the border in Lebanon, for example. Anne's got family that that's from Lebanon, and as you guys probably know the history, there's a lot of Christians. Used to be a lot more in Lebanon, and there can be collateral damage in these things. And I think the thing that spun out of control was some people were like telling Anne, like, oh, you're on the wrong side of this conflict because you're worried about the people in Lebanon. And she's like, yeah, I'm worried about the people in Lebanon. My fucking family's from Lebanon, right? And like, I don't think her position was unreasonable at all. I think the nuance part would be, okay, yes, there's a conflict happening, but why is there a conflict happening, and who really gets the blame for that? And I think Andy actually had one of the more pure positions, which is like, I really don't care who started it. I just don't want my peoples to die. and like, I remember that conversation, and I remember people really being on her head about it. And I don't think she ever said anything that was, anti-Israel or supportive in any way of the combatants on the other side. She just had a genuine take of like, well, fuck, this sucks that people in this region of the world where I come from are dying, and like, I think that's a legit position to hold.
Thank you.
I think that Joshua's been waiting really patiently. Thanks, Joshua.
Hi, Joshua.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm at work, but I'm trying to make this real brief and real quick. Ari, I don't know, I may demolish her name, but she has said something about the Bible being rewritten, and this the thing. The Bible itself has not been rewritten. You just have different versions of the Bible. It's just that people comes along and put their 2 cents in the scriptures when you can't find these things nowhere in the scriptures, and it causes confusion to people. That's the problem. Because like one of the brothers said on here, I don't think people just actually read the Bible. They got the Bible sitting on their stand like a novel. It's never meant to be read like a novel. It's a history book that events actually happen. And when people talk about the book of Revelations, it's a lot of stuff happening in the book of Revelation. And the only thing about that is, if you don't read the situations and the past history that happened in the Old Testament, you'll never know what the book of Revelation is even talking about, because it goes in depth with a lot of stuff. So when people say that, they really don't understand what's going on. And the other thing is, what we got to be mindful and remind ourselves this right here. When Christ come back, it won't be peace. He said he didn't come to bring peace, So it won't be peace. He come to bring a sword. And you know what a sword is do? It means to split. It means to kill. When you read the book of Amos 5:18, he even said, it's a prophet that the day of the Lord is darkness and not light. So when we see these things happen here, this has already been written in script. It's not going to be a good day when the Lord comes back. It's going to be death. It's going to be killing. Because in order for him to set his empire up, one empire got to go. I mean, that's just how it is. And who are we to stop that? We got to be real mindful of that. So the stuff that's happening right now is already been written in prophecy that these things going to happen. So it's inevitable. It's going to happen. But I think people need to really read the Bible before they start just putting their 2 cents in, because they really don't know what they're talking about.
I appreciate everything you said, Joshua. I agree with you. Thank you. That song, Just Wake Me Up When It's All Over. I think, can I just go take a nap, and then you guys wake me up when it's done?
specifically from the Book of Revelations, it's very clear that that God's going to have the ultimate victory over evil. It's not a dark time. It's a time for the light. If you read the Bible the way it's written, it very specifically states that God will prove His sovereignty, right? And show everyone that yes, I am in control, and that the evil will get a final judgment, right? And that the faithful will have salvation and eternal life. This is all good things. And so, is there darkness that happens before that? Sure, but the final act is one of a happy ending. And like I think anybody that's interpreting this differently is I would instruct you to go back and read it.
Yeah. No, I mean, yes. I mean, everything that is in God's plan is good. So, yeah, but I also agree with Joshua that people take certain scripture in the Bible and they interpret to what they want it to say based on like what's going on in the world today, and they try to take the Bible and relate it to today instead of just reading it for what it is and internalizing it.
So, and quick question. Who do you think will have an easier time getting into heaven? Kamala supporters or Trump supporters?
Trump supporters?
Do you think Trump supporters will have an easier time getting into heaven?
Yeah.
Anybody disagree with that? You think anyone think that Harris supporters would have an easier time getting into?
Oh man,
I think what Christ asked of you is to accept that He's your Savior. He died on the cross and He rose in 3 days to sit at the right hand of God. And anybody who believes that, regardless of political party, is a Christian.
No, but what if you are gay? Or what if you
God made gay people too. They're like them being gay and relationships is gonna have to that discussion's between them and God when they die. But gay people have been around forever.
What does it say about gay people in the Bible?
Oh, can I answer that? Theo
answer
that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before we do, can I just say, Ari very quickly said, God did not make gay people. Okay, Ari, who made gay people? Hold on, before you guys discuss, and I want to hear it audibly.
The Californians did.
I want to hear what Ari has to say. Who made gay people?
I wanted to go to bed 5 minutes ago.
I just can't wait to hear who made the gay people themselves. Why do people turn white in the Bible? Wow, Jesus Christ. Okay, whoever wants to take this down.
No, I'm done. I got it. People don't turn white.
Live in Washington where there's no sun.
The Bible was part of the Middle East in its writing, and it spread to a place where there was less sun, and those people just so happened to be white. Also, I think it is, worth, at least I find worth pointing out.
Oh my God! Hold on. Ari says themselves. Why did people turn white in the Bible? Then she said men started having sex with men who cursed and turned white. So basically, hold on. So white people are a result of gay sex. This is the position that Ari holds. This is fucking hilarious. Dude, can I just say, getting Ron back on the app and us doing this room in the muff. This is my favorite room since I've been back. I think we're officially back. And Ari proved that we're back. This is hilarious. She said that fucking white people are a product of gay sex. Amazing. Jesus Christ. So what happens if I have sex with a chick? Does that mean that I get to turn black? Like this makes no sense.
We know parts of you are black already. Hey, did somebody say it was a curse if you was black?
Yeah, curse of black skin was something that the Mormons talk about. I like honestly, I don't know what this woman's talking. I wish she would get up on the fucking stage. I'd love to hear her voice say that white people are a result of gay sex, because that would be the wildest thing to ever hear. As a matter of fact, I might turn recordings on if she can come up here.
Hey, see that's basically what I'm just saying a while ago, because again, people don't read. What do you think Sodom and Gomorrah was doing? You know what I'm saying? So, oh man, in
I didn't say
Ecclesiastes,
God liked homosexual sex. I said God created gay people. Big difference.
well, this is the thing. The Most High Lord didn't create gay people. People created.
Gay people have been around for thousands of years. There was this really, really famous cavalry troop, some of the best soldiers in the ancient world. There were about 10,000 of them, and they were to a man gay.
Let me get my point. You'll see what I'm trying to say here. All right. The Most High Lord didn't create gay people. All right. People did that act of themselves of a choice. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Don't make yourself gay. You're born gay.
Let me get through, okay? I'm being real polite to you, all right? The scripture said, "Don't ever interrupt a man in his speech." All right? Be respect. What I'm saying is, the Most High Lord didn't create gay people. That's a choice that man made themselves. Right? Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 29, he said, no, this only have I found that God has made man upright. So he didn't make a mistake in how he made man, okay? It was man who took what he did and changed it into something they wanted it to be. Like, Romans 1:26, he speaks about that. Again, people don't read, people made that choice themselves to be gay. Women made that choice themselves to be lesbians. That's their choice. That's not something God that made himself. No. So let's
I
not say
don't
that.
know anybody in the history of ever who dealt with that, who
That
made
is the devil,
themselves gay.
because
I don't. I have a very good friend. He was gay when he was 13. He turned himself gay. So you're entitled to what I think is a very ignorant perspective. God created everybody.
Yeah,
He gave free will, certainly, but God created everybody.
Yes.
And among those people that He created were people who happened to be gay and lesbian. It is not our job.
Right,
It is
but
our
then
job
in
as
turn-
Christians
But
to
because
sit on high. It's not our job as Christians to sit on high and judge them. The gay part of their life, they and God will have that discussion. That's not our place.
right, and they will not enter
It also
the
bears
they will
pointing
not
out
enter the
that
kingdom
even if
of
you
God.
don't, hold on,
No,
even if you don't believe that gay people are themselves people who are made and not created of their own accord, then I would suggest you go back and look at history. 10,000 people who worked for Alexander the Great can't possibly all have made themselves gay.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. No, hold on.
I'm gonna get this point out real quick.
You're gonna hold on for a second. Because,
Damn.
well, yeah. Saith the Lord. Here's the issue, right? You guys pick and choose all the shit that you want to read. You don't like none of you motherfuckers are reading this shit for real. If you did, then you would know. First of all, the book of Leviticus wasn't written for Christians. It was written for Jews. So let's just start there. But in the book of Leviticus, it says, if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, that's detestable, saith the Lord. I don't have the Hebrew version of it. Maybe if somebody wants to help me with it. But that's the translation that comes into our English written Bibles, and that's Leviticus 18:22. Right? Now, that's right. So here's the thing. So people will take that and they'll run with it because they're straight. They think, oh well, like I can use this line from this spiritual text to go and rail against how wrong homosexuality is. What that same fucking book says is that you shouldn't wear clothing woven of two different cloths. So I will just say this: for those of you that are so uppity and against homosexuality, I'm not gay. But for those of you that think that God's so mad about it, God has the same judgment for you when you wear your cotton polyester T-shirt. So any of you that has clothing woven of two different types of cloth, if you've ever wore a cotton polyester shirt in your life, God has the same smoke for you that He has for gays.
And God said, stand next is a privilege, not a right.
What I'm gonna say was, I ain't never heard no baby come out of the womb saying, why? Why? I ain't never heard that before. And with the that was dealing with the temples and stuff. And the temples not here, the temples burned down.
You're missing the point. Babies don't stop because they're fucking babies.
Alright, we got a baby on the thing, so I'm gonna let him speak because he don't know how to bridle his tongue. Because the book says bridle your tongue. So I'll let Mr. Baby Marshall talk.
No, I'm good.
Can we all agree that if we went to Joshua's church, it would probably be fun? I imagine there's singing, there's dancing, there's probably all kinds of stuff going on there. I would go to his church.
Well, this thing. So where I go to church at, we keep things in order. All right. And we don't bash no one. Like for instance, a homosexual, lesbian, anything like that comes in first. We have righteous men will tell them, hey, look, we're not gonna bash them. We do like Ezekiel 3:18 say do. You know, show them they're wrong. Give them a chance to repent and not throw them away.
Joshua, listen, you're picking and choosing stuff. Let me just call you out here. Can you recite Ezekiel 25:17?
Oh yeah. I can pull. I go to my car and get my Bible right now.
No, I want it from memory.
Well, I can quote it, but I like to get it right.
See, that's the thing. You guys pick and choose. See, listen, Ezekiel 25:17, the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance.
So what
did you only remember from Pulp Fiction, Roger?
Yeah, he really did. But guess what? He put that way in context. Why don't you?
Actually, that's not what 25:17 actually fucking says. It's a goddamn movie quote. Nobody's got to.
Yep. So, hey, say what Ezekiel 25:14 says. And better yet, since you want to go to the book of Ezekiel, why don't you just read the book of Ezekiel? Matter of fact, why don't you go to chapter 37 and verse 10?
Why don't we go to the book of Eli?
I love the book of Ezekiel.
I bet you like Maccabees too.
Did you say the book of Eli?
Oh yeah, I got the apocrypha too. Oh yes, I love the apocrypha. Why don't you go to 2 Peter chapter 6 and verse 54?
Hey, why don't we go to 2 Kings chapter 2? Talk about them goddamn bears that were mauling fucking the kids for messing with the prophet Elisha.
And
you ain't ready. You ain't ready. You ain't ready.
Let's go to Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9.
You should also go to First
Judge not as ye be judged.
You should also go to 1 Samuel, where the Philistine says that David is red and ruddy.
So, let's go to Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9.
Wouldn't that make King David an Edomite, Joshua?
Huh?
Wouldn't 1 Samuel 8:26 make King David an Edomite?
King David.
Remember the Philistine looks upon David and says that he has beautiful ruddy skin.
Ruddy means
red, healthy red. It doesn't mean brown. It means healthy red.
So King David
like
was
Esau.
not Edomite. The sons and daughters
you said the red pink rats. The red pink rats are the Edomites, right?
Hey, hold up. Can I say something? I appreciate it. So the sons and daughters of Esau were actually the Romans. Okay. The Greeks.
called Alexander. Alexander, the great. He's not great about nothing, but having our people in slavery for one. Since you want to go there, all right. I ain't want to bring this up. I'm trying to be respectful. So, since you want to bring that up, that's why I want you to go to Revelation
All right,
2
open up 1 Samuel 16:12, Joshua.
They got in that land in
Joshua,
1948.
you gonna open it up or no?
Israel was born and created.
Joshua.
The people who were there before they got it was people who looked like me.
Okay, let's read it. He sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy, and all together of a beautiful countenance and godly look upon. Yeah, so this is saying that King David is Edomite. How he look?
Who are the Philistines today?
They'd be modern day Syria, parts of Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon.
That ain't good. Well, modern day, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Modern day Jordan.
No, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. But
Wait, hold on. Show me which verse talks about the Mexican. You don't talk about the Mexicans? Shit. Mexicans named all their fucking kids after fucking Jesus.
The Chinese named their kids after dropping silverware.
Damn, that's a good one.
I should have done it with 1 Samuel 17:22. David over Solomon wanted that glory and health, and despised them. The word used there is right.
Yeah, I think he had to get some rest and prepare for his Bible study tomorrow.
oh, Julie.
Yeah, I wish he was here. I wish Ari would come up here with her crazy ass. Ari straight up said that fucking white people are a result of homosexual sex. It's the curse that God put on them for having sex. It's fucking hilarious. Jesus
They
Christ.
started to do it more outside so they could get some color.
Oh. I clicked on Ari's Instagram. I'm curious.
I invited her.
Ari is hilarious. Like, she is the most, like, unintentionally funny person I've met on this app in ages. Sarah's back. Guys, stop picking on Sarah. See, I got your back, girl.
No, they're all gone. They weren't here for you though. If you look, there's not a single one of them here. Their job is they get paid to go to rooms and shut people up, and I have a very, very loud voice, and I'm very consistent, and I'm a very pro-Israel, anti-IRGC, and I speak loud, and they hate that. And you know what? People like you, I'm gonna say it, whether you like it or not. In that moment, you might think I'm bringing myself down, like going low level, but you have no idea. These, like, listen,
Yeah, I know.
if they want to execute,
You're so very
open
right.
the
I'm
law,
so very wrong. Go.
whatever. I'm not gonna look in the chat. Do you see one of those people from the Indian to the Pakistani to the Persian to the Arab? They all came together. They all attacked me. They did shut me off. You played in their benefit, and they're all gone together. No, I'm not.
Sarah.
Look in the chat.
Sarah.
Look in the chat. There were 10 of them. They all came together. They all got together.
Sarah, I saw, I think, and I saw what they were doing here. And, but, like, by not responding, like, you can respond, like, to these, when there's, like, a mob at you, you can
just think for some reason they know better than anybody. No, Elijah is telling her. No, that is it. Like Roger
That's
says.
your fight. You're fighting the good fight.
That's my fight. They lashed me for Islam. They're killing people for Islam. Me saying fuck Islam when there's 10 of them attacking me is like the worst thing that can happen to them. They rape virgin girls before they execute them because they believe. I need you. When I say you guys can't comprehend, they believe if they rape a virgin girl, they can't go to heaven anymore, as if it's the girl's fault to be raped.
Who believes that? The people that were commenting.
Did I just make that up? That's
No,
Islamic
I'm
law.
asking. See, I'm
That
asking
is
you
the
who
fucking
is.
Sharia law. They rape virgin girls. Why am I here? And why am I
Can you name
victim?
me a
I'm not
country
victim.
aside
I'm
from
just trying to
maybe
show you guys
Iran or
you
Saudi
don't
Arabia where
understand
that
that.
might actually happen?
Huh? That's
Can
what
you
they
name
do
me a
in
country
Iran.
aside from Iran or Saudi Arabia in which that might actually happen?
I don't know which countries happen. I just know the reason they rape women in prisons in Iran and in a lot of the other places is because it's part of doing something good. It's like it helps them to go to heaven. It's
Wait,
part of
you
it.
think these
IDF
people
actually
rape?
does that.
I
Hold on,
don't
you think
think
these
that
people
is the
rape women
fucking
on a
reason they
regular?
do.
You think these people rape women on a regular basis?
Okay,
Like
I'm
just
not
as
having this conversation. Good night, guys. Marshall, stay in your own lane, okay? Thank you.
no, I'm good, Sarah. If you're gonna say something stupid, I'm gonna ask you about it.
That's fucking wild.
You know the unfortunate thing about Sarah is like her heart's in the right place, but Jesus, when you get her wound up on something, she fucking is crazy. She's like almost Chrissy crazy when she gets one.
But
Well, I think
so,
she reminds me
and then
of most of
and then
Angela.
it will ruin it, her night. So um well, the sentiment is just be like if someone's trying to take you to hell on this app, like why are you gonna go with them?
Well,
You know what I mean? Like you can respond.
Here's the thing, right? She wants to like she keeps weaving out of being the victim and the offender. She wants to be able to dole it out, but she don't want to like hear it. And it's like that like this is not the fucking place for that. This app is not the place for it. This fucking room is certainly not the place for it. Like if you're going to fucking talk your shit, like you can't also play the fucking victim. Like I think
Well, right.
I don't know.
Like
She
when,
got
when
she
you
got
said that's when you lost argument is when you went back and had the same energy. Then it's like okay, now you're just as bad as what you're trying to say that they are. But you literally just said the same exact shit. You're falling into it, so then you lose. You're right. You can't be the victim. Can't be the one. Yeah.
I don't know. She
You said
reminds
it.
me of Angela a
You
lot.
didn't want to receive it. I don't know. Like if you're gonna like people that engage into like and then they put themselves into the line of traffic, like into traffic, and then they get hit by a car, and they're like, "Look, did you see what happened? I got hit by a car." Yeah, you fucking ran into the traffic. What do you want? Did anyone watch the interview between Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson?
I don't watch soccer very much, but if he interviewed Banner, I'd be interested in seeing it.
Yeah, he did. Well, because you heard that, like Tucker, what he said about Trump, right?
You know, what Tucker Carlson say about Trump?
He doesn't agree with his media's policy, would that be fair to say?
Yes. And he's definitely very vocal about it. And then Trump tweeted. What did he call him?
Hold on a second. I want to respond to Ari because like I wanted to make sure I was correct on this. So there's a couple of examples of people whose skin turned color, and Moses is one of them, and then Naaman is another. And I just wanted to ask Ari because she keeps asking if we know why the skin turned color. And Ari, do you know why the skin turned color?
Ask Ari about the albinos too.
Well, yeah. Well, I want to see if Ari knows because I'm gonna said that it was due to gay sex, but yes, it was rewritten many times. Why? Why did the skin turn color? According to the Bible, Ari, please help me. The most accurate is the King James version. That's the one that I'm reading right now. Thank you for validating that. So go ahead and tell me who was the first person that turned color, and why did they turn color? Okay, I'll wait.
That's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard people believe. And I've heard some dumb shit. Yeah, we're gonna pause the conversation.
Well, hold on. Ari, why? Why did the skin turn color? What? No, I'm asking you why the skin turn color. You asked this question 1,000 times, and you brought it up like you had some gotcha moment. I went and I've looked it up. I have the answer, and I'm asking you, do you know the answer, or do you want to continue making a fucking fool out of yourself? Now she's changed the question. Why did blacks go through slavery? This is just one of the stupidest humans I've ever fucking met in my life. Does anybody else on the stage know why the skin tone color?
I think she's trolling.
But I don't care if I don't care if she is or not. I'm gonna end up blocking this fucking retard because like troll or not, like she's just fucking retarded. But does anybody know why the skin turned color?
No, why?
Leprosy.
Oh,
Leprosy.
I did know that.
Leprosy.
I did know
This
that.
fucking retard came into the room saying that the skin turned color because of gay sex. What a fucking idiot. Hold on, let's go see if this person has any friends. 545 friends.
She's added to her Instagram. She's a real person.
A real person. Jesus Christ.
That's look at you know how many times you said Jesus' name. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
Say it the way you're saying it.
Can I just say Jesus fucking Christ?
No. Stop. Oh, Robin, come on.
Sorry. Why did blacks go through slavery? Why was there so much hate towards us? Oh, now it's a black grievance thing. Somebody called her out on her bullshit. Now she's changed the subject. She's just a fucking retard. I hope she gets leprosy.
You're so mean.
You know, if she gets leprosy, she's going to turn white.
Okay.
And then her hands will
It's
fall.
okay.
That's what happened to Michael Jackson.
We don't know her. Wasn't that what you said he had? Was leprosy? And like it was believable.
No, I was said that something else. Yeah.
What was you know what I'm talking about?
It was something that made his skin light.
Yeah, hey, I got a question for Ari, who says
You're
we won't talk. Oh, no, well, Ari says that we won't talk about slavery. Ari, who were the first slave? Oh, wait.
I think it was Eve and the Garden of Eden.
Ari, who were the first slaves? Melanated people, huh? Where do you think the word slave comes from? Ari, where does the word slave come from? Ari doesn't have a lot of answers. Hello, why were we enslaved? Like, dude, I'll just put it this way: nobody would enslave you. You're so fucking just out of control, stupid. Nobody would ever want to. Listen, I would rather have a fucking lemming as a slave than you. I couldn't imagine. I would take somebody that's fucking completely mentally retarded, couldn't tie their shoes as a slave over you, because you would be completely fucking useless.
Came from the Slavs that were enslaved first.
This is correct, but she doesn't know who the Slavs are.
They were not melanated, were they?
They were not melanated, but Ari doesn't know history or
That's because they
fucking.
were having gay sex.
Marshall, Joe, whoever's
No,
awake.
they really am waiting.
What? Like, hey, this Ari person is fucking hilarious. Melanin is worth more than gold. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude.
There you go.
It is late though, because at first I read it and I was like, she's like, I'm like, why is she talking about melatonin? I must be tired.
She is funny.
I think she's retarded though.
No, I think that she's gotta be trolling. There's no way.
No, you said it's a real person.
Well, no, it's trolling. I think that she's joking.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. No, not with those fingernails.
I don't know. You know, Ari has 544 friends. I don't have any mutual friends with her.
Now, Elijah, what? You said there's racists up here? Elaborate.
I'm just typing to her.
Ari, there are racists up in here. It's not that deep, girl. Who are the racists up in here?
I'm just typing to her.
What?
Yeah, why would you type that?
Yeah.
I'm just typing to Ari.
I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
No.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to move you, and then here's the other thing I'm going to do because you're just annoying. I'm going to block you, and you'll never be in a room again.
Yeah.
See, look, I can take all kinds of weird arguments. I just can't take people that are that stupid. I mean, if you're gonna be stupid, at least have a little bit of fucking personality.
No, remember when he he wrote something to me in the chat, and I said why, and then he came up and I said why do you reject God? That's what he wrote to me in the chat, and he's like I just want to talk in the chat, like I didn't want to come up and talk about it. Like, why is he so weird?
Oh, Ari's upset because someone jumped on Joshua when he was making a valid point.
I thought that he had some good points, but like the last point of saying that God didn't make gay people, that's what he got. He lost me. He lost me there.
Yeah.
He lost me. God made all people.
And so all that talk about homosexuality in the Bible, you're a Christian. Have you ever been with a woman?
No. Ew.
Never?
No.
Not even in college. You didn't experiment a little bit.
Never. Ew.
What about that house guest you had?
Ew. No, I should have shipped her over to your house.
No.
What? You
I
should
got
like melanated women.
well, dude, I do like melanated women, but I don't like stupid women.
Well, and she's like 6 foot. So.
Oh my god, that's like no, that wouldn't work.
Right.
How the hell did you get her out of your house? That's a big one.
Exactly. I was scared because I'm 5 foot and I'm like, oh man, I hope this goes right because I looked at 10 times.
That's fucking fun.
We'll just say that Curtis on here, he saved me. So he's a really good friend of mine. But he got her out of here.
Ari says, I hope Mojo is the first one to bow down to his knees when the Lord returns. Jesus Christ.
I love how many times you said Jesus' name.
Yeah?
Yeah, do you know that Jesus' name is the most spoken name ever in the entire world by far?
That's because there's a lot of Mexicans.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But they call him Jesus.
I hate him. You've been awful to him. You and your mouth.
Have I been bad tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Have I?
Yeah, when you said JSU.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Yeah, no, that's
worst thing someone could say?
I mean, you're not supposed to say the Lord's name in vain. Jews and Christians both. You know what? So, like.
Wait, hold on. Listen, Ari says.
Listening to her.
Hold on. Ari says I'm racist towards blacks and Mexicans. Let me just say this. I have fucked more black women than you know, Ari. How about that? Chew on that. You know when you go to the cookout and all those black women show up, I've fucked more women than that. There you go. Anyways. And how mad are you that I sleep with black women?
Mad? I'm not mad.
But that means you'll never get none of this.
Well, I don't contract for a black woman.
Okay.
There's no competition once you meet me. Yep.
Just like a slave master, huh? They fuck black. This might actually be Edmund.
No, it's not.
No? How do you know?
No, it's the Instagram. Look at it.
Yeah. He's committed to some weird shit, though. It could be Edmund.
This is true. But, nah. Edmund's too, he's way too smart to, even sound that dumb. What?
You guys poured on real thick about Edmund.
What?
You guys poured on real thick about Edmund.
What do you mean? I have every single one of his accounts blocked. I have every single one of his accounts blocked. What do you mean?
You gotta give me that list, because I gotta make sure I got it all blocked.
Yeah, I probably don't have the whole list.
Dude, I used to get him clipped off of here. Back when I used to have some pull clubhouse, I used to get him clipped all the time, and he was getting hell mad.
Dude, don't you remember that I gave you some? I told you this before, that I had him blocked, and I gave you feeding you some of his.
Yeah, I had, but you gotta remember this is a new profile, so I don't have all that stuff blocked anymore.
Oh, you got a whole new thing.
Yo.
Oh my gosh, was it Paul? It was Paul, wasn't it? And your Paul did that to you.
Paul?
You know that Paul, yeah. No, Paul and Roman and Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have these. Okay, I'm convinced they have these. Once a month, they have the clubhouse town halls, and I'm convinced that they don't do them actually live where we see them in the hallway, because all of a sudden they'll post a clubhouse town hall, and I'm I literally check all the time to see when they're gonna have one, and we get messages messages with notifications. I don't think they do them live anymore. I think they record them beforehand. They're fucking weirdos. No, they're weird, man.
When I was on here before, they when they were rolling out the changes, right after they rolled out the big change and I started talking a bunch of shit, they had me blocked where I couldn't go to town hall.
Oh. Then maybe you think I'm just blocked.
They had me blocked from town hall. Device level blocked from town hall because I would fucking pull up my burner and still couldn't.
Really?
It was fucking crazy. I remember fucking telling people, I'm like, dude, I can't even get in the fucking room.
See, I thought that you were one of the protected accounts, to be honest, for a long time.
I think I was pretty favored for a long time.
Yeah.
It wasn't until so there was a couple things they got cranky with me when I was doing the fucking the boycott houses thing, but then I spoke to them and then I stopped doing that, and then they even invited me to some of their bullshit fucking little.
Wait, when you spoke to them, did you mean Paul and Joe?
I spoke to Joe multiple times,
Yeah.
and then there's a woman, I don't like to say her name because she didn't officially work for them.
Chelsea.
I'm not gonna. I'll tell you privately. You probably know her. Nobody liked her.
Okay.
Anyways, I liked her. Nobody else did. But I used to hear a lot of shit, and I used to be able to
two different things.
No, I wasn't online. I wasn't on Clubhouse that day. It was when
Was it the day? Was it the
Yes,
day
maybe.
that they? Yeah. Was it the day that they did the fucking the room about Rothschild?
Yes, I was, and me and Issa were not even on Clubhouse that day, but we were moderators in that house, the conspiracy theory house that came with that.
Correct. That's all it took.
Really, it's like we were moderators in the like house.
Guilt by association. Guilt by association.
That's bullshit, though. Don't you think?
I think they're. You know what they should have done with the people that weren't online is they should have suspended you for like a day, and then brought it back, like kind of like it's just kind of like an attention getter. You know what I mean? I don't think they should have clipped you.
And I got IP banned, and I was like, and I kept reaching out, like, because I just said, what did I do? Because I like this app, and I want to correct whatever I did, and they just said, after reviewing your account, we cannot disclose the reports that were made on your account, whatever. I'm like, what the? Because they they knew that they didn't have a fucking reason, but I don't know if you get, once they IP ban you, if like it does go away. I'm on my IP ban phone now. Like it takes a year though. At least mine did.
I used to get people back on the app that got clipped. And
Okay, thanks a lot, Roger.
well, we had a feud, and I've acknowledged that it was all my fault and all that stuff, but it is what it is.
Can you believe that that conservative atheist died? Can you believe that?
Yeah, he's old as fuck.
No, he had cancer.
Yeah, he's old and he had cancer.
He wasn't that old.
He wasn't that young.
He was in his 50s. Yeah, that's like young.
Hey, can't live forever.
I know. But, I mean...
Who else has died from this app that we know? Anybody?
There was a Somali girl that got, and it's actually really sad because she was live streaming on Instagram. She had gone out and got wasted at a bar and was driving home, and she got into a car accident. She was like live on her way home, and like it was just like a 10-second video of her. That was like the last video live, and then she got into a car accident.
But did anybody besides conservative atheists that we knew that we would spend time in rooms with? Is anybody?
Yes. Brooks. Do you know Brooks?
Oh, yeah, Gerard's friend.
Yeah, he knows himself. And then there was a guy at the beginning of Clubhouse that we always used to hang with, like season 1. Now I cannot think of his name. It's been so long. Who else? Yeah.
You ever wonder when you haven't seen people on this app before, like, or for a while, and you wonder, like, if they're still alive?
100%. I'm like, oh my god, what if something happens to me? Nobody on Clubhouse would know. Not that, but like talking with people on this app for 4 years, and then they just would never know. We wouldn't know if each other died. It's weird. You know, like Roger, I thought you died.
The worst thing was when they did when the room said that Roger died. That was
Oh
fucking.
my god, they were so pissed off. They got the room shut down. People were suspended. Like that was wild.
People got suspended for that?
Are you serious? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, Michelle King was one that shut it down.
Oh shit.
And Laura Taylor, she came in here raging, was so pissed off.
I listened to the room. I did listen to the room.
Yeah.
I listened to it with my mom. She thought it was hilarious.
She's like, Jay, you're a fucking asshole.
I was getting phone calls from people or text messages. They're just like, hey, what's up, dude? And I'm just like, hey, what's up? And they're like, oh, you're live?
Yeah. Well, it just shows that like they really care about you. Maybe I don't know. But Laura Taylor was like really pissed. She did not take that well.
Nah, she's cool. I thought that room was, I don't know. It was not well executed. I've talked
and I know what he was trying to do, but like the thing that got him in trouble with people, like where they just thought, because it made them believe, is when he was saying stuff like, "Oh, I spoke to the family." That's when people were like, "Oh, this is real." And then when people were hearing that, there's like people I know IRL that happened to be on, and they were the ones texting me, and they're just like, "Dude, somebody on there saying that you're dead." And I was just like, "The hell."
Oh my god, what happened to Kelly?
She's here.
What?
Kelly?
She is? Yeah, I've not seen her on the app in literally like 2 months.
around.
I saw her just the other day.
She hangs out usually with Pete in the background.
P? Well,
Not like Pete.
I mean, I can see why, no pun intended. But did she go by a different username? But have the same profile?
No, same username.
Same shit.
But yeah, so she hangs out in more closed off houses, or like by herself with Pete. So I don't see her ever.
I don't know. I got the impression she was talking less because real life was picking up. So.
Oh really?
Ari's asking. So how is Jesus God a white man with blonde hair? Well, clearly he's not.
Well, a white man with blonde hair.
I mean, just because you bought into the marketing doesn't mean that he is fucking white.
Jesus is fucking brown.
Jesus Christ, Ari might be the stupidest person ever.
She's been in the audience. She's been in the audience a lot more. Yeah, maybe. Once Roger left, then and Rohan is gone, I was like, okay. The hallway was really bad.
Oh, dude, I've been in some.
How bad is it? Roger,
I've been in.
were you like, what the hell?
Well, I've been in a few rooms, and like, it's just, what's crazy is like, I will take my fucking hat off to fucking, biblical smoke or Lou's room, intellectual gangbang. There's like a couple of that have they've never gotten any smaller. In fact, some of them just gotten bigger, and that's pretty cool. But like, in the circles that a lot of us have hung out in, and it's not just one circle, it's like a series of circles. A lot of the people have just left, and they've left and they're not coming back. And if they do come back for like maybe a room or something, they're not going to come back regularly. And so it would be nice actually, like if should all talk about like, okay, who do you talk to either IRL or through other social media channels? We should reach out to people and try to get like one definitive big crazy room on a topic that we all like. See, like maybe even have prizes for bringing back and see who can bring the most people back. That would be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah,
but we would have to agree to not, like, because somebody's going to bring people we don't like, and we're just like, oh, that fucking asshole. But you'd have to just like deal with it,
Yeah. But like I would have to deal with Sarah Fox, is what you're saying?
Do you think that's the most irritating person?
No, the most irritating person, the person I dislike the most is Kate.
I mean, I know you guys got a feud, and I've heard and all that stuff, but she's been cool to me. You've been cool to me. I don't take sides in that one, but I will say that I thought you handled her attack on you like pretty flawlessly. You're just like, no, I'm not going to give it any energy.
Yeah.
I thought that was
Yeah,
true.
Who is this?
I used to not be like that. Okay.
Yeah, and you handled that one real classy.
I thought you handled that really well. But I'm sure she thought she won that exchange because it was all offense for her. But
for 2 hours, I'm just like, oh my god, you're upset. Do you know? Like 3 years ago, I would have been crying or something.
things up.
No, it's a no. Mm-mm. Nope. That's a hard. I would forgive, like I've forgiven Sarah Fox and for her being a complete sociopath. I forgive her for that. Um, but like KK, I have a hard time. With like even forgiving her for my own piece. I'm still working on that, but she. Mm-mm. I want nothing to do with that demon. That is a whole demon. The president, Jersey, he'll come up here and rip my head off and fucking rip my spine out and shove it down my throat. Oh, he said something so bad to Isaiah. Remember Isaiah with Douglas on here?
Yeah.
Did I tell you? Did I ever tell you what Brad said to him?
No.
Brad said to him, out of like nowhere, like Isaiah was just being stupid Isaiah, like his, like you know how he used to talk. And Brad goes, "I'm going to take a crucifix and shove it up your ass so hard that your balls are gonna come through your mouth," and like this nasty stuff like that was like, ugh. And he's like, "And I'm going to fuck you so hard." It was just like weird, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Satan. He's just gonna take a crucifix and shove it up his ass. Who says that? Who says that? Like, how could you say that? Like, that's like demonic.
Pretty fucking weird.
Yeah, and so like Isaiah, who I despise, like, I mean, he was so calm, and like, just because he was so calm, he like won. And he won that.
Are any of them still on the app?
Who? A goat. Goat does rooms with that petty one. There, and he does the rooms with there's Dave and Yuchia and Al. I don't know if you know those guys. They're really cool. Goat was in those two rooms. Isaiah's gone.
Why is Isaiah gone?
He left.
Because he bet tons of people on the app that Kamala Harris was going to win, and she didn't. And he like, it wasn't small amounts of money, Roger. It was like massive amounts of money. It was like he was betting with his wife's wealth.
No, I think that his job was over here. Like,
Yeah, he's probably getting paid to be on here.
Yeah, because Goat said, because I said, oh my gosh, I'm like, where's Isaiah? And he goes, Trump won the election. You will never see Isaiah on here again. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. But we still have Aram. Aram's still running on here. He's paid opposition. And Aaron Berger, what happened to him?
He's still here. Just goes up with the tag, Dark Aaron.
What did he do?
Aaron Berger.
What did he do though? What room?
He goes. He usually hangs out in Patty's politically correct rooms or Goat's rooms. He'll occasionally make a visit to the back room, but very rarely.
Yeah, he doesn't come in to any. I haven't seen him, so if he goes in Patty's rooms, I don't usually go in Patty's rooms. I did not know CEO was that like far left. From before the election, I always thought he was just kind of like a moderate. I didn't realize he was left.
It depends on what topic. He's actually not like, you know, some people like, you know, it doesn't matter what the issue is, they're gonna just adopt whatever the party position is.
Yeah.
He's not like that. I think we used to get enough topics going where there were some where he kind of morphed into like, I don't know. He was kind of a moderate on a lot of the issues that we would talk about. But a lot of people hate Trump. A lot of people just hate Trump. I think he would probably
his pictures are not as present as they used to be.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, like just talking to him, I just consider him to be moderate. But yeah, but for him, see, to me, you can be moderate, but to vote for Kamala Harris, that just is too wild for me. Just because of, like, because you hate Trump, you vote for Kamala Harris. That's like deranged.
Well, there's not a lot of people that did that. If there was a lot of people that did that, she would have won. But there are some people that just were so turned off. Like the never Trumper thing is like a real thing. There was people that were never Trumpers.
Like our good old.
I voted for Chuck Norris.
I like Marshall, the never Trumper. That's fine.
I voted for Norm.
You did.
I sincerely did. I voted for Norm Reed.
That's so nice of you. And what did you think?
He thought it was very nice. I sent him a picture of my voter card and shared it to his kid. They had a nice laugh about it.
That is pretty funny though. You really, because you didn't want to vote for either party.
Correct.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like Trump at all?
I think this version of Trump is the best version, but there's still a lot of things I don't like. Like the fucking tariffs. Not a fan. I still think he's just kind of a buffoon when it comes to understanding the Constitution. Like when he said, like, you know, I thought he was a clown, but when he said, and I quote, grab the guns first, worry about due process later. That I'll never forget that. I will never forget that.
When did he say that?
Like 2 or 3 years into his first, like 2 years into his first term, it was an issue of bump stocks.
I was too busy having TBS, so I didn't watch any of his presidency. I was so angry. Yeah, I voted for Hillary Clinton. Oh my god.
What do you guys think of the picture of me and Dr. Jordan that I have in my PTR? I think it's hilarious.
So you're Tony Montana, right?
I got my cigar and he's got his.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, see, I just think the persona you make Tony Montana, you're making Dr. Jordan look way too cool.
Dude.
I thought he almost ran you over and killed you.
First of all, dude, I'm gonna tell you, that was one of the funner nights. If you ever get the opportunity, if you were ever on the West Coast, I would go into SoCal and hanging out with Dr. Jordan. It was a blast.
Really? I cannot believe that all these people now are like Tucker, and so many people are turned off by what Trump did with this war. Oh no. We're probably gonna lose the House, the Senate, everything.
No one I know is not the soul.
I don't know. He says promises made, promises kept, but this kind of goes against what the promise was. He said, well, first he said they would have all the wars ended within the first 3 days of his presidency. And then he said he was going to bring peace. And then he gave Netanyahu the thumbs up to go ahead, which mind you, like, whatever it is, just stay what it is. But he said the opposite of this. This is not what we're gonna.
I didn't realize you weren't happy with him.
No, and this. No, I'm not unhappy with him. I'm just saying that, like, he did say, and that was something all throughout his campaign trail that he just kept reiterating, was that within the first 3 days he's going to end all the wars, and yeah, and we were gonna not be funding any of it, and that just didn't end up being true. Like,
try this on the 4-9 stuff, but the court stepped in and stopped it.
It didn't seem like realistic to me, anyways. But like, when you said that, it's like if you say something out of your mouth, like stand on it. That's like this whole thing is with these politicians. They sell you they sell you something to get themselves elected, and then And I understand there's going to be bumps in the road, but don't say something as if like he said it like with such conviction, like every time he spoke. It just, I don't know. It's just that was the biggest thing.
I mean, I'm more wondering if, when he said it, shouldn't people have felt practically that's not possible? Like, hey, that's an interesting campaign promise, but realistically, the powers of presidency are such where you're never going to be able to get that done in 3 days.
Exactly. And look what it came to. Like, I don't know. He obviously was in over Fed. What do you think? Do you think he's doing good?
I think there are places he could do a whole hell of a lot better, but if you still juxtapose former Vice President Harris to Trump, he's still the better choice to end up with. I'm not a really big fan of how his tariffs have worked. I think that just doesn't make a ton of sense. If there's something substantive I can grab, it's his insistence on spending far more money than we take in taxes while cutting the tax revenue itself. So essentially, our balance sheet continues to grow, but the amount of money we have to pay becomes less because of tax cuts. And so he is not in any way, shape, or form a fiscal conservative, and that is a substantive policy disagreement I have with the way he governs. Spending the way he's spending is spending your daughters and my generation into irrelevancy. And
well, I couldn't say that for sure, but because is this is it a combination of Biden? It will be a combination of Biden and Trump, like where we're at in the economy right now.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I take it to the tango. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm more noting that if I, waved a magic wand and could get where I wanted, we would not be spending, $2.5 trillion over what we take in taxes. We just wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, we are trillions and trillions of dollars in debt, and people are pissed off about it. Yeah, so people were pissed off that so many government jobs were taken away, but it's like, I mean, we are hurting really bad. Like, it's hard to find a job as an American here. Like, it's hard to find a job.
Don't get me wrong. I'm a firm believer in the fact in the U.S. government should not be the nation of employer. That's just
COVID killed businesses. Like, Amazon became so prominent, so convenient, and essentially we've now how many businesses have closed? I think it was 700,000 businesses or something like that total around all the United States, something like that. Party City, Forever 21, all these places all went bankrupt because of Amazon, and it's all because of COVID, and people then kept on. You can order from Amazon, but set the filter to only American-made products. But we'd rather, because the economy is so bad and everything is so expensive, that they'd rather pay China for products because a third of the price.
Well, I think we value convenience.
Convenience, yeah.
It's the value of convenience which does it, right? If we didn't value convenience so much, the country would probably make different choices.
100%. Because look at now, you can order your groceries online and get a pickup time, and someone shops for you and drop. These are I don't know. scans where you essentially you like you go shopping in like a basket. You put the basket on like a tray, and it scans it, and then it already like accumulates how much you owe. Like it just scans everything, like how you would put your luggage through security, like that. Have you seen one of those?
No, I haven't been on a plane in over a year.
Oh no, it's not like no. I'm just was making an analogy, but these are like
Okay, gotcha.
convenience stores.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's just like deleting jobs essentially over time. And they have more of like the self checkouts, so you don't have like, the bagger's not bagging your stuff up. There's not a cashier that's like bringing you up. So it's like these jobs that I'm seeing are just depleting. This worries me for kids.
I mean, I get worried about that kind of stuff. But like I said, like if I have a substantive issue, it's the spending. Don't get me wrong. I want, Team America World Police. Kind of like. I'm not saying like we need to be getting into wars all around the world, but significant reinvestment in the military, particularly the Navy, I find important. He is not. He's not really leading with a fix to the unfunded liabilities we have. Not only is he spending in ways I think are irresponsible, the White House is not leading on reform for Social Security, like reform for Medicare. Well, I take it back. They are doing reform for Medicare, just not Social Security.
Right.
And,
and
like,
the stipulations are good stipulations.
Yeah.
If like they are reasonable. It's like they want to make sure that you are seeking employment. Like if you're not like disabled, obviously, if you're able to work, that you are at least putting in the effort to doing so. That you have to be a legal citizen. I mean, so that people are freaking out about this, and do you know that people are going to lose their insurance? It's like, no, anyone in America that makes $27,000 or less will qualify for Medicaid, and no matter what, children always get health insurance. So I don't know what
chip, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I guess for me those are like some substantive policy areas in which I disagree. I feel like he's kind of led in the we really shouldn't care so much what liberal punditry thinks of us as a group. He rages above media a lot, but I take some of his comments to mean that Republicans really should not measure themselves with the yardstick of the media. That's a bad yardstick to measure with. I think that's like a fairly decent thing he's been doing. I like immigration enforcement because of where I live. The crossings are drastically down. I am not so much a fan of the way he has been doing it. Don't get me wrong, workplace raids I think are important, like places like Tyson Chicken. But it seems to me that if all, and I full credit, I got this from Brent. Seems to me if one is being honest, then it's not just the folks who are illegal labor that need to, catch a deportation. It's the CEOs that head the companies that need to catch large fines. Luckily, we already have E-Verify, which is a lot to do that. But E-Verify is an MBT.
That's a good take. I haven't heard like that's a good take. Why hasn't anyone brought that up?
Because it's inconvenient for the business community. It's easier to keep immigration as a toss issue.
Yeah, but it's also like, I mean, in the farmers thing, who's here to pick our strawberries, and I'm like, I don't have a job. I'll pick your damn strawberries.
You're gonna hate it, but you'll do it.
I'll do it because I need money. Just like, unfortunately, you need money. Paper, but
what staple crop your state grows? I'm gonna give that a Google real quick. That's a good thing to look up.
yeah, because I don't live like I live like in suburbs.
One of those offices feasibly might be looking for like a receptionist is not what I mean, but
yeah,
somebody who handles the reception, but also a lot of the like
top agricultural products. You produce milk, corn, soybeans, cattle. I didn't know Michigan was a good producer. You produce eggs, floriculture, floriculture like flowers, okay. You guys are a big supplier of hogs. Apples grow in Michigan. There's $350.2 million in cash receipts. So instead of sugar cane, we use sugar beets. Sugar beets are number 9 at $330.4 million a share. Wheat is the last big thing y'all grow, and it amounts to about $295 million in cash receipts. The chief grossing thing, dairy milk, grosses $2.4 billion in cash receipts for the state, for your state. Honestly, what I would do since you're living in the burbs, you probably know some folks, and if you don't, I know some trucking folks who could get you in there. They don't necessarily know anybody in your state, but there are several national truck operating companies.
Like the truckers are like their own not coalition.
Yeah, so I worked for a national conglomerate when I did it called Giroux. I would be willing to bet that Giroux probably has an office in your state if I had to take a gander.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm willing to do anything. I even applied for the who's in here? Is everyone sleeping down there? I even applied to be a groundskeeper today at the cemetery.
I mean, it'd be hard work, but you absolutely would get to
No,
drive.
it said now hiring on the office door. That's the only reason why. Because I was walking into the office, I talked with them about something, and it said now hiring, and I was like, but then I realized got to learn everything that entails, and I'm like,
So I read you a staple crop version. This comes from Michigan Farm Bureau. You grow everything from apples, asparagus, beef, blueberries, cabbage, carrots, celery, cherries, chestnuts. I wouldn't pick that. Christmas trees, corn, cucumbers, dairy, dry edible beans, eggs, floriculture, grapes, honey, hops, maple syrup. Other nursery products, onions, peaches, plums, pork, potatoes, poultry, pumpkins and squash, snap beans, soybeans, sugar beets, sweet corn, tomatoes, wheat, and that's it. You guys grow an extensive bit. It's from Pyramid.
Me too, but we also we only have weather what 3-4 months of the year.
Yeah, you probably only have 1 to 2 growing seasons.
Yeah. Yep.
Like California, where David G lives, who always comments in Gary's rooms, he lives in SoCal, and SoCal, just like the Rio Grande Valley, you can grow 4 crops a year.
Yep. That's amazing, right? Shit got really bad. I think the people, we call them the Ubers, the people in the Upper Peninsula, Michigan.
The Ubers? That's
Yeah,
your name for Northerners?
Yeah, we call them Ubers.
We just
call them what? The ones that in the Upper Peninsula?
Northerners. No. We call Northerners Yankees. Like, if you're from North San Antonio, you call them Yankees.
So, yeah, Joe, they consider Michigan to be Yankees. But, I'm saying the Upper Peninsula, at the top of the finger, if you do the mitten, up by the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
Up there, that's where all the farms and stuff are. And that's nobody would fuck with people in Ubers. Or fuck with the Ubers. They definitely are they're hillbillies, And they have their own farms, and nobody fucks with them. Shit hit the fan here in Michigan, that would be the place to be, and you'd be safe. And just isolated. But they have that's where a lot of our farms are. But there are some farms 30 minutes north of me. Yeah. You just don't have that long. We don't have nice weather for
So agriculture for you guys makes up 3/8 percent of the total state GDP.
Oh, yeah. That's not good.
Well, I imagine, much like Texas, land kind of sprawls. I mean, it probably looks a little bit different than where I live, but land sprawls, I bet. I got something. This would be a good place for you to plug yourself into. Here, let me send it to you. I've got Marcus. Marcus, come join us because it's time in Japan.
And it's only been 6 days. You should hear from that choice. Robert and Love.
I hope so.
I didn't even know you were awake, JB. What's up, Marcus?
Is it because Democrats already in hell in America right now?
Hey, if Democrats are in hell, I'm bringing the beer, okay?
Well, I mean, at least they're there for the company, right? I mean, it sure seems like the 2025 Democrats in hell. I mean, shit, they're protesting for nothing. They have a protest where they're asking for nothing. What the fuck is going on?
Okay, so you're hitting on something I hit on with another friend of mine a couple days ago, which is protests in more recent years don't seem to hold the same sort of legitimacy as protests stating civil rights to gay rights era.
No, did you not watch that shit when the white lady's like, how come you can't have bouncers at the protests?
No, I didn't hear that. Mike, what I was gonna say was,
you know what would make more people come to protest? If you guys really want protests to go off, get bouncers to the kids. That way they can bounce while I wave my sign. Where's fucking stuff is getting done? It's a cookie dough.
well, what I was gonna say was the protests seem to be detached from any actual legislative proposals, anything governance oriented at all. It's just, I mean, the message you get is just stop. Don't get me wrong, like, I get why people have that view.
But
Yeah, I think the goal is
to worry about bullshit. Everyone's cheering for their team. No one's cheering for the.
Yeah, instead of thinking about governance. I mean, I think governance is something that's critical. We often in America confuse governance for politics. Either we confuse it or we do it intentionally. I'm not sure which.
No, I mean, it's designed that everyone cheers for their team. Meanwhile, fucking the rich get richer and the poor get children.
The rich get richer and the poor get children. Now that is a creative saying.
I stole it for someone else. I saw that when I was in basketball. He's in a school play or something.
Well, Clubhouse is still here like she used to be, simply to provide you your comedic material.
Yeah, dude, it's a harder crowd nowadays.
Yeah, dude, people aren't, they don't think shirts as fun as they used to.
Well, I mean, I can still get people to laugh at my anti-semantic joke. That joke was hated for 6 years.
Anti-semantic.
Fucking that joke go across all boundaries. That's the fun. Has to be by my father. His father was.
Marcus, what's a pithy title? I can't think of one.
Free Palestine, one per person.
Oh my gosh.
And we ain't fertilizer here. We got them smell the shit.
I made that one too. I heard someone steal it like 6 months later. That was one of my favorites for a while.
I'm a big fan. There's a joke about like Russian ladas. I can't tell the joke correctly, but essentially there's like this guy comes and he like orders his lada. It's gonna take him 10 years to get his lada, and they ask like what day he wants it. And he goes, well, why? And like the big part of the joke is, well, 10 years from now I'm gonna see the plumber on a Tuesday. I just need to make sure I get my car on Wednesday. being out of the country for all the craziness?
We'll see. So, people zero chance Trump is in the White House, really. Zero chance.
I think he's gonna have the White House, and you don't have to have a bunch of U.S. Marshals like going like systematically drag his ass out the door. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll be eating all the hunger pie in the world, but.
When's the last time you left anything on purpose?
Purpose? I mean, the first time he had presidency, he had to leave. I would say that's less on purpose and more because he was forced.
So, you see the news coming out about how people are trying to figure out how the election, like, votes were changed in different locations and shit like that. I've seen 2 articles in the last couple of days.
Wait, is this like a Democratic version of the election with someone, or is this Republicans delayed by 2020?
No, it's a Democratic version.
I have not heard about it. Tell me.
I sent you a link to someone. Fucking like, you showed up as a friend request on my Facebook. It's just fucking weird. I fucking don't like this shit. Starts when the fucking lines start crossing. But it's I don't know. Basically, they're trying to do what's it called, like data analysis, and show how this makes sense. How like you could have this many people vote for that ticketed Democrat instead of who owns the machines, all that state shit. But the point is, eventually that starts to become regular, and the Democrats start discussing that they will need that. That's a 100% reason for them to turn off that election.
Yeah,
Or to make sure you can't have one. So it's like, motherfucker, see, Zelensky hasn't had an election for however many years. He's going to go, I'm going to do the same thing. I don't want anyone who thinks that's not what's on the table. Just watch it happen. He's saying it out loud. He doesn't have to have an election. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want it. That's what Joe saying. So.
Sorry, Debbie, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when Marcus left, because I lived there for 7 years, there's nothing but Democrats.
Not anymore. Look at the news I think recently today, Andrew Tupola, who's, what do you call it, the main Republican now on the island. I mean, shit, Tulsi Gabbard switched, right? So she's the main Republican now who's still on the island. She's going to end up being, it looks like she's going to be the vice chair of the city council, which the way it works actually kind of arguably has more power than the state legislature. The city council probably because the whole island where, 80% of people in the state live. So, there's if she's the vice, what do you call it, the vice chair of the city council, what's going to end up happening is there's some agreement to put her there. If there's agreement to put her there, that means the times there are changing. It's not the same the way it was.
How do you beat both DNI and on the city council? How does that work? If Tulsi Gabbard's going to be a city councilor, how do you be a city councilor and be a DNI at the same time?
No. Someone else. So Tulsi is certified. She's following. Well, no, actually, she's talking about Andrea Tupola, local Samoan lady who is.
I mean, everybody in that neck of
who's like head Republican.
Anybody in that neck of the woods, it would be worth me working for. Or if they all like lost their fucking minds.
So she's responding to the fact that Republican with other philosophies. So
Yeah, they simply join the Democratic Party because that's the only way they can get elected.
it's the only way you can get elected.
It was like that down. It's like that down here. I mean, if you happen to run into a candidate who's a friend of yours that like pays decently, I mean, I'd be happy to make my way out to Hawaii, but when I tried the last number you gave me, nothing came of that.
He had to bounce out, I guess. But hold that at Marshall. I have a couple people I know, but you'd have to live in Kauai.
I mean, I could do that. I don't mind uprooting. I don't have a girlfriend or long-term serious relationship, so it'd be easy for me to pick up and go.
Remind me tomorrow when I'm awake and people are awake. I mean, it's, what is it, 11 o'clock at night there.